world's best go head-to-head in the ultimate battle for hockey supremacy.
Here's a breakaway. Eric Holla. Oh, what a save by Connor Hellebuck.
Canada, United States, Sweden, Finland.
Comes to favor. He lets it go. They score.
No second chances. No excuses. Just pure intensity.
As the Finns bring it back, Jokiharju scores.
Legends will rise. Only one will stand above the
Break
rest.
wide. Oh, my God. What a save by Binnington on Zibanejad.
Four Nations Faceoff. From TD Garden in Boston, here's Steve Coolius and Andrew Raycroft.
It's pretty simple for both teams. Win in regulation and you're in. If not, well, you will need help tonight. Team Canada versus Finland, moments away. Hello again, everybody. I'm Steve Coolius along with Andrew Raycroft, former NHL goalie, Scott Laughlin, and the rest of our SiriusXM crew. Razor, Cale Makar is in, but how ready or healthy is he?
Well, that's going to be the big question. Can he play 28 minutes like he did in Game 1? Can he quarterback the power play like he did in the first game against Sweden for Team Canada? That's the storyline here in the first 20 minutes. Where is Cale Makar's game at?
Goaltending, Jordan Binnington. Where are you on the first two games and the 1, 2, 3, 4, some say bad goals? He's getting the call in a building he knows very well going back to 2019.
He knows this net very well to the right of us. He made unbelievable saves in Game 1 in that net for the St. Louis Blues in 2019 that won them Game 7 here in this building. He has great vibes. I don't think there was any question about this. Of course, you're the Team Canada goal. You're going to talk about the goals. We didn't talk about them quite as much as we did after the win. You talk about them in the loss. If you win, we move forward. The big thing, and I had this big asterisk beside him the entire tournament, is his puck handling. John Cooper talked about it this morning. His puck handling is the best in the tournament, and it gets the Team Canada out of the zone so much quicker, so much cleaner.
And the only goal they scored against the USA, number 50 got the assist.
Bypasses with a great backhand play to Doughty over on the hash mark that then springs McDavid away. It's a perfect example of why Binnington's in the lineup.
So no change in the crease. A change with Cale Makar in means Thomas Harley is out. What a story he was in the last game. But the lines have been changed. Of the new 4 lines for Team Canada, what stands out to you the most?
Well, what stands out? I like the fourth line. I like having Konechny. I like Brad Marchand down there on that fourth line. But I think what stands out the most is Crosby, McKinnon, Reinhart leading the way. I think they've got to go. I think you got McDavid and Point and Stone together now. That might free up a little bit for McDavid, having Stone getting in on the forecheck, maybe finding Reinhart in that bumper position a little bit more often. But those top 6 getting switched around a little bit makes them a better team.
When you watch the first 2 games and how tight checking the tournament has been, do you think some of the snipers are feeling it? I heard you and Scotty in the pregame show. We've talked about Reinhart, Marner from a Team Canada perspective. Marner traditionally has not done well in this building, quite opposite from talking about Jordan Binnington, for example.
Fair point, very fair point. I don't think so. I think these guys understand very well who they're up against, who they're playing against on best over a 5-6 day period, and they understand they're not going to be Sidney Crosby, and they're not going to get 3 points every single game, and that they're going to have to bide their time. But when they get that opportunity, when they get that grade A chance, they have to be ultra focused and they have to be prepared for it.
On the other side, the Finns, who have played Team Canada at the Olympic level really, really well. 5 meetings, of which Canada's won 3 and the Finns have won 2. One of the Team Canada wins was in 2014 when Drew Doughty had to score in overtime. In the Canada Cup and World Cups, Canada's opened things up, but we go back to 76 and 84 where the Finns weren't the team that they are now. What they do have is Stanley Cup pedigree. 4 guys on this team that won the Cup last year.
And those are the guys you're leaning off. Sasha Barkov, Lundell, Luosterainen, and Mikkola on the back end. Mikkola is a force. He is an absolute force, and a lot of guys on Team Canada have gone up against him, especially in playoff time, and how hard he is to move around. Of course, we know everything about Barkov. You can't say enough about the Stanley Cup champion captain of the Florida Panthers and his ability to break a game open.
Kevin Lankinen, he comes in for Saros. I don't know where you were on Saros starting the tournament. He was 0-5 for Nashville. We know the numbers. He's got the pedigree. It was good for a while, and the Tkachuk floater, Matthew that is, went into the net, and, well, it was a house of cards. Lankinen did his job. He's probably the second most important Vancouver Canuck player this year behind Quinn Hughes. Would you agree with that?
Oh, he's no question, and you could... of course, it's Quinn Hughes, but you can argue that if not for Lankinen, they're in a much worse position. So if you want to use the most valuable player, he could be the guy in Vancouver. And what a great story. In 2019, he played 6 East Coast Hockey League games and then went on to win the World Championship for this Team Finland in that 2019, going 7-1 with a 1.5 and a 942 in the World Championship. So he loves having that white and blue jersey on, and he's having a career year, and he can really make it special with a win this afternoon.
Well, you mentioned John Cooper earlier. Here's John Cooper for Team Canada earlier today, talking about the task at hand this afternoon.
Well, I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, is just how disciplined. I just did an interview. The one, they were like, give me a word, they can frustrate you. And that is what you have to fight through. Is your frustration, because how disciplined they play. They've always got the middle clogged, and so you have to stay patient in games like this, because the game's always close, and then all of a sudden you're down to 5 minutes. It's either tied or something, and now it's a coin flip who's going to win the game, and they're really, really good at that. And then they've just got some players with some offensive pop. And so you got to keep them off the power play. And like I said, they can be a really frustrating team to play against, and we have to be disciplined.
No surprise, John Cooper's done his homework. I was at Maple Leaf Gardens in 91. Gretzky and the young 2-2 tie. Mentioned the game at the Olympics. Bronze medal game. Finland wins. World Cup with Lemieux, Sakic. 3-2 game. The over-under has to be under 5, and John Cooper knows it.
No question that if Finland has any opportunity, it's going to be a close, low-scoring game. And if Canada can find a way to score some goals and blow it out a little bit of a wider margin, that goes back to the lineups, right, Cools? Is this preordained? Were they going to have this lineup based off of Finland going into the tournament? Were they going to have the matchup? Okay, well, this is the lineup Finland, this is the lineup USA, this is the lineup Sweden, or are they doing it off of performance as well? That's something that I was thinking about earlier this morning. Are these teams in the lineups, are we overthinking, or did they already have these preordained that, hey, this guy plays great against Barkov, this guy plays great against Aho, we're going to line them up in this kind of manner, and that's what it'll be interesting to see if they stick with this lineup throughout this morning's game, this afternoon now.
Yeah, and it's about matchups. We've talked about it, and it's all game 7s. That's how important this tournament. It's not like the first time we went to Nagano. You could go 0-3, and we're guaranteed for the elite teams to play a 4th game. Not in this tournament. We talk about the regulation winner goes right to the final. If one of these teams wins in 60-plus minutes, then they're going to need help from the night game, USA against Sweden. Eric Hall, a Finn center, Devils centerman, has played very well in this tournament. Here he is earlier today, looking forward and looking back.
It's a great challenge for us, and we're going to try to meet it head on and play our best game of the tournament. That's all our focus is. We're not going to think about anything too much. We just, take it as it comes.
How much do you guys rely on your solid defensive structure to take on this high-octane talent?
Yeah, I think that's always been our identity is our team game and frustrating the other team, and we have to be we have to be even better at it than we have been. I think there's another level we can get to, and that's the focus.
What was the process of regrouping? You lose 6-1 in the first game.
Yeah, short tournament. You got to take the positives and learn from your mistakes. And obviously, we didn't play a 60-minute game, and against a team like that, it's going to hurt you. And the score was ugly, but we didn't really feel like it was the case necessarily. We played great hockey for 2 periods, and it was it could have gone either way after 2. Then tough bounces, and obviously we didn't play our best. So something we can learn from. We have to be extra good for 60 and give ourselves a chance to win.
There might only be 6% to finish NHLers, which is 50 going into the tournament. But when you've got people like Barkov and Rantanen and Laine, him going on the third line last game, turned it around, 2 huge assists. I mean, it doesn't take much. And if we're going to play a 1-0, 2-1, or 3-2 game, one mistake, look at Sidney Crosby. He owned it in the last game. One mistake, there's your game-winning goal.
No question, and that's the beauty. That's why this is so much fun. This is so much fun because it can be, or how about just a quiet 20 minutes from Team Canada coming off of the long day yesterday, having the late game Saturday night. Finland was here in bed in Boston watching that late game as they played. Who comes out on top? If Finland gets that early goal, think about how tight everybody's holding the stick, how tight this game changes. So without question, you are not overlooking this team Finland with the pedigree they have in their lineup.
Teuvo Teravainen out. Yoel Armia, the Montreal Canadiens, is back in. We mentioned Cale Makar, if you're just joining us, in for Team Canada. Travis Konechny back in. He's on the 4th line. And coming out is Seth Jarvis and obviously Thomas Harley. Okay, it's the first time. Great to see you, by the way. We've had a chance to talk about the tournament. You texted me during the fights. I was a little bit busy. So do you want to start there on what you've seen so far from the U.S., Canada, and the unbelievable atmosphere in Montreal?
Yeah, just the overview first is how excited the players are to be playing best on best and how excited they are to compete and show their mettle against everybody else's best. And I think the competitiveness has just jumped off the page watching on TV from you guys up in Montreal. It's been absolutely incredible and so exciting, not only for the NHL, not only for the Players Association, but for the game in general. It's just so great for the game of hockey. And at this point now, Team USA is in the driver's seat because they don't have to stress today. I think that's going to be very important. It won't matter on Thursday, but to be able to go in today stress-free is certainly a benefit to this point.
Now, Matthew Tkachuk, what did you see when he had the one late shift? And when you talk about groin or hip and other things, he's not playing tonight. Do you think we'll see him on Thursday?
Well, if it is a growing, if it is a hip, you're not going to know how this actually reacts by Thursday. You know and understand that he's going to do everything in his power over the next 3 days to be able to get into that lineup. I think also you look ahead, he won the Stanley Cup in Game 7 with Florida. Does that give him a little bit of leeway? The Florida Panthers are handily in a playoff spot. Is that okay to push the limit for the finals on Thursday if he has to miss a couple of weeks of the regular season as well? So it lends itself at this point for him playing Thursday night, but you never know how a leg reacts.
That's the second of our second doubleheaders. Saturday was unbelievable in Montreal. We expect the same here in Boston. Back to this afternoon's game. Gut feeling and X factors as we're about to hear the anthems.
Ooh, well, my gut feeling is Team Canada is going to take the adversity from Saturday night's loss and come out with important vengeance and really feel the pressure that these guys aren't normal people in pressure. These guys win championships with pressure. They love the pressure, and I think they're going to be fueled by the pressure. I think they come out hot, and I think they find a way to poke a few home early and cruise to a victory.
I think we're going to extra time, and I think tonight's game will matter.
I love it.
I just have a feeling that some tournaments, well, 91, that tie against the Finns, Bill Ranford never lost a game. Canada beat the U.S. 3 times, round robin, and then cruised in the final. The Steve Larmer show. This tournament feels more like other best on best tournaments where it's been very difficult, Razor.
A little chaos, right? They get a little bit of chaos. So, well, I like the idea of the afternoon game going to overtime makes sense. We see it all the time in the National Hockey League and the matinees. How quickly these guys can get their feet going, how quickly they can get themselves into the game at a 1 o'clock start, coming off again a late one Saturday night.
He's Andrew Raycroft, former NHLer, 2004 Calder Trophy winner. It's great to have him in the booth. Stewie is listening. He passes the baton on to you in your hometown. I can't wait, you can't wait, and our listeners can't wait either. The next voice you hear is that of PA announcer Al Murdoch. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Fans, we ask that you now stand if you are able and remove your hats for the national anthems. We also ask, in the spirit of this great game that unites everyone, that you kindly respect the nation anthems and the players that represent each country. Please welcome Shanna Jackman for the singing of the Canadian national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, to patriot love, and all of us come in with glowing hearts. We see the rise, the true north strong and free, from far and wide. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please remain standing and welcome ECR Music Group recording artist Janita for the singing of the Finnish national anthem.
Oi maamme Suomi synnyin maa, soi sana kultainen, ei laksoa, ei kukkula, ei vettä rantaa rakkaampaa kuin kotimaa tää pohjoinen. Maa kallis siisien, ei laksoa, ei kukkula, ei vettä rantaa rakkaampaa kuin kotimaa tää pohjoinen. Maa kallis siisien.
All right, it's pretty simple. Win in regulation and you're in. If not, you're going to need some help tonight. Team Canada against Finland, live from the TD Garden here in Boston. I'm Steve Coolius along with Andrew Raycroft. Razor, the tournament comes to your hometown, my friend. I can see the excitement on your face and hear it in your voice.
I was so excited waking up today, and of course knowing what was transpiring in Montreal all week and knowing that I was going to be a part of this on Monday morning was very exciting. And then driving in today, seeing everybody from the SiriusXM crew and now having puck drop, it's really exciting.
Jordan Binnington, as you alluded to in our pregame show, to the area to our right, Canada wearing red, Finland white. Canada right to left on your radio dial. Kevin Lankinen, who beat the Swedes, is in the area to our left. It'll be Roope Hintz against Sam Bennett, the fourth line with Brad Marchand starting for Team Canada.
Fitting, and John Cooper has a pretty good pulse on his team, whether it's the Tampa Bay Lightning, whether it's Team Canada. You roll out number 63, I can promise you're going to get some energy on this first shift from the Team Canada's fourth line.
Jean Hébert and Chris Rooney are your referees. Scott Cherry and Kyle Murchison are on the lines. So here we go. Win in regulation and you're in. Puck is dropped and we're underway. Coast to coast in Canada and the United States on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio Channel 91. Puck is chipped down the ice and into the Team Canada zone. And we played just a few seconds and already just like that, icing is a call. I think we're going to see and hear a few of those today.
I agree, especially here in this first period. If you're in the defensive zone, whether you're Team Canada, whether you're Team Finland, you're making a hard play through this first 20 minutes. Nothing soft up the middle, no chances unless you're 100% through the middle of the ice. You're rimming pucks, you're going up the wall as hard as you can.
Faceoff is won by the Finns, but controlled by Marchand temporarily. His feed back to the point, goes down the ice. Shot by Mikael Granlund, the hero, looking for Aho. Granlund in overtime. Wanted for the Finns as the puck comes to Hintz with a quick shot, and there's an early save by Binnington 30 seconds in.
Good one at that. Nice glove save.
D to Mikkola with a shot. Looking short side shelf on Binnington as the Finns here with two early opportunities as Parayko has the puck, part of the 2019 Blues championship team. He gets it to Bennett. Fourth line center in over the line with Konechny. Konechny chips it in and heads to the bench. On the near side, here comes Arturi Lehkonen, former Habs Cup champion with the Colorado Avalanche, chipping and chasing. Binnington behind the net. Had a little trouble with that one, but does get it to Taves as we see Cale Makar in the hockey game, and he has the puck right now. What do you expect from number 8 this afternoon?
Well, if he's ready to go, he's 100%. He's going to be jumping in the rush. He's going to be moving his feet. He's going to be doing everything you expect him to. I'm curious how long and how often he can do it.
Here's Hagel back to the point to Taves. Rink wide to Makar. Up top for Marner. Three-man high play as Mitch Marner has scored a goal in the tournament. But other than that, has been pretty quiet. Point comes onto the ice now as that shot from Makar. I think it hits Sorelli in front. Kevin Lankinen maybe got a pad on it as the Finns just chip it out to center. We've played just under 2 minutes here. Team Canada against Finland. Here's Travis Sanheim of the Flyers chipping it in. The 28-year-old from Manitoba. Henry Jokiharju gets it down the ice, and another icing call against the Finns.
Well, what we just saw from Cale Makar, you assume he could do that on 10%. That wrister is so lethal and so surprising to goaltenders. Lehkonen was very lucky that he got a piece of that through traffic in front, and just a really nice job in what Makar can do so well. He doesn't have to be 100% to get that wrister off.
Face off to the right of Kevin Lankinen. What a year he's had with Vancouver. 905 save percentage, which is above the league average at 902. Here's Laine in over the line. Falls, he may have been tripped. Here's Point the other way. Braden Point, what a move! Backhand, and Lankinen makes the save. Was Laine tripped or did he step on a stick?
Ooh, that looked like, wow, it could be both, right? It could be both.
McDavid, near corner, spinning away. Huge goal against the U.S. the other night in a losing effort. In after it is Mark Stone. He can't get it. It comes to Capo Caco, who gets it out. Inserted in the lineup. I thought he had a great game against the Swedes. Here's Capo Caco now in the errant pass. Former Ranger leaves it for Mikko Rantanen. Back to the point to Lindell with a shot. And Binnington started to look behind him, Razor. I never saw you do that in the NHL, but he makes a save as the Finns have had at least 2 good chances.
No, that was another good chance there. We're just seeing the replay of Laine getting a stick in his skates. There was definitely a stick there. But to Binnington's point, really good job fighting through traffic there. Interesting that the last line to come over the boards for Team Canada in this game is Sidney Crosby's line.
Faceoff to the left of Binnington. Officially, the shots are 1-1. Cirelli on the draw, can't win it as Lehkonen lets it go. Over top of the net. Pinching in is Nico Mikkola, one of the 4 Florida Panthers, won a cup last year. Puck comes to Sidney Crosby near side. He just throws it out to center ice to a streaking Nate McKinnon, but it was too far. D to D, Mikkola to Esa Lindell. This is the top pair. They play all the time. Lindell was awesome for the Stars back in 2020 when they lost to John Cooper and the Lightning in the Cup final. Bringing it in is Nate McKinnon, bumped off the puck by Nico Mikkola. That's the size we're talking about.
Exactly, that's his play. That's his game. He played 25-50 against Team Sweden. You have to expect we're going to see the pair of and Lindell at 28, over 28 minutes. You're going to see similar numbers from those guys. We're going to say their name a lot today.
Here's Cale Makar. Bumped off the puck by Eric Haula. Makar falls down. Haula has it, centers it, but Devon Taves cleans up the mess momentarily. Makar's second shift to the game. Henry Jokiharju with a shot from the point. Hits the back glass. Almost ricocheted out in front. This rink, for those listening who maybe don't watch the Bruins a lot, are there any nuances that we should know listening to the game?
Certainly, we almost saw one there. The glass, you can't play it. If the puck goes up into the glass as a goaltender, you can't go out. They're a little bit old school. There's a little bit more partition than there is in most barns. We will see crazy bounces over these next 3 games here in Boston. The Bruins guys, they know you don't go out on the glass. You don't go out in certain areas on the ice because you are going to get bounces.
16:06 on the clock. Steve Koulias, Andrew Raycroft in the broadcast booth. Scotty Laughlin will be by for the first intermission report, our Sirius XM crew. Hope you're enjoying Four Nations action. Rope Hintz gives it away to McDavid. Wrong guy, wrong time. McDavid working in on Montepallo, but the young Sens defenseman made a great play. He scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring after the giveaway. 1-0 Canada.
You said it, Cools. Wrong place, wrong time, under 5 minutes into the game. I mentioned at the start, ice the puck, hard plays along the wall, hard chips out of the boards. Unless you're 100% through the middle, do not go there. Unfortunately, they learned their lesson, Team Finland. McDavid scores an unassisted goal, does it all himself, pulls up, rips a low shot underneath the glove of Kevin Lankinen off the post and in.
Might have been a screen by Rope Hintz. I can't really blame Lankinen.
No.
And, I mean, Vakanainen and Manson-Paulo, all things considered, have done their job. It only takes one, as you said in the pregame show.
No, and that's a depth issue, right? And we talked so much about Finland's depth on the back end, and they're going to have a hard time.
Here comes Hagel in over the line. Sanheim pinching in. Cirelli with a shot. Rebound to Hagel. Couldn't get a stick on that one as the Finns come back the other way. Connor McDavid unassisted, second of the tournament, opens the scoring. Second game in a row that he's opened the scoring. But it is depth. There's 50 Finnish players in the league. Miro Heiskanen doesn't make that mistake.
No, Miro Heiskanen's taking that puck and skating it 150 feet into the Team Canada zone. And it's unfortunate for Team Finland. They've had a nice start through the first 5 minutes. They were working the puck low to high, and now there's another opportunity.
Here's McKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate McKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. 2-0 Canada.
The big dogs showed up on time this morning. Both McDavid, now McKinnon, scoring within the first 5 minutes of the game. You look to these guys as a nation and as a team, the leaders, and McKinnon comes in and just, no mistake, rips it. Low blocker on Kevin Lankinen. No chance for Finland's goaltender. We got 2 goals in under a minute and a timeout for Team Finland.
I mean, the giveaway is one thing. The ill-timed pinch at the line with McKinnon behind you. I know Craig Ramsey, safe as death, you have to make a move, but it was a great feed. I think that was Point on the far side, right? That got the puck over. nonetheless, the end result is you ask your big guys to make a play when it matters. We haven't even played 5 minutes, and 97 and 29 are on the board.
They are, and emphatically they're on the board with basically doing it on their own. And we talked, again, you get your opportunity, you get your grade A, you make it pay, and you make it count, and that's what Canada's two best players have done within the first 5 minutes. And now it's Team Finland. You call the timeout just to regain a little bit of, try and find the next piece of momentum, and don't let this thing get away from you in the first 10 minutes of the game.
2-0 Team Canada. That's McKinnon's second. His first was on the power play after the William Nylander penalty in the early going. But we've seen 2-0 leads or 2-goal leads, as far as Canada is concerned, evaporate. And we're at a moment here with a big body check by Reinhart on Mikko Rantanen. I think nothing changes in terms of X's and O's, right, Razor?
No, certainly not. If you're a Team Canada perspective, you understand full well that the 2-goal lead with 55 minutes left is far from in the bag. You have to continue to push. You have to continue to keep doing a good job through the middle of the ice. And again, if you're Team Finland, you say, okay, let's get through this next 5-minute segment. Get through the commercial break. Keep putting pucks in deep. We had a good start. We had 2 or 3 good opportunities on Jordan Binnington. Let's keep our focus and not let the next one go.
Well, Binnington, I mean, you alluded to 2019. The Finns had the best early 2 chances, and then they have actually 4 shots on goal. So 2 for 2, Canada is shots and goals. The Finns have 4. That might be the third there from Makar at the point, who has put a lot of pucks towards the net 5 minutes in.
And to Makar's point, you bring up Makar at a good time. If you're Team Canada, you're not looking too far from their point of view down on the bench, but for us, if you can get a few here, now you can manage minutes from this afternoon's game. You deal with the pressure, you deal with the adversity, you have a great feeling going into Thursday's game, but you're also able to manage and no one's taking on too much ice. You can really make a difference in this tournament with a great first period here.
14:26 to go. McDavid unassisted, and then moments later, Nate McKinnon with his second of the tournament. Here's McDavid now in a foot race with Barkov. He wins it in his own zone. Rink wide to Stone. Stone gets buried by Mikko Rantanen as that shot from Henry Jokiharju hit the right shoulder of Jordan Binnington. Near side, Sanheim leaves it for Mark Stone, the Vegas captain. For Drew Doughty. Doughty to McDavid at center. Henry Jokiharju leaving his right point position to follow McDavid. Good stick.
Very good stick, and a great job by Rantanen getting in on the forecheck and laying the body on Mark Stone to create the turnover and a really good opportunity that Binnington has to fight off.
Here comes Devon Taves. Far side for Marner. Marner looking for Cirelli. Couldn't handle the pass. Laine with a great play between his legs to start the breakout to Lindell. Lindell with the puck, gives it away. Brought back by Taves. Rink wide for Hagel. If he would have corralled it, perhaps a 2-on-1 with his Tampa Bay Lightning teammate, but it didn't work. Patrick Laine in over the line. Centers it, nobody home. As Hagel picks it off, spins and fires it up to Marner. Nico Mikkola beats him to the puck at center. Looking for Laine, comes to Lindell, who pumps it in as we approach the 7-minute mark, and a perfect start for Team Canada.
Couldn't have been better. Couldn't have been better at this 1 o'clock start, wondering how they would handle the late travel, the later game Saturday night, and they've shown us that they've been ready to go and more than capable of taking a lead here with the 2-0.
We get our first break with Canada up 2-0. McDavid and McKinnon. You're listening to the Four Nation Faceoff live from Boston on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Feel that 3 a.m. euphoria any time of the day on BPM, a channel delivering non-stop dance and electronic hits. And live sets from the world's top DJs. The beat never stops on BPM Channel 52. And at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Four Nations Face-Off is here. Canada, USA, Sweden, and Finland face off for hockey supremacy.
Pass across.
What's up, hockey fans? How we doing tonight? Wow, what a start for our Team Canada. McDavid and McKinnon getting it done 2-0 Canada. What a start. That's what I'm talking about. The chat is popping off right over there. What a morning. Crazy. Sorry for the late start here, but it actually might have worked out okay. I'm going to check out the stats from the day. It'll be interesting. But have you hit the like button yet? Everybody in the chat, please exit out of the chat right now. It's on the screen. You'll still see it. And hit that like button. Share this link out as well. Please share it out on whatever social media you have. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Those are the big three for TSI. That's what we're going to start putting a lot of a push on over the next few weeks when we do our March Madness stuff coming up for SickKids. All right, enough of that business. Go Canada, go. Let's go get another goal. Let's get that rematch. A regulation win gets it done. I'm down to play video games tonight during the USA and Sweden game during the intermission and just hang out and get ready and talk about the future of the tournament coming up on Tuesday night is the championship? All right, let's get back to Thursday night, not Tuesday. Today's Monday. All messed up with the days. See, I'm working still. Go Canada, go. We'll see you in the chat. Cheers, insiders.
Steve Cooley, that voice you heard is Andrew Raycroft, 2004 Calder Trophy winner, former NHLer. Joining us in the broadcast booth here. Aho in on the draw against McKinnon. Aho wins the draw. Back to Nico Mikkola with a shot. Glove saved by Binnington. He had to stretch out.
Again, seeing the puck, tracking the puck real well. Team Canada does a good job off of the draw, not allowing Finland to get to the front of the net. So that left point shot from Mikkola, Binnington sees it all the way. Little can of corn action for him.
I think this is sold out, eh? What do you think of the crowd here in Boston?
Lots of red jerseys, too. Lots of people making the trip, a lot of McDavid jerseys, and talking to a few of the guys in the elevator. They're here all day. Lots of doubleheaders for Gang out there today, too.
Team Canada wins the draw, but touched by McDavid, so no icing as he's got the puck now far corner and he centers it. Went over top of everybody, comes to Aho, far side, tries to chip it out and he does. Stone went up and got it, but the puck came out over the line. He throws it back in again. Point heads to the bench and out come the Finns led by Esa Lindell. 25 minutes against the USA in the opener. Dumps it in. Binnington leaves it for Drew Doughty. Two-time Cup champion, two-time gold medalist. He had that overtime goal against the Finns, as I mentioned, back in 2014. The reverse by Henry Jokiharju goes to the Bruins captain. Brad Marchand back to the point to Doughty. Has time and space. Waiting. Doughty lets it go through a screen. I think he was looking for Konechny's stick.
Absolutely. He saw Konechny out in front. He did a good job finding a little bit of a lane, sent that wrister in with just enough pace to get it to the net, but looking for a stick.
Doughty has it at center, dumps it in. Lankinen stops it behind the net. Gives it away, centered in front there by Marner. But a good play by Armia to make sure there was no trouble. Taves picks it off at the line, sends it back in again. Team Canada clears the zone, and they're back in on the forecheck. Pitching in is Taves. To Hagel with a shot. Knocked off the puck, comes to Armia, and he brings it out through center, but Marner picks his pocket for Hagel. Coming down the wing with a shot. Lankinen may have got a piece of that one, and it went wide. Off the bench with speed is McKinnon. Leaves it for Makar, and he fires one that didn't miss by much.
It sure didn't. What a play by McKinnon to pick that up with his skate, get it to his stick, and then find his teammate, Cale Makar.
Well, if somebody came from Australia and they watched number 8, they would say, looks fine to me. What do you think it took to miss Saturday night? One of the most important games of his life, had to watch it on TV.
it must have killed him, and there's obviously something going on that just keeps him out of the game, whether it's the illness that's just too much to play, and it was going to be it was going to hurt the team if he did get out in the lineup.
Puck is dumped into the Team Canada zone, picked off by Alexander Barkov. Panther and Finnish captain centers for Arturi Lehkonen. Mikko Rantanen with a quick shot. Lehkonen kind of fanned and it went to Rantanen, but that's another shot on goal, another save by Jordan Binnington. Nico Mikkola pinching in to Barkov, who tried a backhanded play. Didn't work. Crosby picked it off, and Team Canada comes back the other way. Crosby tries to chase down Esa Lindell. He gets it to Lehkonen. Rink wide for Nico Mikkola, and he brings it in. Binnington stops it behind the net to Taves, to Makar, who throws it up to McDavid. Tried to chip it and get by Urho Vakanainen, and that didn't work. Binnington, near side for Makar, left wing for Stone. Tried to spring McDavid, it was picked off on the play, and back come the Finns with Anton Lindell to Patrick Laine. Back to the point, Vakanainen with a shot through a screen. Losterinen was in front of the net, but Binnington is tracking the puck.
He's all over, and all these stops behind the net. He's broken up the Finland forecheck 5 or 6 times now within the first 10 minutes. And when you're doing goalie numbers, you're talking about the connections and the passes. And if you're 80% on those connections, right now Binnington's at 100% through 10 minutes.
He's touched the puck more than some of the elite players on the Finns right now.
No question.
Here's Doughty off the bench at center. Tries to feed Sam Bennett. It was picked off. Canada clears the zone and goes back in after it. 9:15 on the clock. Team Canada leads 2-0. McDavid unassisted. Reinhart set up McKinnon. Couldn't be a better start as Mikael Granlund gets back to the right point for Henry Jokiharju. 1 goal with the Sabres this year. Lets it go. It was blocked by Bennett. And he's got 1 goal in the tournament. Open the scoring against the U.S., but that big third period, USA all over Finland. Later tonight, USA against Sweden. The Americans are in the final. No Matthew Tkachuk tonight. Do you think we'll see Tkachuk on Thursday?
I can't imagine he misses that game. And if he does, he's going to miss time in the NHL regular season as well.
Nice play there by Eric Haula to get it out to Capo Cackle. Back to Haula, 2-on-2. He chips it in and gives chase. There's Binnington again playing the puck. This time, though, he momentarily gave it away. Colton Parayko battling with Yoel Armia. He's in for Teuvo Teravainen, who won a cup with Chicago back in 2015. Went to Carolina, is back in Chicago, but is up here with us in the press box with 8:10 to go in period number 1. Hope you're enjoying Four Nations action here from Boston. Team Canada leading by a score of 2-0. We'll take a break, come back to TD Garden live on Channel 91 right after this.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
On and off the ice.
USA GM Bill Guerin.
Your team looks like a really difficult team to play against.
And everybody's got their own way of being difficult to play against. Matthew Tkachuk, Brady Tkachuk are going to have a different style of that than Jake Gensel and Matt Boldy. We look good on paper. Now we have to go out and play the games and prove it.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
In the game of life, every point matters, especially when it comes to your loved ones. Score big for your family by securing life insurance with...
What's up, insiders? Pull your lives together in the chat with the politics stuff. Get that out of here. We're not doing any of that business. We're here for the hockey game. Canada over Finland 2-0 halfway through the first. A lot of fun. I'll put the chat back up here in a second. But as long as you guys can keep it classy, cheers to the mods. Great work in the chat. We see you. There's Sarah standing there in the bright light with the Gamecast in the background. I love it. We just ordered some lunch. It's time to get that ready to go, and apparently Tom needs to pull his behavior together because he distracted me with that little audio blip. He was down here whining about how hard he was working on the chores upstairs, and I forgot to put the audio back on until somebody in the chat was like, audio, hello, hello, hello. So thank you for letting me know there in the chat that the audio was off because my son distracted me. Now hit that subscribe button. Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. The one that's listening to the Canada-Finland game that hasn't hit the subscribe button yet. Come on, 83,908. We're about to hit 84. Back to the hockey. Go, Canada, go.
Welcome back to TD Garden here in Boston. Game number 5 of 7 at the Four Nations Faceoff. I'm Steve Coolius along with former NHLer Andrew Raycroft. The big story is the guy who's on the ice right now again, Cale Makar. How has he looked to you so far?
Would not know that he missed the game on Saturday night at this point. He's done a really nice job skating, moving, couple wristers in on net. He's stayed up with the play. He looks like he's moving well to me.
Under 8 minutes to go. Team Canada up 2-0. Connor McDavid unassisted, and then Reinhart to McKinnon. And Team Canada just like that with the early lead. Lundell rings wide for Niko Mikkola. They're going to play a lot tonight. He tries to sift one through. Didn't make it to the net. Barkov back to Niko Mikkola. He tries to go off the Enterprise sign design play. I call that the Nick Lidstrom. How about that?
Yeah, Nick Lidstrom did it to perfection in that old Joe Louis where the boards were so springy.
Here's Niko Mikkola behind the net for Mikko Rantanen. Just slid off his stick. Former Av, currently a Carolina Hurricane, as Team Canada chips it out. Do you hear these rumors about them trading him again? You buy that?
No, I don't buy it.
Okay, good. Binnington can't pin the puck behind the net. In after his Luostarinen, he loses it. Here's McDavid with speed, and as soon as he gets the puck, you can't take your eyes off him. Over to Sanheim, shot, save, rebound, they score! Braden Point on the rebound. 3-0, Team Canada.
From 6 stories away, he is the fastest human in the world on skates. It's incredible how much the distance that Connor McDavid covers, pushes back the Finnish defenseman, finds Travis Sanheim through the seam, and Braden Point finishes off the rebound.
Isn't it just so amazing watching him live?
It's a whole different game, right? It's a whole different game that he's playing from everyone else.
And good for Sanheim. Remember, John Tortorella was pumping his tires earlier in the year, and he kind of developed slower than you would want, but he's really turned into a pretty effective two-way player for the Flyers, and I think he has not looked out of place in this tournament.
He hasn't, and we just saw what his strength is. His ability to jump in the rush, his ability to find a lane when that puck gets into the offensive zone and be an offensive defenseman while taking care of his own zone. And then not to mention, let's not forget Braden Point, picking that puck in front of Lankinen, pulling it in behind, smooth little backhand, so good around the net.
So that will be points from Sanheim and McDavid. McDavid has 2 points in the game, 4 in the tournament. That'll tie him with Jake Gensel for the tournament lead. As Aho has the puck, throws it behind the net. For Rope Hintz. The cycle is on with Mikael Granlund. Granlund back to Hintz. Try to find Aho, who gets it back again. Aho gets it back to the point, but it skips over Esa Lindell and comes out to center.
And not to overlook this first 14 minutes, Finland's done a good job having offensive zone time. They've done a good job on the cycle. It's just been the quick strike of Team Canada, the difference at this point.
Do you blame Kevin Lankinen on any of the 3?
No, you're definitely, the blame is certainly not a word. You always... You expect, you knew he was going to have to make all 3 of those saves for Finland to have a chance tonight. But it's very difficult to do that when you're playing the best players in the world, and the best players are the ones getting the easy chances.
Brad Marchand brings it in, throwing an offensive check as Reinhart. Another one by Konechny as Marchand has it up top. Right point. Marchand backdoor looking for Konechny, and 63 has a spring in his step this afternoon.
He certainly does. He's back in his hometown as well, and he had Konechny all alone on the backside. Ole Mata with a great stick to break that up. It would have been 4-0.
Here is Marchand getting it to Taves, who was looking for Konechny. Reinhart in front could, or make that bend in front, couldn't get a stick on it. Makar kind of walked the line there, but Lusterinen got a stick on it, so it comes out to center. Marner brings it back in for Team Canada. Marner looking for Hagel, broken up there by Eric Holland. Behind the net for Yoki Haru, it hits a partition in the glass and comes out to center with 5:05 to go on the clock in a 3-0 Team Canada lead. Point just scored. McKinnon made it 2-0, and McDavid opened the scoring. 97 with 2 assists so far. As the puck is poked out to center, and here's Cale Makar in his own zone. Up to Mitch Marner, who's been more noticeable in this first period than he was on Saturday nights.
He has, and he's done a really good job on the defensive side. He's been up against Barkov a few good opportunity. What a play by Barkov in behind the net, but Mitch Marner doing a very good job defensively.
Net was knocked off, but Team Canada gets their free rush when the net is knocked off by the team in the offensive zone. So we get a stoppage now with 4:32 on the clock and Team Canada up 3-0. I like your point where you said the Finns aren't playing poorly. They've made 2 mistakes, a giveaway in the pinch, but overall they've had a few forays in the offensive zone.
They have, and they've done, and this was another great chance. Barkov to Lehkonen out in front of the net, and they just can't quite connect. But again, good zone time. Finland's done a good job in on the cycles.
The Shovelers are out, which means we got to hit the break. Canada up 3-0 here live from Boston.
Music for us, by us.
And that's the way I like it.
Celebrate Black History Month with a channel dedicated to the voices pushing the culture forward.
You wanna tweak it up with me and I'ma show you how that goes.
Serving up a blend of hip-hop and R&B from today's tastemakers and tomorrow's emerging stars. Black music forever. Listen now throughout the month at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
The biggest plays.
That was knocked away the backhand scores!
Yes.
Oh, and a good hit there by White Cloud.
Goals.
Better in front point. Score!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet.
Insiders and the best analysis on the air.
They got a better defense. They got better goaltending. They got more balance up front.
The NHL on SiriusXM.
Hear every team and your hometown call.
NHL Network Radio.
SiriusXM 91.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-1758. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-1758. 800-575-1758. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And grabs it at center ice, makes a nice move. 2-on-1.
The best hockey lives here.
Runner moving in, shooting, score!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Tune in to the discussion room Mondays and Fridays, 4 to 5 Eastern, on the Power Play with myself, Steve Coolias, on NHL Network Radio. Andrew Raycroft, who's doing the color here today, is also part of the network. Live from Boston, 4:32 to go in period number 1, 3-0 Team Canada.
Perfect start for Team Canada to come out, take advantage of 2 mistakes by Team Finland, get up 2-0, and then another great play by McDavid, finding Sanheim with a point on the rebound. Perfect start for Team Canada.
Crosby wins the draw to Nate McKinnon. Left wing circle, there's a shot from the point by Sanheim again. I think he was looking for the stick in front of the net of Reinhart. Nonetheless, 8th shot on goal for Team Canada.
And they're starting to get going in the face-off dot. They started out only at 35% through the first 7 draws. Now each guy's up to 75%. They're starting to win draws, and now with Sid at the draw against Barkov.
Sid with Barkov. Barkov won it. Sid almost picked his pocket. In to help him out is Reinhart, and Sid comes away with the puck behind the net. Crosby Back to the point to Drew Doughty. Plays it off his skate to his stick to Crosby on one knee, which he's patented. Although he can't get the puck in deep, Mikko Rantanen brings it out as we approach the 16-minute mark. Rantanen looking for Nico Mikkola, but it went off Reinhardt's stick out to center. Henry Arju gets it over to Nico Mikkola, who gets it in. It's shot down the ice. Mikkola plays it, or it would have been icing against Team Canada. He'll go to the bench now, and Henry Arju will survey the situation. Far side for Olli Määttä. Tries to find Mikael Granlund, the overtime hero. It went too far, and now we've got a scrum along the near boards. Comes to Braden Point, left wing, down the ice. Point working on Henry Arju. Leaves it for McDavid. He's already working on 2 points here as Morrissey lets it go. Lankinen bobbled it a little bit, but no damage done.
No, but another great rush by this McDavid line. McDavid, Stone, Point, really showing well in the first 15 minutes.
Here's McDavid again, 1-on-4 with a shot. Lankinen looked behind him as McDavid is flying in the early going.
He certainly is. So quick in transition. Really nice job. Stone coming back through the middle of the ice in the defensive zone, getting a turnover, hitting McDavid in stride, and Lankinen definitely searching behind him. Didn't know where that little wrister went from McDavid. Another great opportunity by 97.
2 points in the game, 4 on the tournament, 3:06 left in the first period, 10-5 shots on goal. But some early finish chances, and Binnington made at least 2 pretty good stops in perhaps his second favorite building in the league.
Might be his first. It would be my first, that's for sure. Whatever building I'm winning Game 7 for the Stanley Cup, that's my favorite forever.
Urho Mäkinen leaves it for Nicholas Matinpala behind the net. He's the one who gave it to McDavid on the game's opening goal. But to be fair, the 26-year-old Finn has played very well in the tournament. He tries to chop it out. He can't. Kept in once, but not the second time by Devon Toews. 2:45 to go in the period. 3-0 is the score. I'm Steve Coolius along with Andrew Raycroft. Scotty Laughlin will be by for the first intermission report in under 3 minutes. Puck comes to an open wing where it's picked up by Toews. He gets it in. Marchand, little sidestep getting away from Haula, who almost grabbed him. Here's Makar walking the line. Lets it go, and Lankinen gloves that one as Aid is dancing at the blue line.
He is dancing, and Cooley, you asked me at the open about Makar and what kind of impact in coming back in the lineup. For me, what I've really noticed the most is Devon Toews and how much more aggressive he's been, how great he feels with his partner, not only here at Team Canada, or what was supposed to be after Game 1, but through the entire regular season with the Colorado Avalanche. Devon Toews has had a great first 18 minutes of hockey.
One of the worst things the Islanders ever did. For a couple second-round picks. Hello?
Yeah, the other one was losing Roberto Luongo way back in the day, too. Though there's a few of them the Islanders have done over the years, but Devon Toews, oh boy, he's turned into a heck of a player.
Puck cleared to the line, but not out. Doughty keeps it in to the right wing corner. Cirelli in after it. There's Marner with a good active stick. Gets it to Hagel, to Cirelli. And this line has played very well. Having said that, Cirelli just gave it away. And back come the Finns 2-on-2. Mikko Rantanen brought it in. He lost it. Marner collides with Doughty. But there to clean things up is Hagel. He loses the puck. Lindell with a shot. Binnington gets bumped there by Arturi Lehkonen. I don't want to say what we haven't had so far in the tournament, but we haven't had one so far in the tournament.
We haven't, but that shift right there, 3 turnovers from Team Canada, and all of a sudden you've got a 100-point score with the puck on a stick in the middle of the slot. That's how quickly things change in this tournament, in these games, best on best. 90 seconds to go in period number 1. Parayko skates it to safety behind his own net. 11-5 shots for Team Canada. McDavid, McKinnon, and Braden Point to make it a 3-0 game. Puck is chopped in. McKinnon plays it behind the net on the backhand. Reinhardt wins the battle. For McKinnon, back to Morrissey with a shot. Stopped in front. Crosby's there. Blocker saved by Lankinen. Aho skates it to safety down the ice. No icing as he chips it in. 1 minute to go. There's Al Murdoch, the public address announcer. Crosby knocks it to center,
And here with speed is McKinnon, 1-on-3. McKinnon chips it to himself. A lot of solo dashes have worked for Team Canada with those self-chips as McCarr gives it to Taves, and he almost put that one in far side.
We almost saw the avalanche connection all the way around. McKinnon to McCarr to Taves, who missed by inches.
Here's Capo Caco bringing it in, but it's one-handed out by Taves with 30 seconds to go. Flip down the ice where McCarr, shoulder check, gives it for McDavid. Here we go again. McDavid with speed tried to feed points, but it was broken up. McCarr in his own zone, Cup champion, Conn Smythe Trophy winner, leads the league in goals and assists for a defenseman. Leaves it for Point, brings it in, loses it momentarily. McDavid back to Point, but there's Barkov doing his thing up to Rantanen, and he won't get a shot away because there is the siren. And a near perfect period for Jordan Binnington, Cale Makar, and Team Canada.
It certainly was cool. Canada out shooting Finland 11-5, taking advantage of the opportunities. There were some quick strike plays that allowed Team Canada to get up 2-0, start feeling comfortable in the game. They defended well and finished very well at the other end to make it 3-0 after one.
And we saw the big boys come to play, and we talked about mistakes and how teams in this tournament have limited their mistakes. The first mistake was on Finland, the young defenseman from Ottawa, and that cost them.
It certainly did, and we knew Team Finland was going to be up against it today. It was going to be a game where they were going to have to play almost a perfect game and not chase. And when you have that kind of giveaway through the middle, start chasing the game against the Team Canada lineup with the talent that they have, you find yourself in a hole.
Yep, and Matt Palos played very well in this tournament with Vakanainen, but the wrong guy at the wrong time made it a 1-0 game. Sam Reinhart got it to McKinnon that made it 2-0, and McDavid starting a play, Sanheim shot, save, rebound, and Braden Point put it in to make it 3-0 for Team Canada. 11-5 shots on goal. The 5 doesn't tell the Binnington story, does it?
No, I don't believe it does. It feels like there was more opportunities from Finland. Finland had more offensive time than what 5 shots feels like. And then on top of all of that is puck handling ability. The amount of touches that Jordan Binnington had, especially through the first 15 minutes of this period, would rival a Cale Makar on a normal night.
Sam Reinhart joins us now. Sam, if you have to draw things up, I don't think it gets much better than that. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. That's the pace, that's the intensity we're looking for.
Sam, talk about this afternoon game, this quick turnaround from a late game Saturday night to get you guys ready. What was the talk and the momentum this morning?
Yeah, I mean, we all know what's at stake. We've all been in this situation before. I think just playing on our toes. The message was don't play scared, play with courage, and that's the way we're going right now. So we got to keep building off that.
What do you think of Jordan Binnington's start? He likes this building. If you remember 2019, Sam, and I know you do.
Absolutely, yeah. He fits right in this building. Had some success. Couple big stops early to settle it down. They had some good looks off the cycle, but I thought we tightened up after that.
Sam, good luck in the second. Thanks for this.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sam Reinhart, Team Canada, an assist in the period. When we come back, Scotty Laughlin with the first intermission report. Stay with us.
This is former MLB General Manager Steve Phillips with an important message for fantasy baseball players. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm joined by former Major League pitcher Jensen Lewis, and we'll talk fantasy baseball to help you draft a winning lineup.
You can't go wrong with the number 1 pick in this year's draft, but I love Bobby Witt Jr. over Shohei Ohtani.
We bring you our big league experiences to provide you with the fantasy baseball advice you crave. It's the Fantasy Dugout tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest plays.
Fakes. Save. Samsonov.
Yes.
The timing gets filled in.
I should have got that webcam up there during that run. Oh, man, I missed it. All right. What's up, insiders? How we doing in the first period? Man, that was fun. 3-0. Can we do it again? Can we just get this over with in the second period? Let's just make another 3 goals at least here. 6-0. We'll just take everybody out, get the low ice time guys some playing time to just skate the puck around and finish this game off and prepare for the championship game. man, it's going to be a lot of fun. But this game is far from over. With that being said, it is far from over. If Canada gives up a goal here and Finland gets a little bit of momentum going, look out. I'm just saying. It could be back on in a heartbeat. All right, I am going to be setting up some stuff down here and getting everything going here during lunch. So it's going to be a fun second period. Make sure you guys have hit that like button down below. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you're new. What are we at now? 83,956. Only 44 more subscribers until we are 16K away. We got to get this done before the second period. Come on, it's easy. We can get this before the second period's over. There's the goal. We hit 84K, so we can spam the chat with 16 emojis and 100K plaque emojis, because that's what we're doing here on TSI. Go Canada, go. Intermission will run. We'll see you guys back in the chat in the second period.
Paid taxes? Tax Tiger can protect you from the IRS, release wage and bank levies, and negotiate awesome settlements. Above all, Tax Tiger is a company which operates based on Christian principles. Call us today at 1-800-IRS-9196 for a free consultation. 1-800-IRS-9196. Or visit us online at taxtiger.com.
Back here live, first intermission from TD Garden in Boston, the Four Nations Faceoff intermission report coming at you on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Scott Laughlin with you. We will take you through the highlights and what you may have missed in case you're just joining us. Canada coming out knowing that if they win in regulation time, and this is the setup for Team Finland too, let's not forget, they're playing for something this afternoon. If the Finns were to beat Canada in regulation, they'd get the 3 points. They'd go right to Thursday night to take on the U.S. in the final of this tournament. Canada, though, 40 minutes away from getting there in a pretty dominant first period by Team Canada. The goaltending matchup in this one, as we told you beforehand, was Jordan Binnington versus Kevin Lankinen, and Lankinen would be under siege, and at least in the first couple of minutes of the game, Lankinen was able to hold Team Canada at bay. Steve Koulias and Andrew Raycroft on the call.
Here's Laine over the line. Falls, he may have been tripped. Here's Point the other way. Braden Point, what a move! Backhand, and Lankinen makes the save.
All right, so Lankinen makes an early stop on Braden Point, and that was key, or so we thought. At the other end, about 3 minutes in, Jordan Binnington was put to the test. Not a gilt-edged scoring opportunity for the Finns. Binnington would stop it as he stopped all 5 shots he faced in the opening stanza. At one point, though, he had one puck get between his pads, covered it up, looked behind him, which certainly, of course, raises the angst and the anxiety amongst the Canadian fan base out there watching and listening to this game here in this must-win situation this afternoon. But he was able to keep the Finns off the board, and that set the tone for Canada to open the scoring just over 4 minutes into this one.
Gives it away to McDavid. Wrong guy, wrong time. McDavid working in on Montepallo, but the young Sens defenseman made a great play. He scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring after the giveaway. 1-0 Canada.
So Connor McDavid gets his second goal of the tournament. It comes at 4:13. Nick Montepallo in front, trying to at least fend off any Canadian opposition or distraction. Turns out Lankinen did not get a good look at it, did not track the puck very well in off the goalpost. What a great shot it was by Connor McDavid. His second, as I said, of the tournament comes at 4:13 on that great wrister, and it was 1-0 for Team Canada. And within a minute, less than a minute later, as a matter of fact, Canada using their speed to their advantage once again. And if Canada's not hitting you with McDavid, they're hitting you with a guy that's pretty much right up there in terms of velocity and speed and frequency. We're talking about number 29, Nathan MacKinnon.
Here's MacKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate MacKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. 2-0 Canada.
And remarkably similar it was to the start against Team Sweden, going back to last Wednesday night at the Bell Center in Montreal. Let's not forget that Canada jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the first 13 minutes. And McDavid and McKinnon were absolutely flying, and Sidney Crosby was omnipresent from start to finish that one particular night. Anyway, that goal comes from Sam Reinhart. As it turns out, Esa Lindell pinches up at the blue line, tries to stand up as best as he could. Reinhart pushes the puck ahead to McKinnon, and he makes no mistake to beat Lankinen. For McKinnon, his second of the tournament as well. Reinhart with the helper, Brandon Hagel with the other assist, and at 4:59, Canada had assumed a 2-0 lead. Again, with that memory of how they took their foot off the gas collectively against Sweden, in their minds, no doubt, going back to last Wednesday night, Canada knowing, hey, we're up by 2, we're dominating the hockey game just like we did against Team Sweden. This time, maybe learning their lessons, collectively not taking their feet off the gas. As a matter of fact, just over 13 minutes into the opening period, Canada strikes again.
Here's McDavid with speed, and as soon as he gets the puck, you can't take your eyes off him. Over to Sanheim, shot, save, rebound, they score! Braden Point on the rebound. 3-0, Team Canada.
All right, so it's Braden Point gets his first. He is into the tournament on the goal sheet. Braden Point his first from Travis Sanheim, who gets stopped by Lankinen. A great cross ice feed from McDavid to Sanheim forced the issue, and Braden Point would cash in on the rebound. And he scores on the backhand at 13:02 of the opening period. Canada had a 3-0 lead after Finland had already burned their timeout just a few minutes earlier, just to try to stem the tide a little bit. Head coach Antti Pennanen feeling like, hey, if we don't really batten down the hatches right now, we could get run right out of the building before this one is even a couple of minutes old. Well, the timeout stemmed the tide at least temporarily, because Canada did come back and score for the third time on 6 shots against Lankinen. And it was 3-0 for Team Canada. No scoring the rest of the way. Shots on goal in that opening period for Team Canada, 11, and for Team Finland, 5. So a pretty dominant period by Team Canada. Again, keep this in mind as well, is that Canada, if they want to ensure that they're going to play for the championship on Thursday night versus Team USA here in Boston, they're going to have to win this game in regulation time. So Canada's up by 3 in a lot of ways, if this makes any sense. Maybe they're up by 2, because if, again, Finland were to come back and force this game to go into overtime, then at least Sweden would have something to play for. Finland and Canada, if it gets past 60, are going to allow Sweden to hang around and play a game tonight that if they beat the American squad in regulation time, it would be the Swedes that would play the Americans on Thursday in a rematch of tonight's game. So, again, the winner in regulation, if it happens through 60 here this afternoon, either Canada or Finland, Canada looking really, really strong, as we've indicated here in the opening 20 minutes, they will go right to the final to face Team USA coming up on Thursday evening. I thought as well that one of the impressions that stood out to me was that Connor McDavid, Braden Point, and Mark Stone line worked really, really well for Canada. McDavid at center, Point and Mark Stone worked out really well for Canada, seemed to develop some sort of chemistry, as John Cooper, I think basically from what he saw in the final 40 minutes against Team USA going back to Saturday night in Montreal, I think he felt like, we'll put the lines into a blender a little bit. You've got Konecny coming in on the fourth line to play that right wing side. On the fourth line, Seth Jarvis sits out, and it seems to have made a difference for Team Canada. Cale Makar, nothing spectacular in the opening period, but did not look out of place at all. And keep in mind that if Canada can somehow, some way have a strong second period, and you feel like this game is in hand come period number 3, knowing you need to win in regulation time, but also knowing what's coming up on Thursday night potentially versus Team USA in that much anticipated rematch, should it come to pass, well, then maybe you can sit Makar a little bit here and there and maybe not play him nearly as much as you would have expected. So, again, there's a lot riding on this next 20 minutes of play. Finland's going to feel like, hey, we need the next goal. We have to win this game in regulation time, too. You got to start somewhere. And there was a clear-cut better team on the ice in the first, and that's why Canada's leading 3-0 after 20 minutes of play. We are going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll hand it back over to Steve Kouleas and Andrew Raycroft with the call of the second period. You've been listening to the Four Nations Faceoff Intermission Report right here on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
I'm Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy. I have 2 brand new exclusive channels right here on SiriusXM. First, there's Unwell Music, fun, feel-good music for the girls. And Unwell on Air, the best of Unwell and brand new live daily shows with weekly pop-ins from yours truly. Unwell Music on Channel 3 and Unwell on Air on the SiriusXM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
With Eric Kelski, general manager of the Carolina Hurricanes, the hope of 96 stays long-term in Raleigh.
Certainly that's our hope also. We believe we have a good team, a coach that players like to play for, a city that's fun for people to be in. But, give him a little time, let him get used to it, let him make sure he thinks he has a good role and sees this as a fun team to play on, and then we'll get to work.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
Deborah's closet didn't feel like Deborah. It felt more like a Vanessa, or even a mom, until she worked with California Closets. Now her clothes are organized, sneaker collection and jewelry displayed. Now her closet screams Deborah. The hidden ironing board is a mom thing, but she is a mom, so. California Closets. We did it for Deborah, and we can do it for you because we know you differently. Schedule your free in-home consultation now at 800-CAL-CLOSETS or californiaclosets.ca.
If you're a business owner with salespeople, how in the world could you say no to this offer? The top 20% of your salespeople close 80% of the business. 80% of all sales are closed after the 5th attempt, and 83% of all salespeople don't even ask for the sale once. Did you know that 90% of all salespeople have never even read one sales book? How many sales are being lost each month simply because your salespeople are not professionally trained how to sell? Hi, this is the world's top sales trainer, Jason Evans. I'm going to give you a free 45-minute video of pure sales training techniques that will increase your company's sales within days, guaranteed. This could double, even triple your company's sales. This video is closing, handling objections, and more. Just call us and leave us a voicemail with your email address, and we'll send you this amazing video for free. Call 800-500-8320. This is how to close from A to Z for any product or service, regardless of industry, whether you sell face-to-face or over the phone. Call 800-500-8320. That's 800-500-8320. Paid for by Power Sales University.
Search Kings announces Call Intelligence, the most important development in the history of Google advertising.
Second period's
Think of Call Intelligence as MRI technology for your business that sees clearly what aspects of your marketing are working, that evaluates, summarizes, and scores the profit potential of every incoming call, and actually trains Google to give you better leads. With Call Intelligence, you can stop guessing so you can plan and spend smarter. You want to stand out where your customers are online? Switch.
Thank you for helping us get the 84,000. Yeah! Go Canada!
Welcome back to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's coverage of Four Nations Faceoff, Canada versus Finland. Now, time for second period action from TD Garden in Boston.
You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. I'm Steve Koulias, along with former NHLer Andrew Raycroft, 2004 Calder Trophy winner. It's all good news for Team Canada, whether it's McDavid, McKinnon, and Mr. Cale Makar. Does anything change at 3-0, or is it too early to think about you-know-what?
It's too early at this point. There's 40 minutes of hockey left. And if you get to a 3-4 goal lead in the third period, then you can start managing minutes. At this point, Canada's got to keep their pedal on the floor. And from Finland's point of view, they've got to find a way to get the next one and get themselves back into this game ASAP.
McKinnon unassisted. Next shift. Or McDavid unassisted. Next shift, McKinnon from Reinhart. And Hagel also got an assist. Point on a play started by McDavid, and it's 3-0, 11-5 shots on goal in favor of Team Canada as the Finns dump it in. Binnington plays it to Cale Makar behind his own net. Canada going from left to right on your SiriusXM radio dial or SiriusXM app. They dump it in, and Kevin Lankinen, who can't be faulted on any of the three, Razor?
No, he can't be. There are great opportunities, 2 breakaways and a rebound play.
Here's Mikael Granlund. Throws it towards the net, goes wide to the far side, comes back to Esa Lindell at the right point. He plays it behind the net, or did he? I think he threw it over the glass, so we get our first stoppage, 35 seconds in.
And anyone at home wondering Cale Makar and how he's feeling, he played the second most amount of ice time for Team Canada in the first period at 8:16. His D partner got 8:30. So the top D pair are back for Team Canada, played a full amount of minutes in the first period. He's looked real good tonight.
Face off to the left of Binnington. Barkov wins the draw. There's a shot. Binnington with a save. Rebound. Another save by Binnington. That was Mikko Rantanen who let it go. Binnington with not one but two big saves there. Here's Parayko near side for Marner. Out to Cirelli. That's a perfectly executed breakout. Morrissey couldn't get to it. They got it out well, but couldn't get it in. The key there was not one, but two saves by number 50.
Two huge saves by Jordan Binnington. It's similar to the first period where Michael Granlund had a great opportunity the first 90 seconds in the game. Sasha Barkov and Mikko Rantanen get two great opportunities off of face-off just to the left of Jordan Binnington. A huge shoulder save and then a big left pad save for Binnington, keeping it 3-0.
Face-off is just outside the finish line. McDavid and Barkov. McDavid is tossed. In comes Braden Point. They've each scored a goal so far tonight, playing together with Mark Stone. As the lines were juggled, Konecny is in. Makar is in. Obviously Harley out, as is Seth Jarvis. Here's Barkov. Tried to get to the loose puck. Point got it first, but can't get it out. Barkov to Lettinen. One touch to Nico Mikkola, who lets a shot go. Steered aside by Jordan Binnington. Back to the point. The Florida Panther defenseman lets it rip. It was blocked. Back comes McDavid skating backwards over the point. Back to McDavid. And that just failed to click. McDavid is putting on a skating clinic here as he gets it into the far corner for Stone. Leaves it for McDavid. Takes a bump and leaves it for Point from Esa Lindell. Braden Point looks sharp here this afternoon. Spins right wing circle. Behind the net for McKinnon coming off the bench. Changing in the offensive zone to get time and space. The play back to the point, though, vacated by Sanheim, and it goes down the ice.
Great shift by Connor McDavid and Mark Stone again trying to connect along with Braden Point through the neutral zone. They played so fast through the first 22 minutes of this game.
Nicholas Matinpalo gets it out to center, but it's too far for Lindell. And Team Canada back at it as Crosby chops it in. Reinhardt, our first intermission guest, gives chase. Crosby in on the right wing boards, keeps it in and keeps the play alive behind the net for Reinhardt. Tries to go to the point, but Luostarinen picks it off, and he comes back the other way. 2014 Cup champion loses it. Team Canada pokes it to center, where Ranger defenseman Urho Vakanainen gets it in deep. Luostarinen takes a bump. Puck comes to McKinnon in his own zone. Rink wide for Josh Morrissey. He pumps it in. As we have 17-17 on the clock, period number 2. 3 first period goals for Team Canada. Centering feed picked off by Makar to Bennett to Marchand. Konecny with a shot. Rebound. Marchand in front of the net. That was his best chance, but it just hopped over his stick. And back come the Finns 2-on-2. Capo Kakko down the right wing. Behind the net. Out the other side. Looking for Yoki Harju. Feeds it to Haula, who centers it, but a good defensive play once again by Travis Sanheim. Clear to the line. Not out. Now Sanheim gets it out, who's played very well so far in this tournament. In after it is Marchand. Bumping with Oli Mata, the two-time Cup champion with the Penguins. 16 and 17 comes away with it to Capo Kakko, who gets it in.
The last 3 times we've seen Finland come up the ice, we've seen 4 red jerseys in between the red line and the blue line doing a great job clogging the middle, not allowing any offensive zone time.
Hagel behind the net looking for Marner. Lindell is there. Near side for Granlund. Leaves it for Aho, and he's away. Aho tries to get in, and he can't. Active stick by Devon Taves. Gets it into Finnish territory. We're approaching the 4-minute mark here in period number 2. Team Canada leading as they come in 2-on-2, but it's called a gloved pass, and we get a stoppage.
Brendan Hagel doesn't necessarily agree with the linesman there on the glove pass. Looking forward to a 3-on-2 opportunity against Kevin Lankinen in Finnish defense, but certainly from here it looked like a glove pass, and now an opportunity to get a change as Devon Taves was out there with Drew Doughty on that shift, not Cale Makar. Interesting to watch that pairing, and again, watch the time on ice get allotted to the back end of Team Canada here with a 3-0 lead.
Face-off on the center dot. All face-offs in the NHL for a decade and a half have to be at the 9 spots. The linesman doesn't have to ankle pick and have a face-off, remember, just inside or outside the blue line.
chopping up the ice.
I showed my kids that the other day on one of the old school Bruins games. They're, what is going on? Why is there a face-off in the middle of the slot?
I love it. Puck comes to center where it's corralled by Mikko Rantanen. He was looking for Arturi Lehkonen, former teammate, of course. Too far, and Morrissey starts out far corner. Rink wide for point down the right side. Trying to spin away from Vakanainen. Leaves it there for McDavid. McDavid leaves it for Makar. Tries to go rink wide back for McDavid off a skate, and it bounces out to center ice. We're approaching the 5-minute mark here, period number 2. Team Canada 3, Finns no score. A regulation win by either team means they play the USA. If we go past 60 minutes, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it, and just like that, his second of the game, Team Canada is up 4-0.
What a forecheck by number 87, Sidney Crosby, the captain, getting in behind Finnish defenseman, making a perfect backhand pass out to Nate McKinnon, who makes no mistake, ripping it far side from the right bumper point of Kevin Lankinen underneath the blocker. 4-0. Nate Dogg is got 2 on the day.
Crosby, Reinhart, and McKinnon have looked very, very good, my friend. Lots of chemistry, a lot of things working.
No, they've done a really good job. And again, Sid getting in on the forecheck. We got a goalie change. UC Saros is coming in for Kevin Lankinen at 14:57 mark here, the second period, after Lankinen has given up 4 goals now on 13 shots. This is far from his fault. This is a mercy pull. This is a momentum change pull here for Team Finland as UC Saros gets back into the net after a 6-1 loss in the first game of this tournament.
And if somebody's just joining us now, they're thinking, well, it's an onslaught. Well, the early chances were the team in white, and Jordan Binnington had to make some key early stops.
Absolutely, and then you go back to the 2 saves he made on Rantanen and Barkov at the start of this period that would have made the game 3-1, and the 2-goal game, as we know in the modern day age, is nothing at this point. Huge saves by Binnington at crucial times.
Icing coming up against the Finns as Henri Jokiharju was looking for Rantanen. It goes by everybody and down the ice. The big boys have come out to play for Team Canada. 2 for Nate McKinnon. McDavid has 2 points. Point is scored. You just saw Crosby with the play right there. I didn't expect this, my friend. 4-0, and we haven't even hit the halfway mark yet.
No, and we talked about pressure and what that was going to do, and these guys have come up big with it.
Here's Marchand with a shot that's blocked. He gets knocked to the ice, spins, and gets it to Bennett. This is the 4th line that has Konechny on it now. Back to the point. Doughty with a shot. Loose in front. Bennett with a shot that ricochets high and wide. Here's Ole Mata on the backhand. He goes glassing out to get it to center. Lankinen pulled UC Saros in. He gave up 6 to the United States in the opener. A game that the Finns actually led 1-0. No icing on the play as Team Canada gets it out and down the ice and changes. Finns come back the other way. Arturi Lehkonen near boards. Throws one towards the net. Sticked aside by Binnington. Back to the left point for Nico Mikkola. Over to Esa Lindell. Off the boards to Arturi Lehkonen. The return feed didn't work, and now nothing's working for the Finns.
No, it's got to be frustrating over on the bench, being down 4-0 at this point in the game. It's tough to find momentum. It's tough to find motivation here to finish off the last 33 minutes of this game.
Here's Canada 3-on-2 led by Colton Parayko. He drops, drives, Hagel with it, back to Parayko. Has a man in front of the net, Cirelli. Couldn't get him the puck. Nico Mikkola did a good job of negating that play. 13-13 to go, period number 2. 4-0 Team Canada now. That last goal was McKinnon from Crosby and Reinhart. That's Reinhart's 2nd assist of the game. Cale Makar starting out at center. Up to Brandon Hagel. He flips it in, heads to the bench. McDavid's back on the ice. McDavid, right point to Makar. Back to McDavid. He's in a battle there with Aho. Aho comes away with it and starts out. At center, being chased by Braden Point. Good stick to knock it away. Nico Mikkola can do nothing but then send it into Team Canada territory. Mikael Granlund gathers the loose puck, sends it in. Nice play by Binnington to knock that one down like he's done it before.
That was very impressive. A little cheeky off the glass and goes the other way.
McDavid, his chance, thwarted by a good stick by Vakanainen. Mantipalo shoots it in and he goes off. Team Canada just pokes it out to center. Here's the thing about a 4-0 lead. We haven't seen the high flip from Team Canada yet, but if there's any trouble, blasting out is always a safe play. And when you're up 4-0, you're not as worried about the face-off in your own zone.
You're certainly not. You just play so much freer, right? And especially coming off of Saturday night. So much talked about yesterday, today, the stress, the pressure to come out and have a 4-0 lead, how freeing it is and how much easier it is to play the game and not have to push or press in any situations.
Line A, who's been very quiet, gets it in, and Team Canada skates it out. Travis Sanheim looking for Crosby, bounced over his stick. Nada has to reverse it behind the net to Henry Jokiharju. 11:30 to go, second period. I'm Steve Koulias along with Andrew Raycroft and the rest of our SiriusXM crew. Four Nations face-off action, another doubleheader. This is Game 5. Tonight it'll be USA without Matthew Tkachuk against Sweden. And if the score stays like this, it will just be a nothing game for the Swedes.
Yes, it will be, and it'll be an opportunity to, right? The chance to put your jersey on. We talk so much about that, and for the Trey Kroner to be able to have an opportunity to just go get a win, get a win out of this last 10 days.
Puck comes to the left point. Sanheim pumps it behind the net to Konechny, over to Bennett, waiting, looking back door for Marchand. It'd be great if he gets one here today in front of this crowd. Cup champion has it now, Marchand. Oh, he couldn't get a shot away as Nico Mikkola, even at 4-0, made a great play.
And it's more of a murmur with Brad Marchand. You can hear some of the Bruins fans expecting a goal there.
Mitch Marner at center, in over the line to Hagel, backdoor for Makar. His shot is blocked. I think Vakanainen got a shin pad on that. Marner in after it, comes back to Vakanainen in his own zone, far corner. He just chips it out. I don't think Rantanen touched it. Even if he did, he's at his side of center, so icing is a call.
Cool, you talked about after the McKinnon goal, the second McKinnon goal with Crosby and Reinhart, McKinnon really feeling chemistry early on. This fourth line as well of Konechny, Marchand, finding that, and Bennett, sorry, can't leave Bennett out of the play. They've played really well. They've had some really good opportunities to get on the forecheck. They've had a regular shift. Feeling really good.
McDavid off the draw, wins it to himself, goes around the net, centers to Makar, shot, save, Saros, loose in front. Oh my goodness, 97 is dancing all over it with 2 points tonight. Should he have taken that to the net raiser? Here's Point with a shot that goes wide.
Nah, the assist would have been even more incredible if Makar could pound that through.
Here's McDavid, right wing circle, leaves it for Makar to the net, backhand, it just slid off his stick. Makar has looked really good as Rantanen comes back the other way. McDavid back checking, steals the puck, and away they go. Point chips it in, only Mata has it now as McDavid goes to the bench. Under 10 minutes to go, second period. Third of the tournament for Nate McKinnon. Leads everyone in that category as Crosby gets it to Reinhart. Back to McKinnon. To the point to Parayko, lets a shot go from the right point. Knocked down in front there was Reinhart by Vakanainen, and it's brought up to center by Rope Hintz. Near side here for Mikael Granlund. Finn's going from right to left on your radio dial. Loose puck, right wing, or make that left wing circle. Pinching in is Nico Mikkola, centers for Aho. Rebound in front of the net. Oh, what a play by Reinhart. Even at 4-0, sprawling there to stop Aho in front. Back comes Henry Jokiharju. In over the line. Lets a shot go. Parayko gets a piece of that. Goes into the far corner. Bennett clears but not out. Lining. Backhand feed for Lindell. His shot is blocked. Bennett behind the net. Near side for Reinhart. He falls. Parayko reverses to Josh Morrissey. Sends it up to Marchand, but he can't get it out either. Laine through his legs to Lindell. Over for Luostarinen. This is the best foray by the Finns this period. Mata. High slot for Lindell. Left wing circle lets it go. I don't think Bennington saw it as it ricochets back to center.
Yeah, Finland, to your point, they've been able to change twice. They've been able to have 3 lines go through the offensive zone with good chances.
Laine with a weak shot dribbles to Binnington, and he'll smartly cover up. 7:48 to go, 4-0 Team Canada. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off live on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio.
Everybody that be living it up, we said.
Yo, what's up? It's Sirius XM Fly. I can't come to the phone right now because I'm over on channel 50 playing those 90s.
What's my name? Let's flip the track, bring the old school back.
And 2000s hip-hop and R&B throwbacks. Commercial free, 24/7. Pull up, channel 50, and at home with Sirius XM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices. Holla.
In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Klosterinen over to Lundell. He scores! The two Panthers on the same line combined. 3-on-1 for the Finns. Granlund shooting scores! Mikael Granlund in overtime. The Finns are still alive. They win. A thriller.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Time for new tires? Tire Rack has the top tires from world-class brands that will elevate your drive. Touring tires for commuter comfort, performance tires for sporty handling, all-terrain tires for on- and off-road adventure, dedicated winter tires for traction on snow and ice. Go to TireRack.com to get started. Not sure where to begin? Use their easy-to-use shopping tools to get a personalized tire recommendation. The right tires for how, what, and where you drive. Shipped fast and free to a recommended installer near you. Or choose the convenience of mobile tire installation. They'll bring your new tires to your home or office and install them on site. It doesn't get much easier than that. Go to TireRack.com to see their independent test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. And be sure to check out all the current special offers. Great tires and a great deal. What more could you ask for? That's TireRack.com. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
The world's fastest game.
Grab the puck for the Blues.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Shoot! Score!
Sirius XM 91.
Welcome back to live action from TD Garden here in Boston as the tournament is shifted from Montreal for games 5, 6, and 7. USA-Sweden tonight. 4-0 Team Canada. I'm Steve Coulias along with Andrew Raycroft and Razor. You couldn't draw it up any better if you're John Cooper.
No, you certainly couldn't. And whatever they ate for breakfast, whatever they talked about this morning, they showed up on time, got the 3 goals in the first period, and then were able to add on here in the second.
Face off to the right of Binnington, won by Barkov. Pinching in is Nico Mikkola. He goes behind the net and gets it. Spins away from point. The Panther defenseman centers it. Blocked in front by McDavid, who takes it away and sends it back to Doughty behind his own net. 97's been dancing from the opening faceoff.
He's been flying, and the best players, as you would expect in a one-and-done type game for Team Canada. We're talking about McDavid, we're talking about McKinnon, we're talking about Sidney Crosby getting on the score sheet.
Here's Barkov at center as we approach the 13-minute mark here of period number 2. Shots are 15-10 Team Canada. Saros is back in the net. Lankinen pulled 4 goals on 13 shots. And like you said, to change something because the big boys have been flying.
No, they haven't, and nothing that Lankinen could have done. Anytime you're a National Hockey League goalie, you're going to say, I could have done this, I could have done that. But at the end of the day, 4 great chances, 4 quick strike opportunities, 2 semi-breakaways, and it's pretty easy when you're faced a lineup like Team Canada. You need everything to go perfect, and unfortunately for Lankinen, it didn't do so.
Here's Parayko at center, gains the center red line, and sends it in. It's chipped once again. I think Henry Jokiharju put that over the glass and out of play. And not to be forgotten, Sam Reinhart with 2 nice assists.
He has had 2 really nice plays jumping on the line with Crosby and McKinnon, doing a nice job again finding that set. He's so good at finding the soft spot in the offensive zone, and he did so on the assist that went to Crosby and out in front to McKinnon on the 4th goal for Canada.
Rope Hintz wins the draw to Henry Jokiharju to the right of Saros. There's that high flip that we've talked about. But it's Hagel who picks it off and comes the other way with Marner. takes a hit to make a play into the far corner. Marner in after it with Ole Mata. Puck comes out in front to Cirelli on the backhand, and Saros had to make his best save since entering the game right there, getting a glove on that one. Left point, Morrissey. Right point up top for Parayko, leaves it for Marner. Spins away from his man Aho, leaves it for Hagel. Hagel with a shot through a screen, Cirelli on the doorstep, but Saros hangs on.
What a great opportunity by Cirelli. Finland ends up having 3 guys in the corner. Cirelli pulls out of, we're going to a break.
We'll come back and get your analysis. We have to make up. We got to pay you,
We got a lot of breaks. We got a lot of breaks to get in here.
Yes, we're back live in Boston after this.
Don't miss the biggest matches from the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Real Madrid hold a slight advantage as the tie shifts to the Spanish capital.
Real Madrid have done it! They've won it!
Can Man City pull off the upset and dethrone the defending champs?
Brings it to Haaland on the back post and a brilliant header!
Real Madrid versus Manchester City, Wednesday at 3 Eastern on Sirius XM FC Channel 157 in the car and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio.
Mike Johnson.
I'm going to start my campaign for Zach Werenski for the Norris Trophy. I think it's time. He currently has the most goals by defenseman. This is not the 84 Oilers he plays for. This is the 25 Blue Jackets. And this may be the most important part. He's got his team in the playoffs.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At LendSeek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours.
Canada fans, hockey fans, USA fans, Finland fans, Sweden fans, thank you for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider for every single game of the Four Nations Face-Off. Now is the time of the show. Please let us know where you are watching from in the chat. Are you in Canada? Let us know your city and province. If you're in the US, city and state, if you're all over the world, get that flag emoji in the chat. Let us know the country and the city that you're watching from and hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider, where we make a real world difference every single game. Now let's get back to the hockey. Thank you for participating and letting us know. I'm in front. A little bit.
Poked away by Esther Lindell behind the net. Design face-off play almost worked there, Razor.
To perfection. Sid found himself all alone in front. Tried to go 5-hole in Saros. He just closed at the last second.
Doughty near side for Reinhardt, who has 2 apples in the game. Looking for Crosby behind the net, picked off by Alexander Barkov. The Finn and Panther captain slowly skates it out to center. Looking for Rantanen. It was picked off by Sanheim, and he sends it in and heads to the bench. Under 6 to go here, period number 2. 3-0 Canada after 1, as the Finns are called for icing again. 18-10 the shots. Saros in for Lankinen. What a save.
What a save and a great opportunity against Sid all alone in front. You see Saros extends to his left, opens up the 5-hole. Sid tries to sweep it through the 5-hole and just misses his stop by a couple of, or his spot I should say, by a couple of inches. Saros' left pad gets a piece of it and keeps it 4-0.
Face off to the right of Saros, won by Team Canada. Makar up top for Konechny. That 3-man high play, Team Canada's executing it almost to perfection.
Another face-off play as well, cool.
Here's Bennett, back to the left point for Sanheim. Or make that Taves, he gets it to Makar, had no place, so smartly just threw it into the left wing corner, where Marchand has it now. Bruins captain to Konechny. Sends it towards the net block, gets it back again. Out in front to Bennett, shot. Marchand is there. Couldn't get a stick on it. Loose in the slot as Makar gets his stick free, sends it, looking for Bennett, but Saro's got to stick on that. Bennett lost the handle, and it comes to Mikko Rantanen. He sends it in and heads to the bench. Not a good shift for those big-name Finnish players.
No, it wasn't, and they got hemmed in after the initial icing. 2 face-off plays later.
Here's Yoel Armia, steals in front. What a save by Binnington. Eric Haula on the doorstep. Denied, but draws a penalty. Binnington with a great save. Our first power play of the game. When we come back, this is Four Nations Face-Off live on SiriusXM.
Clear the distractions and reclaim your focus with Classical Studyscape, a channel filled with calm and soothing symphonic sounds to help you concentrate and stay on track. Classical Studyscape, one of over 200 extra channels, available anytime, at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Hockey 24/7 on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Playing in the Four Nations Face-Off for Team USA. Connor Hellebuck.
How do you feel about getting a chance to play for USA?
The type of hockey it's going to be fun. There's going to be some high-pressure games. You're going to be putting your country's jersey on. You're representing your country. I think we're going to have a great fan base around us, and I'm really looking forward to what it brings.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91. And on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
What's up, hockey fans? All right, 4-0 Canada. We're doing it in a big way today. Let's go, Canada. I love it. The chat is fired up. And how cool is that? Macombo from Cuba subscribing. Thank you. You might be our first subscriber in Cuba. Here I am working on the camera that's hopefully only the lens is busted. So we can get better video up in here again, because I'm sick of this crappy webcam that came with this computer. So we got to get this fixed. Best Buy, my membership, total membership. Let's go. Accidental protection, volleyball parents being jerks. Don't even take responsibility for their actions. Somebody knocked it down, the tripod of like 8 tripods that were lined up behind the court at a national tournament. And person just kept on walking. Some guy was like, it wasn't me, sorry. So cheers to that guy. Sorry if I put you in a bad spot when we were at the game. Go Canada, go. Let's get the victory tonight.
Left side, shot, score!
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
Finns are on the power. Binnington.
Will save, reaching to his right, a little tip right in front of him with a great right pad save, and then extending just to get a piece of the rebound. While Finland was getting hauled down in front, they had their first power play opportunity with 4:35 left here in the second.
Seed of doubt, that's what the Finns are trying to do to break the goose egg as the draw is 1 to Barkov. 5 forwards, don't forget, Barkov to Laine. Top of the left wing circle, back to Barkov, running the show with a shot. Tipped in front, I think that was Rope Hintz, and it went over top of the net. Rantanen into Aho, back to Barkov. At the right point to Aho, right wing circle, plays it back to Barkov. Lets a shot go through a screen. Binnington sees it, stops it, it's loose. Loose puck. Hagel comes away with it and skates it out to center.
Nice job by Team Canada to bottle up in front of the net. Binnington lost track of that puck, but they do a good job collapsing and then clearing the zone.
Saves number 11 and 12 for Jordan Binnington. Stanley Cup champion in this building with the Blues, and that onslaught in the first period of Bruce Cassidy's Bees. Oh my goodness, he was unbelievable. Puck comes back to Barkov at the left point, rink wide to Mikko Rantanen. To Aho, Carolina teammates playing a little catch. At the point, Barkov has it now. Lets a shot go through a screen, blocked in front. Stone hits it just enough to get out to center. 3:25 to go in the third, 50 seconds in the minor penalty. Here's Binnington behind the net, leaves it for Sanheim. He can't get it out, kept in, Hintz, great play over to Rantanen. Fake shot pass, almost beat Binnington. Instead, Marner skates it out. Stone goes to the bench. Marner by himself, dragging the puck. Still has it, right in on goal. And he fires it wide of the short side. Time and space, too much time and space there.
certainly opened up, but that's when you have 5 forwards out on the ice. Rupe Hintz is the one back, and he doesn't want to get burnt by Mitch Marner. He's giving him a lot of room. Mitch Marner's more than happy to take it.
Good point by you, my friend. Cirelli and Hagel on the ice now, killing what's left of this penalty. Cirelli behind the net, can't get it loose. There's Hagel fighting for it as well. Anton Lundell has it as Devon Taves leaves the box, and we're back to full strength. Finns are 0 for 1 on the only power play of the game. Here's Lundell in front. What a save by Binnington. Rebound, another save on Kako by Jordan Binnington. Oh, baby. Binnington's on fire as Makar brings it back the other way. Not one, but 2 saves in tight.
No, the first one was so good as Finland tries to make an outlet play, but to go to he's going to his right. The puck gets tipped back to the left. He makes a huge left pad save and then gets himself into position for the rebound.
Here's Braden Point in over the line, behind the net now, out the other side. Left wing circle. Sends it back behind the net for Stone. Tries to play it to McDavid. He does. Who rims it near side to Doughty at the right point. To McDavid, top of the right wing circle. He was trying to go backdoor there for Sandheim. It was broken up, and another icing call against the Finns with, that's 97, right? Yeah, 97 seconds to go, which is fitting for a few different reasons.
It certainly is, especially this afternoon, the way 97 in red is played out on the ice, and we're just getting another look of that save by Binnington on Mikko Rantanen. Just a great job going to his right. Oh, I got a piece of it with his glove, actually, and then able to get back to the middle of his crease with the paddle down, taking away the rebound, keeping this 4-0.
Face off to the left of UC Saros, who's been perfect since he's come into the game for Kevin Lankinen. Not to blame, really, on any of the 4 goals. As Crosby, who set up McKinnon for one of his 2, loses it at center. There's Sandheim battling with his man, Lostarinen, and it's poked out to center ice. 1:15 to go in the second period. McKinnon throws it back in again. Saros behind the net. Reverses it here for Mantipalo. Gets it up to Eric Haula. Haula sends it into the far corner where Arturi Lehkonen is in a battle with Josh Morrissey. In comes Mikko Rantanen to Alexander Barkov. Right in on goal. Rolled off his stick. Lehkonen couldn't get a shot away. Crosby gets it out and had a chance with Reinhart, but nice work by Olli Mata, the veteran defenseman.
Olli Mata with a couple of assists in the prior 2 games for Finland. It's been good tonight again.
Here is Rantanen back to Mata at the point. Rink wide for Joki Harju with a shot. It dribbles to Binnington, who's taking no chances with officially 34 seconds to go in the frame.
No, and especially with the push that Finland's put on Team Canada here in the last 4 or 5 minutes of this second period. Jordan Binnington's had to play real big. Their Finland's up to 17 shots now, 19-17, almost even here late in the second period. And it doesn't feel like a lot, 4-0, 4-1, but it can change the tournament. It can change the way you evaluate the third period, how you manage minutes in the third period, which can be an advantage come the finals.
Yeah, and think about it, 4-1, then there's a minor and a puck over
3, a 5-minute penalty. Yep. Like, there's lots of different ways you can get back into this game from 4-1.
Under 20 seconds to go. Henry Joki Harju in his own zone. Up to Barkov, who's logging, not surprisingly, tons of ice time to try to get the Finns back in the game. Marchand chips it into Bennett, one-on-one with Mata. Spins away, gets it back to Cirelli with a shot. Left pad save by Saros. He kicks it out. That should be Canada's 20th shot. They've scored 4 times, not on Saros, on Lankinen. And it is textbook hockey for John Cooper and company.
It was all the way from Sidney Crosby to Connor McDavid to Nate McKinnon to Cale Makar, and then Jordan Binnington coming up big in the last 5 minutes of that second period, making 17 saves through 2 periods to allow his team to have a 4-0 lead.
Now do you manage minutes in the third, or you play Thursday? And Makar looks good, so why play that? Why play that game?
Well, you're going to manage minutes, but you have the best team in the planet, or the best 20 guys in the world that are used to playing 25 minutes a night, 20 minutes a night.
So they're already trimmed
They're
anyway.
playing 17. It's no big deal. It feels like a night off for these guys. And we'll keep Cale Makar under 28 minutes, so that's going to be a night off for him. But again, you can find different ways, and more importantly than anything else, cool, they're not pressurized minutes. If you can stay 4-0 all the way through the 20 minutes, it's nice and fun.
Joining us now is Tampa Bay Lightning and Team Canada centerman Anthony Cirelli. And Anthony, 97 when you're on the ice or watching him on the bench. Give us some insight what it's like having him as a teammate.
It's been unreal. I mean, he's unbelievable. Just the stuff that he does out there, the speed that he comes at guys, the plays that he makes. And I think the big thing is him without the puck, just getting back and getting his spots back on the back tracks, lift and stick. So it's fun to watch him play.
Anthony, a really good kill by you and your teammates there late in the second period. On top of all that, Jordan Binnington, some big saves for you guys to keep it 4-0.
Bender's been unbelievable all game, making save after save to keep it what it's at. I think we do a little bit of a job of getting lanes and stuff, but when we give stuff up, he's there to make save for us.
Anthony, good luck in the third period and the rest of the way.
Thanks, guys.
Anthony Cirelli, Stanley Cup champion, Memorial Cup hero as well. Speaking of heroes, one of ours, Scotty Laughlin, is standing by with the second intermission report. You'll get Scotty 2 minutes, 2 seconds from now.
Baseball season's almost here, and MLB Network Radio will get you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training. Hear team previews of all 30 teams as our experts talk with players, managers, and executives shaping the 2025 season. How does your team look? Our team will break it all down. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning February 22nd on SiriusXM Channel 89 and the SiriusXM app.
Four Nations Face-Off is here. Canada, USA, Sweden, and Finland face off for hockey supremacy.
Pass across. Allmark with a fabulous save.
Hear all the action on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, live from Montreal and Boston. Four Nations Face-Off.
Cheers, hockey fans. Cheers, Canada fans. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Pixel mapping is completed. Let's see if the new lens works. Let's take the lens cap off. Oh, my goodness. We are in business, ladies and gentlemen. This is so exciting. I am so smart. Wow. I'm so proud of myself for figuring out problems when they come. Anyways, there's no problem for Canada. 4-0 over Finland. Damn, they're getting it tonight, aren't they? Woo! Let's go, Canada. Let's be smart this third period. Come on, we don't want any issues. No injuries. The NHL teams do not want any injuries for their team. So, you know, let's get it. All right. The NHL teams do not want any injuries. That's better. Now the sound's a little bit better because I picked up my microphone. See what happens when you take lunch and you go eat lunch with the kids at the dining room table, and you leave the stream on, and you just got the game on your phone, trying to stay what's up. All right, Canada in the house. I love it. Where are you guys all watching from? We just hit 84,000 subscribers. What in God's name? This is crazy. 16,000 subscribers to go. I just talked to True. You see the logo right down here. True Killer on Discord. He's getting ready to jump on EAFC, play some champs matchups for my soccer team on my soccer channel. I'm a huge video game geek, all right? My dad would not let me have video games until I was like 13. You know what I got? When everybody else had like Sega Dreamcast and all that, I got Atari. All right? I love video games, and now that I get to play video games on my YouTube channel, see, Dad, I made it. I made it, Dad. All right. Love it. There you go. Sheila says, smart dad. Hey, it's like I tell my son, Tom, he has a lot of problems with the video games. He loves the video games. And a lot like I did when I was younger, but I didn't have them. So we're just going to have him start a channel up. And that way, when he is actually doing the sports video game thing or the Fortnite thing or whatever, at least we're going to build a channel for him. And, do the whole social media gig here from that perspective, because I don't want these kids dealing with social media. It's crazy out there. Back to the hockey and the intermission. Go, Canada, go. Oh, man, we got a rematch coming up if this all goes well, which hopefully it should, knock on wood, It should go fine, and that rematch is going to be crazy. USA, Canada. Are you ready? I'm ready. I'm excited. It's time for revenge. Let's go, Canada. Big third period ahead. Finish strong. Just stay focused. Let the kids play a little bit. Let the third line, fourth line stay out on the ice. Get that extra dig in. Get that extra bit of conditioning to send them back to the NHL teams. Let's go, Insiders. We'll see you in the chat.
Way to McDavid. Wrong guy, wrong time. McDavid working in on Montepallo, but the young Sens defenseman made a great play. He scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring after the giveaway. 1-0 Canada.
Connor McDavid gets his second of the tournament. He's been flying so far in the opening couple of periods. He scores at 4:13, unassisted as it turns out. A great shot that Kevin Lankinen really just could not get a beat on. He could not track the puck. It goes in off the goal post, and 97 gives Canada a 1-0 lead. Less than a minute later, there comes Canada once again.
Here's McKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate McKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. 2-0 Canada.
Just 46 seconds after McDavid opened the account, McKinnon, the other speedster, gets his second of the tournament from Reinhart and Hagel, and it was 2-0 for Canada. That goal comes officially at 4:59 of the opening period. Now, after the Finnish head coach Antti Pennanen had called a timeout to try to stem the tide, Canada would not take their foot off the gas. And why is that important? Well, if you go back to last Wednesday's game against Sweden, the opening game of the tournament, Canada led Sweden 2-0 through 13 minutes of play, seemingly everything under control, and then came period number 2, where they let the Swedish club up off the mat, back into the game. We know how it turned out. Canada had to work overtime for that opening game victory. So, with that in mind, Canada tried to make sure that they did not let Finland back into it. They figured if they got the next goal, they'd be looking pretty good. Getting the next goal, they would do just over 13 minutes into the opening frame.
Here's McDavid with speed, and as soon as he gets the puck, you can't take your eyes off him. Over to Sanheim, shot, save, rebound, they score! Braden Point on the rebound. 3-0 Team Canada.
Yeah, that McDavid Point Stone line that's been thrown together has been very good for Team Canada so far this afternoon. And so it's Braden Point on the board. His first goal of the tournament comes from Sanheim, who gets stopped. But it's Point who cashes in the rebound on the back end. McDavid also gets an assist, his second of the tournament. And after 20 minutes of play, it was 3-0 in favor of Canada. They outshot Team Finland by a count of 11-5 in that opening period. So, in the second period, the Finns you would expect in the opening moments of the frame would come on and have some sort of a push back in response. Sure enough, they did. But it was Jordan Binnington, the much maligned Canadian goalkeeper, who was standing tall.
Face off to the left of Binnington. Barkov wins the draw. There's a shot. Binnington with a save. Rebound. Another save by Binnington. That was Mikko Rantanen who let it go. Binnington with not one but two big saves there.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Binnington coming up big with a couple of big stops there, and that allowed Team Canada to increase their advantage. Just past the 5-minute mark of the second period, and it's another goal from Nate McKinnon.
If we go past 60 minutes, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it, and just like that, his second of the game, Team Canada is up 4-0.
Yeah, second of the afternoon, third in the tournament for Nathan McKinnon, make it 4-0. It comes from Sidney Crosby, just a great feed from the end boards out to Nathan McKinnon, who pulls the trigger. It is the Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia connection that comes up large. And Sam Reinhart, we talked about Reinhart being a little bit quiet the first couple of games for Team Canada. He picks up his second helper of the afternoon. That goal comes officially at 5:03, and that gave Canada a commanding 4-0 advantage. And from that point forward, a little bit more from the Canadian goalkeeper, Jordan Binnington.
Here's Yoel Armia, steals in front. What a save by Binnington. Eric Haula on the doorstep. Denied, but draws a penalty. Binnington with a great save.
Yeah, Binnington with a big stop there. As Cooley mentioned as well, a penalty drawn on it. Canada would kill off that power play opportunity for Team Finland. On that particular play, too, Jordan Binnington's goal mask collided with the face mask, the visor of Eric Halla, and Halla was down. Looked to be a little bit worse for wear. You could see the Canadian goalkeeper just kind of tap him on the pads and say, hey, sorry about that. That was an accidental collision. Regardless, Binnington making the stop and making save after save after save, as it turned out, through the first couple of periods of this game. And why not, to wrap up our recaps, wanted a couple of more saves from the 2019 Stanley Cup champion.
Here's Lindell in front. What a save by Binnington. Rebound, another save on Kako by Jordan Binnington. Oh, baby. Binnington's on fire.
Well, he has played well. You've got to give him credit. And we've talked about it coming in, right? We've talked about the fact that you need to make the saves that you're expected to make. And not only did he do that, but he made a couple of, I wouldn't call them 10-bell saves, but maybe about 5 bells, perhaps, when it will all said and done. Jordan Binnington doing his part. And again, when you're a goaltender, too, I mean, Andrew Raycroft will tell you this. I mean, you get a little bit more comfort in the fact that your team has got the run support for you this particular game. And that was the whole thing we talked about with Razor on the pregame show as well. When you talk about it being not just a goaltending breakdown, you talk about it being a team breakdown. And we harken back to the game-winning goal that Dylan Larkin scored going back to Saturday night at the Bell Center in Montreal. The game-winning goal results because Crosby turns the puck over and Team Canada has a tough line change. A bad line change, quite frankly, if we're being honest. And it leads to an odd man rush back the other way. Larkin does his best Mark Messier impersonation by shooting off the wrong leg and sneaks it over the pad and under the blocker of Binnington. That was the game-winning goal going back to Saturday. But that was Saturday, and this afternoon is this afternoon. And Binnington and Team Canada look like an entirely different outfit. They've had the game under control from the drop of the puck onwards. Shots in the second period, by the way, 12 for Finland and 9 for Team Canada. 12 for Finland, 9 for Team Canada. Make that 8. They've taken a shot away for Team Canada. They did register one towards the end, but they've since taken it away. And so the shots on goal through the first 40 minutes, 19-17 in favor of Team Canada. 19-17. But the big boys have shown up to play this afternoon. The guys that are expected to be your best players to lead the way. McDavid, McKinnon, Crosby. Let's not forget Sam Reinhart with a couple of helpers, as mentioned. He has had his best game of the tournament so far through the first couple of periods of this one as well. And barring something unforeseen, well, we know what's coming up on Thursday. We've got the second half of the doubleheader here on a Monday to bring your way tonight. It'll be the U.S. versus Sweden in a game that, quite frankly, will mean nothing more than pride to each side. Keep in mind, Jake Ottinger's already been tabbed as the starting goaltender for Team USA as well. 4-0 Team Canada after 40. When we come back, Steve Kolias and Andrew Raycroft take over once again. I will talk to you on the postgame show with Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period alongside. You've been listening to the Four Nations Face-Off Intermission Report right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Congratulations to the Super Bowl 59 champion Philadelphia Eagles.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts, world champion and Super Bowl MVP. Just talk about how that feels.
It's amazing. Just humbled, just trying to soak it in.
What an effort overall, dominant performance.
Yeah, it was a great team effort. You know, defense wins championships, and that defense played their ass off all year. It's a blessing to be able to win in multiple ways.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Anaheim Ducks, John Gibson. If a contender said we want John Gibson, is that something you'd entertain?
I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I kind of let my agent do all that, and I just worry about playing. That's where, I mean, I'm sure you guys know I've been in the rumors for probably 3 or 4 years now, so it gets old, it gets tiring, so I just worry about playing hockey and enjoying it because that's what it's all about.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt relief reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-8832. 800-515-8832. 800-515-8832.
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners could take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing employee who happens to now want 3 months off? Your Bambi HR manager will take care of that for you in your first week with us. You spend your time coaching your A players, we'll take care of the rest. I'm so confident that Bambi will help you focus on what you love about running your business that I'm offering a $1 trial to the service for your first month. Trust me, there are no limits to the amount of calls or questions you can give your Bambi HR manager. After your first month, just $29 a month for companies of any size. Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime.
Get a month of Bambi for just $1. Go to Bambi.com and type stocks under radio to schedule your first call with an HR manager right now. Go to BAMBEE.com, stocks radio.
Welcome back to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's coverage of Four Nations Faceoff. Canada versus Finland. Now time for third period action from TD Garden in Boston.
Oh, yes. Third period is moments away. I'm Steve Cooley, along with former NHLer, now a Bostonian, Andrew Raycroft. Place is packed. This is Game 5. Tonight, USA, Sweden, and maybe USA blank for the regulation winner of this game.
It is certainly trending at this point towards a rematch of that epic battle on Saturday night. But before we get to that point, Team Canada's got to finish the business here with 20 minutes left in this third period.
McDavid opened the scoring unassisted. McKinnon from Reinhart and Hagel. Point on a play started by McDavid, and McKinnon from Crosby and Reinhart, McKinnon, McDavid all have 2 points each. Here is Marchand, left wing circle, back to Morrissey in the offensive zone. Plays it behind the net. Bennett and Konechny are there. They can't come away with it. Pinching down the right wing boards is Parayko. He gets it in deep and goes back to his right point position. Near side, poked out to center by Esa Lindell, where Parayko has the puck in his own zone as the Finns change on the fly. Josh Morrissey of the Winnipeg Jets fires it in. Cirelli and Marner in after it. Henry Jokiharju gets it to the line, but Cirelli's there to keep it in with Hagel. Hagel pokes it through the legs of Henry Jokiharju, plays it near side, but nobody's there. Marner gets it from Taves, and here is Cale Makar. If you're just joining us, Cale Makar in, as is Konechny, but Makar the big story, and he's looked very good to you so far, Razor.
He certainly has. He's played 16 minutes and 11 minutes through 2 periods, leading Team Canada in ice time, and has been as smooth as silk.
Puck is shot down the ice into Team Canada territory where Devon Taves, Makar's Avs teammate, gets it up for McDavid. He loses it. Arturi Lehkonen brings it back the other way. Speaking of Colorado, former Hab, Stanley Cup champion as well, for Anton Lindell, who fires it in. Goes around Binnington, around the glass to Makar, left side to Taves behind the net, broken up by Lindell. In there to help out is Lostarinen, but Team Canada brings it out to center. McDavid chipping and going after it right on to UC Saros, who takes no chances.
And through 2 periods of play, so much was made about the injuries to the back line of the Team Finland, especially Miro Heiskanen. And through these 2 periods, you look at the depth on the back end. Nicholas Matimpalo, -3. Euro Vakanainen, -3 through the 2 periods. And unfortunately for Team Finland, they just got beat up by the injury bug going into this tournament, and it's really affected them, especially against Team Canada today.
Imagine that's Heiskanen and Rasmus Ristolainen. I mean, that's the truth.
It's probably not -3, right? It just probably isn't, or it's a different tenor of the game, different minutes for everybody. And of course, you can do the what-if game. It doesn't count. It's the scoreboard that matters, but it tells a story.
Here is Vakanainen, the aforementioned New York Ranger, gets it to center where Sanheim brings it back the other way. 28-year-old Manitoba native gets it in deep.
Finns just chip it out to center, where Drew Doughty spins away from his man to find McDavid. He's got 2 points in the game, 4 points on the tournament. Gets it in deep. Crosby in on the forecheck. No play there for Armia, so he just gets it back out to center. And Morrissey corrals it in his own zone. Here comes Team Canada in over the line. McKinnon to Reinhart. That play was broken up by Mata. Near side for Armia, who just falls down. Capo Caco knocks it out to center ice. As we approach the 3-minute mark of period number 3, regulation winner here plays the USA here on Thursday. We do not expect Matthew Tkachuk. He will not play tonight. Anything different with the goalie situation as a former goalie, my friend?
Jake Ottinger playing tonight, starting tonight. I was wondering if Connor Hellebuck, as the puck goes out of play, we've got a stoppage here. I was curious whether Connor Hellebuck would want to continue his run. Would he be okay with taking 4 or 5 days off? Would he want to keep it? Of course, we know he's a workhorse at the National Hockey League level, but Jake Ottinger is going to start tonight, giving Hellebuck a break and getting him ready for the final on Thursday.
I'm sure Jets fans will be happy with that, and Kevin Shovel day off. He won't play 70 games then.
One less game for him. One less game. It could pay off in the finals.
Here's Makar back to the point for Taves. It comes out to center ice as his pass was behind his defense partner, and they'll start out in their own zone. Here's Makar. Long lead feed from Marchand. He chips it in and goes in after it. Saros plays it into the corner. Konechny fires it around the boards to an open wing. Comes back to Makar, who vacated his positioning as he and Taves switched, I guess, with a one-time option. Konechny, left wing circle, chips it by Yoki Haru, plays it for pinching Travis Sanheim in front of the net, just off the stick of Marchand, who would love to get one here in Boston, Razor.
He certainly...
Oh, there's a chance.
He almost got it. He almost set one up there as I jump in, but he certainly wants one. He's had 2 good opportunities. That was a great play by Travis Sanheim. Talking about his offensive abilities to jump into play, showed it again.
Marner in front of the net. I think he was looking for Cirelli. It just went by him and back down the ice. 15:45 in the third. Hagel in his own zone leaves it for Josh Morrissey. At center for Marner. Gains the line at the left wing circle, brings it in for Hagel. Gets knocked to the ice, gives it for Morrissey. Tries to play it behind the net, doesn't work. Barkov just chips it out to center. You think we're going to see a push by the Finns right here?
Well, if we're going to, it has to be real soon, because you get into the last 10 minutes of a 4-0 game. We're seeing it even right now. Team Canada is doing a very good job ragging the puck, keeping possession, holding on to it, not making any excessive plays or risky plays, and just getting pucks deep. It's going to be, you need a push real quick, like we saw at the end of the second from Finland.
Yeah, and I don't see I don't know if I'd sit back in a 1-2-2 or a 1-3-1 down.
Might as well go now, right?
Might as well, I know, and I know they're so structured, so it's almost breaking the rules of Finnish hockey, but you got nothing to lose, as here's Anton Lundell in the right wing corner. Bumped off the puck, McDavid with it, plays it to the near side where Braden Point has it. He's scored in the game, set up by McDavid and Sanheim. Rink wide for Makar, and here he is starting a rush. Can't get by his man, Manton Paulo, so it comes to Lundell, who lets a shot go. Nice save by Jordan Binnington. That should be his 18th of the game for Team Canada. Here comes Nico Mikkola, fires it in. Binnington stops it behind the net, plays it near side. That's got to be 10, 15 puck touches for number 50.
Yeah, at least, and almost all of them have been perfect outlets.
Here comes McKinnon with a centering feed for Crosby. In the circle, lets it go. Hit the skate of Sam Reinhart, who has 2 assists in the game. Behind the net for Crosby. In Gretzky's office. Crosby to Reinhart. Oh, right pad save by UC Saros, as Reinhart was looking for his 3rd point of the game.
Yeah, and again, Reinhart's so good at finding the ice, the quiet ice. He goes way up high in the slot for a one-timer. Nice save by Saros.
Eric Holla chips it in and heads to the bench as we approach the 7-minute mark here of period number 3. If you're just joining us, Cale Makar is in And I'm Steve Coolius along with Andrew Raycroft as the puck comes to Arturi Lehkonen at center. Olli Määttä joins the rush to make it 4 Finns in over the line, but the play is offside. We'll take a break. Team Canada 4, Finns no score. This game is coming to you live from Boston.
The Four Nations Faceoff is on Sirius XM. NHL rivalries are set aside as the league's biggest stars play for national pride. Tonight at 8 Eastern, Sweden takes on Team USA.
Matthews scores! Holy mackerel! Yes!
It's the Four Nations Faceoff. Hear the action on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the Sirius XM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
Nashville, they stink. Barry, you made threats earlier. You got to follow through now. It's selling season, and you got to put the for sale sign out there. I don't know who you can get rid of, and I don't know who you want out of there, but this is a disaster. At some point, you got to try and cut your losses and start somewhere close to fresh. Barry better run up a phone bill. That's all I'm saying.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen.
Do it to get it. It's Beat Me in a 101. I'm just playing. Get the Angel Reese special at McDonald's now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At participating restaurants for a limited time.
It's Kaprizov on a 101 over the offensive line, pivoting.
Hockey comes alive.
With a centering feed, they score!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Deep cuts and all the hits that you know and love from Canada's favorite band, Channel 757, and on the Sirius XM app. Are you a hip guy?
Oh, of course. Gord was one of my favorite people in the entire planet. Got to know Gord because he loved the Boston Bruins. He loved Harry Sinden. He loved goaltenders. So I was lucky enough to hang with Gord and the band a bunch of times.
A shout out to Tom and Linda Raycroft listening in Belleville, Ontario.
They'll love that. There you go. Just up the street from the hometown of the tragically hip Kingston, Ontario.
I love it. I love it. Back come the Finns on a 3-on-2 rush, but a bad pass negates the play as Marner brings it back to Hagel near side. Hagel moves into the slot. Great stick handling, loses it momentarily. Olli Määttä starts the play up to Barkov. His pass for Mikko Rantanen behind him. You can see the frustration in his body language.
You could. 16 and 96. Very frustrated there. They had a chance to get out in the rush, and they're sensing that their tournament is about to end.
Henri Jokiharju up for Capo Kakko. The stick of Mark Stone breaks it up. Aho brings it back the other way. Backhanded shot. Binnington in the VH. I thought of you on the goal by Jonas Brodin, my friend. You know what I'm talking about.
I certainly do. Not a fan of the VH at times. That one was a little awkward for Binnington. Aho had a ton of speed coming down the right wing to Binnington's left. He expected Aho to go in behind the net, so he set himself up just outside of the net in the VH, and Aho tried to get him a little off balance, but Binnington held strong on the left post.
Here comes Connor McDavid in over the line, feeds it to Makar with a shot, and I think Saros, he hashed it again, right? Dominic hashed it.
He did.
Taves gets it behind the net for McDavid. He can't get to it. Shot by Rope, hints to the line, kept in by Stone. Rink wide for Taves. He and Makar switch spots. McDavid centers it for Stone. Broken up. Picked off by Mikael Granlund. They got no play, so he just flips it backhand to center ice.
No, especially with the line of McDavid, Stone, and Point going up against that third pair that we talked about in Vakanainen and Matanpalo. Good backhand. Granlund just getting it out, survive another day.
Crosby gets it in and misses it behind the net, but there's Nate McKinnon trying to chase it down. Esa Lindell pokes it out with the help of Anton Lindell, and it's out to center ice. Back comes Team Canada the other way. Crosby through the legs of Esa Lindell. battling right now with Losterinen. Crosby in there with Reinhart, loses it. Niko Mikula picks it off and brings it out to center ice. Tried a rink-wide feed. It was broken up. Now he just shovels it into the Team Canada zone, and this works for Team Canada because tick-tock goes the Four Nations clock.
Absolutely. Let that time run. No whistles. Let's make this last 11 minutes of the game go as fast as possible.
Erik Haula shoots it in. The ricochet off the boards. Ends up on the stick of Kaapo Kakko. He throws it towards the net. Broken up, and back comes Colton Parayko the other way. Sends it in. Jussi Saros out to play it to Olli Määttä. Up to Haula. There is Armia. He can't get it out. It's poked back into Henri Jokiharju, who has no play but to get it out to center. Armia gets it near side for Kaapo Kakko. That's a nice play. Kaapo Kakko looking for Erik Haula, the Devils centerman, but that puck went off the heel of his stick. 10:20 to go here in regulation time. Back to the point. Manton-Paulo with a shot. Ricochets off Parayko into the corner. Comes out to center where Brad Marchand has it now. The Bruins captain turns 37 in May. Leaves it for Travis Konecny. Flyers winger lets a shot go. Goes off Armia and wide. 10 minutes exactly on the clock here at TD Garden. We are 10 regulation minutes if this keeps up from you-know-what on Thursday night. Razor.
Well, are we calling it the rematch already, or we got to come up? You got to come up with a name here in the next couple of days. Cool.
Here comes Cirelli. Has Marner in front of the net. It went off Saros and into the far corner. Marner rink wide for Hagel. Left wing circle with a shot. Blocker saved by Jussi Saros. Back behind the net. Manton-Paulo tries to get it out. He can't. Mitch Marner gets it in deep. Mitch Marner having a very good game, maybe his best, minus the overtime winner against the Swedes, as that shot on Saros is off his blocker, and he covers up. 4-0 Team Canada. This is Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
24/7 Hockey Talk.
Vegas Golden Knights General Manager Kelly McCrimmon.
Alex Pietrangelo, his decision to have to step aside.
Cheers, hockey fans! What's up, insiders? 4-0 Canada. This one's all but over. Hope you are all having fun in the chat. Please let us know. It's the time of the show. Please let us know where you're watching from today, this afternoon. For me, here in Chicago as a transplant fan, but I know there's so many hockey fans, Canadian hockey fans, that are hanging out with us right now all over the world. Please let us know. City and province, city and state, flag emojis in the chat as well. Please check out the link that I just put in the chat and go check out Steve Dangle's live watch along over on his channel. Insiders, Leafs fans, you all know Steve Dangle. Canada hockey fans, I'm sure a lot of you already know Steve Dangle. But go over there, say hi, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well, and cheer on Canada for a few minutes. Let Steve know that we're here and we're watching and we're hanging out over on his stream as well. Go, Canada, go. Let's finish this one strong. We'll see you back in the chat, insiders. Or maybe see you over at Steve Dangle's show. I'm going to head over there now. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Canada, go. Anybody ready for that rematch? Ha-ha! Yeah. Sorry, I got to mute out the music there, or YouTube will make bad things happen.
With Andrew Raycroft, 4-0 Team Canada against Finland. Regulation winner plays the USA Thursday. How is John Cooper managing ice time?
Well, it's a thing of beauty if you're John Cooper with this 4-0 lead. Bennett has played the most minutes as a forward in 13-13. Travis Konecny's played 11:07. That's the least amount of the 12 forwards. Everybody else is in between those 2 minutes. Connor McDavid playing 12 minutes and 52 seconds through 50 minutes of hockey is like a night off for him.
I love it. Great stuff. And it would be even better, perhaps, if it is an all-North American final, as Sanheim, in from his left point position, has looked very well, looked very good, skated very well, and has played very well for John Cooper. 9 minutes to go now in regulation time as Mikko Rantanen has it behind his own net, starting out. Drop pass, leaving it for Esa Lindell, the Stars defenseman, for Barkov, who couldn't get it in. I don't feel the sense of urgency. Maybe the Finns understand their fate. Where are the rushes, Razor?
Well, the hard part is the way Team Canada's playing, too. Give them credit. They're sitting back. Their defense have done a great job. Devon Taves, Cale Makar, they've stepped up so well in the neutral zone. Their structure in between the two blue lines here at TD Garden have been so good. And right now, Finland doesn't have an answer. They can't find a way through. They don't have enough speed through the neutral zone. And yes, with 8:33 left, down 4 to this Team Canada team, your fate's somewhat sealed.
Faceoff is just outside the Team Canada blue line. Rope hints with Nate McKinnon. Puck controlled by Parayko in his own zone. Rink wide for Morrissey. D hinge back to Parayko. Up to McKinnon looking for Crosby. Broken up and knocked out to center. Morrissey spins and puts it back in. As we approach the 12-minute mark of period 3 of a 4-0 game. Reinhart, McKinnon, McDavid all have 2 points in this one. And the scoring started early, unassisted by McDavid. Next shift, McKinnon, and Team Canada off to the races. 8 minutes to go in regulation. As Holy Matter gets it up on the left side. Rink wide feed, Aho to Anton Lindell. He has it in the right wing corner. Being watched there by Devon Taves. Scrum along the boards. 3 red sweaters as Crosby tries to poke it free. Instead, it comes to Aho. Up top, lets it go. Goes off Makar and into the corner. Cale Makar in the lineup for Team Canada. Mikael Granlund behind the net. Back to the right point to Manton Paulo. Up to Anton Lindell, who just couldn't keep it in. It's poked out to center. 7:20 to go, Razor. Far side to Lindell from Aho, who goes to the bench. Binnington sets up shop behind his net.
Yeah, for Team Canada, with 7 minutes left, it's all about not staying in your zone too long, not having to block shots, have good structure, get out of your zone quickly, and let that clock run as quickly as possible.
Makar fires it in, heads to the bench. Under 7 minutes to go now as the puck ricochets out to center, where Rantanen gets it up for Nico Mikkola. Play broken up. Lindell follows up and gets it in deep. Doughty to his partner Sanheim behind the net. Lindell gets to it, has a shot, and he scores! Esa Lindell, not known for his offense. He goes far side on Binnington. Hang on a second. 6:41 to go. The Finns are on the board.
They are, and it's a nice shot by Lindell. The big lefty uses his reach to go far side on Jordan Binnington underneath the blocker. Canada kind of had possession, but they certainly lost track of Lindell over to the left of Jordan Binnington. And again, just that quick shot goes off the post and in, beating Jordan Binnington, making it 4-1. Now they have an opportunity to get Saros out possibly here in the last 6 minutes, make a little push, and again, you never know in these games.
Where are you on a 3-goal goalie pull, Razor?
Well, we talk a lot about it on the DR. We talk about, I'm not a goalie pull guy, but in this kind of a game, absolutely get him out as early as possible. Try and make it 4-2 as quickly as you can.
6:24 to go. We get a stoppage at the Team Canada blue line, offside from the original pass. So there's a goal, and the good thing about that goal, nobody's going to be questioning it from Victoria to Newfoundland.
No, of course not. We'll forget about it. That's right.
Pretty good shot, right?
It was a good shot. It was a really good shot. And again, because of the way it quickly came out of the corner, it wasn't a complete turnover. It wasn't, Team Canada didn't have full possession, but it was a little of a bobble or a weird play off the boards. Probably Binnington not quite as ready as he typically would be.
Stone to Crosby with a shot from the left wing circle. Looks like it went off. The goal score for the Finns, Esa Lindell, and out of play with 6:14 to go right here Regulation winner plays the United States. You alluded to, no Matthew Tkachuk, no Hellebuck tonight. Jake Ottinger will get the call. This is game 5 of 7 in a very well-attended series so far.
Extremely well attended. The crowds have been incredible, and to be out here for Boston in the first game without Team USA on the ice and have a full barn, it's pretty cool and telling about this tournament.
Here's Stone off the draw, or make that Braden Point off the draw, back to the right point for Parayko with a shot at the goalpost. Colton Parayko lets it go from the right point off the post. McDavid steals, drops it for Stone, back to McDavid. He tries to one-touch it into the corner. Under 6 to go now in period number 3. Ole Mata at center for Sebastian Aho in over the line. Loses the handle. Rolls to Binnington. He plays it near side, and Stone makes the smart play, gets it out. I don't think, no, not enough for icing. 5:35 to go.
Has a goalie ever scored in the World Cup of Hockey?
No.
Okay. All right.
And I've seen them all. You wouldn't even know that because I'm an 88 birth.
I wish an 88 birth. I wish.
Cale Makar behind his own net. Flips it to center to Crosby. Far side for Nate McKinnon in the right wing corner. Plays it there for Reinhart. Self-chip. Had it behind the net momentarily. Crosby in to help out. McKinnon back to the point to Makar. Time and space. Makar with a shot. Knocked down by Soros. He couldn't grab it with under 5 to go now. Rolls to center to Patrick Laine. I don't think I've called Laine. Well, go ahead. Finish the sentence.
I was just going to go there. We have not said Patrick Laine's name very much tonight at all.
Mantampalo has it now as Saros goes to the bench. The pull's at 4:42. 6 attackers for the Finns. Puck is cleared by McKinnon but not out. Mikael Granlund with a shot loose in front. And finally knocked out to center ice as McKinnon had a bobble there.
He certainly did. He had full possession, 5 feet inside Team Canada's blue line, went for the little flip and flubbed it, and that turned into a good opportunity for Finland the other way.
Barkov to Rantanen and over the line, near side for Ole Mata, too far. And Sanheim goes glassing out as we approach the 16-minute mark. Lindell up for Rantanen, poked off his stick by McDavid and company. We'll have to try it again. Here's Esa Lindell, rink wide for Mikael Granlund. Now Dallas Star teammates for 4 games. We get a stoppage with 3:58 to go. Team Canada 4, Finns 1. This game is coming to you live from Boston on Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
You're driving. They're honking. You're driving. They're screaming. You're driving. Change your mood. With Sirius XM Comedy, they're honking. You're laughing. From the newest Netflix specials to the kings of Southern comedy, Jeff Foxworthy and Larry the Cable Guy.
Get it up.
From uncensored Kevin Hart to clean comedy to quiet them kids. Sirius XM Comedy has it all. From channel 93 to 99 on your Sirius XM radio.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Rupp, NHL teams that can...
Cheers, insiders, hockey fans. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Just by being here, you are making a difference with our donation every single game to SickKids Hospital in Toronto. SickKids has affected my life because I wouldn't be here today if it was not for the work that they've done. And I know that it's affected a lot of your lives as well as extended family members. Anyways, I just wanted to say we wrapped up the football frenzy where we did every single game of the college football playoffs and the NFL playoffs live and hung out together and had a good time, kept it classy, and now the donation's over $1,200. Get ready for March Madness, everybody. We're going to be starting up a campaign for the 2025 Create 100K. Go check out the community posts and you'll see the 2024 results after the MLB playoffs. Let's get back to the hockey. Good luck to your team.
Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-722-1144. 800-722-1144. 800-722-1144.
Here comes Russ. The biggest names in the game.
Back in front, they score! Crosby puts it home.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Welcome back live to TD Garden in Boston. Four Nations face-off action, Game 5 of 7. USA in the final on Thursday. They play Game 6 of this Four Nations tournament tonight against Sweden with Jake Ottinger in net. Canada's leading 4-1. 6 attackers for the Finns. Granlund with a shot from long range on Binnington, and he almost tried what, Razor?
I feel like he's going to give this one a rip. That had a pretty good opportunity. Finland was able to get on top of him early enough, but this is a perfect opportunity in a tournament like this, being up 4-1 with 3 minutes left, a 3-goal lead, the way Binnington can play the puck. I'm just saying, it's a long stretch, but it's nonetheless, I'm going to throw it out there.
If it happens, Razor, I hope you've got your lottery tickets. Face-off controlled by Patrick Laine. Left wing corner, spinning away from 2. To Barkov with a shot, tipped in front, over top of the net. 3:40 on the clock. Finn, 6 attackers, trailing 4-1. Mikko Rantanen back to the point to Barkov. Right wing circle for Rantanen, looking for the high tip like the Sedins. It was deflected, but not on net. Doughty along the boards, kept in by Laine. Doughty another chance, can't get it out. Reinhart has McKinnon, empty net, and Barkov with a kick save and a beauty.
He could do everything. He could be one of the best goalies in the National Hockey League. I would not be surprised if he has that ability. He's so good at everything.
Finns dump it in, but the puck ricochets off Mikko Rantanen and out of play with 3:09 to go. 4-1 Team Canada.
And if you're John Cooper and the coaching staff at Team Canada, it's not the worst thing in the world to have to deal with this on a 6-on-5 situation, work on things a little bit, try and get people in the right position. It's not necessarily what you wanted to have happen 5 minutes ago when you're up 4-0 and just get out of the game, but you can use this as good practice time and have an idea where everybody's going to go.
Great point by you, my friend. Face off to the left to Binnington, who has stopped 21-22. Finns win the draw again. Aho with it. Pokes it to Rantanen. Along the near boards. Comes to McDavid. Can't get it out. Barkov keeps it in. McDavid swats at it. Doesn't get out. In the right wing corner for Aho. Being watched by Morrissey. Parayko around the boards, but Laine's there. Back to the left point for Mikael Granlund. To Barkov near side. To Granlund up top. To Laine in his office with a shot. Binnington makes the save, and he'll hang on.
Good job by Jordan Binnington covering, holding on. At this point, you take 5, 6, 7 whistles to get through the last 2:38 of this third period, being up 3 goals. And John Cooper, again, puts another 5-man unit out there for Team Canada. They talk through Cale Makar, telling everyone where to go off of this face-off to the right of Binnington.
6 forwards on for the Finns. No surprise. Draw one by Team Canada. Point. Makar gets it down the ice with the help, I think, of Marner. And icing coming up with 2:31 to go right now. 27-23 the shots, and all things considered, minus the Esa Lindell goal, things have gone very well for Cooper and company.
They certainly have, and Jordan Binnington's been great. Cale Makar looks healthy. The forward lines that were shuffled all contributed in big ways. It was nice, calm, not a lot of stress all the way through.
Laine on the draw with a shot. I think that was a skate save, left skate save by Jordan Binnington. That goes in. We got 2:22 to go in a 2-goal game. Instead, it's flipped out to center ice. As we approach the 18-minute mark, Laine in front of the Team Canada bench brings it in to Aho, fires it around the boards near side. Mikko Rantanen leaves it for Mikael Granlund. Stone gets it to the line, but not out. There's Barkov again, playing the role of Mika Kiprusoff, keeping it in. Rantanen ring it wide for Laine. Oh, that's his best chance of the game. Wow. Rantanen to Laine, missed the net. Under 2 to go in regulation. Here's Rantanen. To Rope Hintz, back to Barkov at the point. Laine again in front. One save, another save. Laine again. Granlund scores! Mikael Granlund buries it. 1:40 to go. Don't go anywhere. It's a 4-2 hockey game.
Hold the phone, Cooley. We've got some hockey left to play here with 1:40 left. And the overtime hero, Mikael Granlund, from the team Sweden the other night, comes through and punches home the rebound after a great pass from Laine. The original play went over to Laine. We talked about that's his office. He didn't get all of it. Looked for the pass, but Jordan Binnington really overplayed it. Ended up getting outside of his crease, over on the right side of his net, out into the white paint. Puck goes back to Laine. He just gets it to the middle of the ice, and Granlund has the entire open net through Binnington's pads. Can't find it.
He lost his stick on the play. I don't know if that was him or his defense partner, but we've got $1:40 to go. Saros is back in the net for now. Finns win the draw. Granlund in his own zone. Again, 5 forwards are on. It'll be 6 as Barkov starts out and Saros goes to the bench. Under 90 to go. They pump it in. McDavid gets it behind the net. Sends it to an open wing, goes in after it. Rantanen's there first. Here's Barkov in front of the net. They score again! Mikael Granlund! Oh my goodness! 2 quick goals. It's 4-3. Team Canada's hanging on.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Michael Granlund with an unbelievable shot. High blocker on Jordan Binnington, but Team Canada, no communication down below. Connor McDavid bumped it. Drew Doughty didn't pick it up. They lose track behind the net. Play gets moved out in front. Michael Granlund all alone in between the hash marks. Rips it high to the right side. Great pass by Sasha Barkov. Now we're nervous if you're Team Canada. Now this is not fun in any way whatsoever.
They shoot the puck down the ice, and it'll be no icing on the play. That's maybe a bit of a break. 65 seconds to go in regulation. Hold on to your hats. Saros goes back to the bench. Rink-wide feed for Granlund. Knocked off the puck. Crosby into the empty net. He scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. Team Canada, sigh of relief. They lead 5-3.
And leave it to Sid. The first intense play for probably 40 minutes of this hockey game where Sid steps up, and the first body check we've seen in this game for a really long time as well. Sid steps up, hits Michael Granlund, puck bounces back to him, and the captain says enough is enough here, fellas. Makes it 5-3 with 55 seconds left in the game.
So Sid with the check. Reinhart had the presence of mind not to go for it, to give it back to Sid for his third assist. 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, and then, oh my God, this game shouldn't have been this close, Razor.
No, it wasn't the entire time, and all of a sudden.
Back come the Finns, and Saros goes to the bench again. In is Granlund, looking for the hat trick. It ricochets out to center to Aho, sends it in to late offside. Bennett with it now at the empty net. It's wide. Marchand did not win the race to the puck. So with 34 seconds to go, 5-3, face-off in the Team Canada zone.
Offside.
It was offside.
Marchand was offside, not icing.
Good catch by you, so that saves Canada about 100 feet.
Yes, sir.
I knew I'd loved you as a partner.
Oh, this has been awesome. It's only going to get better this week, too.
Finns win the draw. They put Saros back in net. Nope, he heads to the bench. Doughty tries to flip it out. He fans on it. Kept in by Rope Hintz. 20 seconds to go. Behind the net, Sanheim. Can't get it out. Rantanen to Barkov. Finns they're not going down without a fight. Laine in front of the net. Saved by Binnington. 10 seconds to go. Back to the point to Barkov. Shot wide. Laine. Left wing circle with a shot. Binnington the save. Oh my goodness. Aho misses the net. The game is over. Buckle up, North America. The rematch here Thursday night. Team Canada, USA for the World Hockey Championship right here.
And we're getting a large round of applause from the crowd. I think it's just as much for the matchup that we're getting on Thursday night than the actual performance here today from Team Canada. As good as it was for 57 minutes, 56 minutes and a half, that last is going to leave Team Canada coaching staff a lot to be desired and give them a lot of video to watch over the next couple of days, because you can't have that kind of 6-on-5 performance Thursday night.
Yeah, against the team they're playing Thursday,
Oh, mama.
You're shaking hands.
Yes, no question, no question. So again, coaches always want something to work on. They always want something to crack the whip on, and they will certainly have the 6-on-5 video to be watching over the next couple of days. Beyond that, a great performance by Team Canada.
See how one goal changes everything?
4-1, that's right. And if that happens at the end of the second, the game changes so quickly, right? The game changes so quickly in this one and done, and how many great players there are.
3 stars of the game being announced. No surprise, 64, who scored the overtime winner against Sweden. Scores 2 goals in this game, is star number 3. Connor McDavid, star number 2. Maybe Reinhardt or Nate McKinnon? Probably Nate.
Probably Nate with 2 goals. My good friend Bob Sweeney down there, head of the Boston Bruins Foundation, former Bruin. One of the greatest guys going. He's handing out the Player of the Game award.
I hear the Rolex watches.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I heard.
Oh, I should have played. Okay.
And it is Nate McKinnon with his 2 goals. He made it 2-0, of course, and has the game-winning goal when we thought at 4-0. We were going home a little earlier, but Mikael Granlund and Esa Lindell had something to say about that. The end result is it was a great first with the onslaught and a great finish to this game. Canada kept it quiet in the middle. Had the Finns been more aggressive in the middle, we might be going to overtime.
You're right, and if Jordan Binnington doesn't make the saves as he does at certain times throughout the first period, late in the second period, early in the third, this game would have been a little bit tighter a little bit earlier as well. So they did a very nice job, Team Canada did, getting that early lead, playing with that early lead, or playing with that lead throughout the game until 6-on-5, and they really struggled 6-on-5. Almost deferred too much to each other, didn't really necessarily take the bull by the horns until it was the captain, 87, at the center ice dot, laying a body check, getting the puck, and finishing it off.
I don't care if it's minor hockey to the NHL, it also shows you not to take a moment for granted. It's one thing if this is a November Columbus-Nashville game, but when you're in a game to eliminate, to move on, and I go back to the Nate McKinnon flip. At that point we thought, he could, if that gets out, I don't think the little comeback happens.
No, exactly. Because it turned into an icing that turned into a play down at the other end. It turned into the next goal. And you're right. It's, again, best on best is going to expose all of these little margin, all these little errors get magnified so much more when you have a guy like Michael Granlund getting a pass from Barkov with Patrick Laine on the backside. This isn't normal hockey, these games.
Brandon Hagel joining us now of Team Canada. Honestly, were you a little nervous there at the end?
I think it became a 1-goal game, so obviously at that point, but we got the guys on the team that can finish it out, and Sid did that for us.
Brandon, despite that last 2.5 minutes, it was a great effort from you guys. Tell us about that, right? Especially right from the start, getting that early lead.
Yeah, I think we just played the right way. Just got pucked in. Just played smart hockey, winning hockey. Never really turned anything over. Guys were dumping in pucks, and just simple hockey won us that game.
What are you looking forward to on Thursday, the rematch, Team Canada-USA?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to be unbelievable. No words. We're going to be out there playing for the flag on the front of our jersey.
Brandon, enjoy the victory. We'll talk to you Thursday night.
Thank you.
Brandon Hagel, Team Canada, and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Final score, woo! Team Canada over Finland, 5-3. Razor, great job. I'll see you in a few hours.
Yes, sir. Get your rest, get your lemon, get your tea. Good to go.
I'll do it. I got it right here. They take care of me. Scotty Laughlin, Dennis Bernstein. The postgame show is next.
Raptors Nation is on Canada Talks.
Barrett now driving on the far side, got to the baseline, jackknife pass out on the perimeter to Boucher. Long, high looping triple is good. The Toronto Raptors beat the Golden State Warriors 104-101, and right in front of us, a big-time fist pump.
Your home for the Toronto Raptors. Canada Talks, Sirius XM 167, and the Sirius XM app.
The
This is former MLB General Manager Steve Phillips with an important message for fantasy baseball players. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, I'm joined by former Major League pitcher Jensen Lewis, and we'll talk fantasy baseball to help you draft a winning lineup.
You can't go wrong with the number one pick in this year's draft, but I love Bobby Witt Jr. over Shohei Ohtani.
We bring you our big league experiences to provide you with the fantasy baseball advice you crave. It's the Fantasy Dugout tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Music for us, by us.
And that's the way I like it.
Celebrate Black History Month with a channel dedicated to the voices pushing the culture forward.
You wanna tweak it up with me and I'ma show you how that goes.
Serving up a blend of hip-hop and...
What's up, insiders? All right, sorry, I put the webcam, I was trying to get the second angle put up here, but it didn't work. So, we'll hook that up later for the USA and Finland, no, USA and Sweden game. Sorry for getting that messed up there. All it is a practice game for the United States of America at home to get ready for the championship. The rematch. United States and Canada, Thursday night. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to hang out with all of you then. But first, we've got that game, because that's what we do here on Toronto Sports Insider. We hang out together, we listen to the game live, we cheer on our favorite team, and we raise money for SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Now, I'm going to play some video games, get some NHL 25, maybe do some Four Nations simulations during the intermission tonight, during the USA game at 7 o'clock. I got to drive around kids to practices, all that business. Hopefully, TSI Allison will be home. Drive safe, babe. And go, Bella, go. I hope you kick some butt in your last game in St. Louis. Do good. Good luck, Fierce. Go, Fierce, go. We'll see you back in the chat, everybody. I'll let the postgame run, as always, for the rest of the game, probably 45 minutes to an hour. We'll just let it run. Hang out, chat it up, talk about the next game coming up, preview the next game coming up. Ooh, it's exciting. Let's go, everybody. God, I gotta calm down. It's only 3 o'clock. I haven't even started drinking yet. Where's my water? Cheers, everybody. Go Leafs, go. Go Canada, go. It's time to show the world how to bounce back against the United States on Thursday night. Cheers, insiders.
End the game if you're Canada. I'm sorry. Up 4-0 and you're sweating out the last minute and 10 to win the game. It's very, very interesting. And look, Finland made their tournament on Saturday when they beat...
Sure, you said that.
When they beat Sweden.
That's right.
They hung around there. What do we say? They're pesky Finns. They were pesky until the last minute 15, and then, obviously the empty net goal shielded. But as Razor was walking out, I said, that's not the way they want to end the game. And he said, but now the coaches have video to show the last, period and a half that you have to close the game better. You're going to have to finish it better against the U.S. on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, let's put the wraps on a real courageous tournament.
Great work.
Hey, Byrne. You're awesome. Cheers for all your help in the NFL playoff games. But come on, bro. What are you doing? Repeat that. I'll repeat that when you grow up, sir. Nah, I'm just messing with you. So much fun here on TSI, keeping it classy. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Canada.
You say for them to beat Sweden, to come back to win on Saturday afternoon at the Bell Center, and to come back tonight to be competitive and not roll over against Team Canada when they were down 0-4 in the third period. Came back to make it interesting. I think Antti Pennanen has got to be proud of his team, and he's got to think, you know what, we probably went as far as we could, given that they were undermanned.
Yeah, and maybe it's a different outcome if Heiskanen was playing, if he wasn't injured. And big picture, Scotty, it sets the scene for the Olympics and the next World Cup because this is something to build off. You should, if you're a Finland fan or a player or management, you have to be proud of the performance. They were playing for something, and granted, they were down 4-0. I thought the horse was out of the barn, but obviously they came back and rallied. But this is a great platform to build off of for international play going forward.
Well, yeah, and they cut the lead to 4-3, and then it was like, okay, John Cooper said, okay, enough messing around. We're up 4-3. We're barely hanging on here.
Right.
Let's put the captain on the ice.
Yes.
Okay, so he puts the captain on the ice, and Granlund had his success with a couple of late goals there, and then Granlund collides with Crosby at center ice. The captain is the first back to his skates, and then he whacks a rolling puck into the empty net to seal it and saying, okay, that's it. Now we're officially going on to Thursday. But if you're Team Canada, you're happy with a couple of individual performances. Number one, McDavid was outstanding for the first half of the game, I thought as well.
Agreed.
McKinnon was great throughout. He got the first star, player of the game honor that came his way. And give Jordan Binnington credit. Like, I looked at the goals that they scored in the waning moments, and they were not his fault. And I think that in the first 40 minutes in particular, there were times where he made some big-time stops. So as much as you want to malign and wonder about and criticize Jordan Binnington, I thought the first 40 minutes he made a couple of key saves there to allow Canada to kind of breathe easy up until the last couple of minutes of the game.
Yeah. From like half the game on, from the middle of the second on, up until then it was a rocking chair game, a term I love to use. And then he had to make some big saves, and he did make big saves. So you can weigh that against the late rally against Finland, but it's a win. They move on to Thursday night, and we'll see. I assume he's going to go again, but it was a very intriguing game. It's fun. When it got to 4-3, I was standing behind Cooley and Razor. I ran back to my seat. I'm like, could it be 4-4? And that would have been, well,
sure.
Who knows? Who would have happened by then? But again, I like the way Binnington played because he answered the bell. I'm sure that there was criticism of his play, and he came through with a victory.
This also adds a little bit of a different element to it tonight. The U.S. will take on Sweden tonight. The Swedes are going back to their respective NHL cities after tonight's contest as well. What do they have to play for tonight? Team USA knows they're playing on Thursday. So how much is it going to affect the U.S. that it's already been determined?
Yeah.
You can't go out there and play not to get hurt.
Because you'll get hurt.
You'll get hurt that way, absolutely.
In this game, you will.
And we know the U.S. is making a change. Jake Ottinger is going to be the starting goaltender. Jeremy Swayman's going to back up Ottinger. Hellebuck's not going to dress, and that's the way you probably should handle the situation.
Yep.
And now, obviously, Chris Kreider draws in for Matthew Tkachuk.
Yep.
Brady said earlier today, don't worry about my brother. He'll be good to go for Thursday.
Great to hear.
So that's great news for sure for Team USA
Hopefully it's
fans.
not a smokescreen because you know those guys. They like to tweak everybody.
Absolutely.
So you never
But,
know.
I mean, look, we're going to be here to cover it.
Yep.
I don't know what kind of game we're going to get tonight just because, really, there's nothing on the line for either team.
Yeah, but you
other than national pride.
Other than national pride, but for U.S., you can't take 4 days off and go into a championship game. That's the one thing you have to play. Like, with respect to the goaltending, I hope that Swayman gets in. Throw him a bone. Have him play so because that's what I would do. I'd play split the net for 60 minutes, but we'll see what happens.
I wouldn't rule that out, DB.
Yeah,
I wouldn't roll that out as far as tonight is concerned for Team USA. And if they've got the game especially up by a couple goals, you never know.
Sure.
Halfway through the game and they've got things under control, let Swayman go out there, get saluted by the Boston fans in attendance, give them a big reason to see Team USA tonight before they play in the final coming up on Thursday. Round 2 against Team Canada. Boy, we'll have plenty of time to talk about all that, but when we come back, we'll into our post-game show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the SiriusXM Sports Update.
It's a President's Day 4 Nations Faceoff doubleheader. Live coverage all day on NHL Network Radio Channel 91. Canada, Finland getting the day's action started. A regulation win on either side clinched a spot in the final, and Canada wasted little time setting the tone with a championship berth on the line.
Working in on Montepallo, but the young Sens defenseman made a great play. He scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring after the giveaway. 1-0 Canada.
Call on NHL Network Radio. A few late goals for Finland. Canada rolls to a 5-3 win in Game 1 of the doubleheader. They'll play undefeated Team USA in the championship game on Thursday. USA and Sweden close out today's coverage. Puck drop at 8 Eastern. NBA All-Star Weekend wrapped Sunday. Shaq's Team OGs winning the new round-robin tournament. Stephen Curry taking MVP honors in San Francisco. Second time he's won the award. The Celtics' Jason Tatum still unsure about the new format.
I don't know. I got mixed emotions or feelings, I guess, about the Rising Stars part. Obviously, happy for those guys. But it is something to be said. It's kind of like a big deal to be an All-Star and play Sunday night.
MLB, it's a new era for Mike Trout. He'll move from center to right field in order to save wear and tear on his body. Rafael Devers telling the media at Red Sox camp today he will not cede playing third base to new acquisition Alex Bregman. And the 2025 Major League Soccer campaign begins this weekend. Sirius XM FC getting you ready with their MLS season kickoff. Previews of all 30 teams continue on Sirius XM FC channel 157 in the car and streaming on the Sirius XM app. In the Sirius XM newsroom, have a very happy President's Day, everyone. I'm Justin Rock.
If it's happening in sports, it's happening on SiriusXM.
Hockey comes alive.
Denied the zone entry. McCann on the short-handed breakaway.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio.
It's pretty simple for both teams. Win in regulation, and you're in. Team Canada versus Finland. Great play, he scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring. Here's McKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate McKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. Over to Sanheim, shot save, rebound, they scored! Braden Point, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it.
Mandel gets to it,
Has a shot and he scores! He goes far side on Binnington. Hang on a second. Blinding again. Granlund scores! Mikhail Granlund. Here's Barkov in front of the net. They score again! Mikhail Granlund. Oh my goodness! Rink-wide feed for Granlund. Knocked off the puck. Crosby into the empty net. He scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. The game is over. Buckle up, North America. The rematch here Thursday night. Team Canada, USA for the World Hockey Championship.
This is exclusive coverage of Four Nations Faceoff on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. Let's get back to Montreal and Scott Laughlin.
We are back here from the TD Garden in Boston. Four Nations Face-Off coverage continuing. Scott Laughlin here in the post-game show, joined as always by Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Canada hangs on to beat Team Finland 5-3, and in doing so, winning the game in regulation time. They're off to Thursday's final against Team USA. So, DB, it's the type of matchup that we've been hoping to see, that we've been excited to see, and sure enough, now it's here, round two, Team USA versus Team Canada, coming up on Thursday night.
Yeah, we want part two, and we got it. But if you're John Cooper, you're probably happy because you didn't have a 6-1 victory like the U.S. had against Finland.
Mm-hmm.
He has video to show his team that we need to close out games better. So it's going to be very, very intriguing how the game goes on Thursday. But I think that with respect to Finland, they're so pesky. Scotty, they could have easily quit. They never quit, and they made this team sweat. But Canada goes into the final on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. So Canada had the game in hand seemingly 4-0 up after 40 minutes of play.
And played very well.
Yeah, and look, they chased Lankinen, and in would come UC Saros. We'll have a recap for you coming up in a little bit. Also have to just point out that they were up by 4, and so they took their foot off the gas, it felt like, collectively. Finland started to pull their goaltender, Saros, as it turned out, in the third period. They pulled him with about 5 minutes to go in regulation time, looking to get something jump-started. Well, mission accomplished, because they scored not once, not twice, but 3 times to cut the lead to 4-3. And then it was John Cooper saying, okay, Captain Crosby, get out there. Enough messing around. Finish the game off after a collision with Granlund at center ice. He's his first up to his skates, and he's the guy who whacks a rolling puck into the empty net to seal it to make the final 5-3 for Team Canada. But in essence, when you're looking at this in the first 40 minutes, and you're right, a lot to work on with regards to Canada trying to tighten things up, trying to protect that lead in the waning moments. In the first 40, though, if you're Team Canada, you need to see McDavid be dominant. He was, especially in the first half of the game. You need to see Nathan McKinnon be dominant. There's a reason why he was named as a game's first star. You need to see Crosby step up in big situations. He did that again tonight for Team Canada for sure. So the guys you needed to be good. And oh, by the way, Jordan Binnington was pretty darn good in the first couple of periods as well.
Absolutely. He made some big stops in the middle period, Scotty. He went on that Finland power play. Now, if you're Canada, there's 2 parallels between the Sweden game and this game. Number one, they took their foot off the pedal twice now. In the Finland game, in the Sweden game, and Sid Crosby sealed the deal. He set up Marner to win the game. He got the empty net goal. So in a big spot, you need a big play. The captain got it for you.
Well, I tell you what, they were up 3-0 after 20 minutes, and that's what I was saying. I was saying Canada certainly has learned from the fact that they let the Swedes up off the mat going back to last Wednesday in Montreal. They were up 2-0 after 20. Sweden responded with a big second period and then a big third period to force overtime, as it turned out. And we thought Canada had learned. To your point, DB, I mean, they're up 4-0 in the third period, and back would come the Finns with 3 goals to make it interesting before, again, Crosby found the empty net too. So, like you say, I mean, they've got some things to work on in terms of protecting a multi-goal lead. If they can put themselves into a position on Thursday with a multi-goal lead against Team USA, they would be ecstatic, no doubt about that. But I would have to guess that at some point they're going to figure this thing out and figure out how to play with a little bit more of a defensive posture.
Yeah, and I don't want to bang on Canada for winning the game, but what I really
That's all that really matters at this point, right?
Yeah.
Win in advance.
What I liked about Canada, though, they came out angry. They came out upset about losing on Saturday, and they came out and tried to seal the deal really early. Their first 10 minutes the first 7 minutes was great because Finland wound up taking time out, but I love the response by Canada coming out of the box because they could have been, down after losing to the USA and going down to the States to try to win this game against a team that they were superior of. I really like that response to start the game. I think that's the biggest positive I take away from them. And Bennington made big stops when he needed to make the big stops, and we'll see what happens on Thursday.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, I think I credit Canada for as strong as they came out. The building, I have to say, an afternoon game, first game in Boston of the Four Nations Faceoff. Fans maybe trying to figure out the intensity of what we saw in Montreal.
Yes.
It was a bit of a sleepy building, I felt, to start the game. The anthem was fairly well received by everybody. I heard a smattering of boos here and there. It'll be different on Thursday. I think we both concede with this matchup coming our way again. But I found it to be a little bit of a sleepy building to start the game, which might be expected. Again, first game of the tournament here in Boston on this side of the border.
It's a holiday here in the States.
It's an afternoon. It's a holiday, right? People are sort of ramping up to things a little bit. I think it'll be a little bit more intense tonight, even though the game ultimately doesn't mean anything to either side, the U.S. or Sweden. But I credit Canada for coming out, to your point, as strongly as they did in the first period with those 3 goals. And like we say, when you're looking for guys to step up, you expect that McDavid and McKinnon and Crosby are going to be the guys to lead the way.
And that's what you want. You wanted your star players, your most elite players, to deliver, and they delivered. They gave them a sizable lead. They held on, till the end of the game, and that's what you want from these guys. You wanted a response from you guys, and I just think that they have a chip on their shoulder. The Americans went in Saturday night in Bell Center with a chip on their shoulder. Canada came in with a chip on their shoulder, but yeah, they weren't playing the U.S., but they had something. They had a little to prove, Scotty, I think, today.
Okay, so they had the strong victory, Canada did, and they also got Cale Makar back for this game as well. Now, your thoughts on what you saw from Makar?
He's not 100%. But he needed to get on the ice because you can't go that long without playing and expect to go to Thursday against the U.S. and be Cale Makar that we know. So it's good that he got back on the ice. That's a great sign for Canada. And a couple of days off more to feel better. Then maybe Thursday is 100%, but he needed to get on the ice 80, 85%, but they could get away with getting 85% from Cale Makar today.
Yeah.
Not Thursday night.
I thought he was solid, but not spectacular.
Amen.
He was
great way to put it. Yep.
He was solid. Nothing.
He needed the ice time.
Nothing otherworldly, though, like you're used to seeing from Cale Makar.
No.
So to your point, the fact that he was in there was great, but he's certainly not the impactful player. Boy, if you're Canada, you're probably just thinking, hey, have an intravenous in your arm for the next couple of days. Like whatever you need to do to get those fluids
back.
back.
Don't go to dinner. Just stay in the room, heal up, because they need 100% Cale Makar. They need the dominant Cale Makar on Thursday.
They do, and it'll be round 2 against Team USA. So as we put the wraps on the tournament for Team Finland as well, and we send them off back to their respective NHL teams, we touched on it basically throughout the tournament, and before they even played their first game last Thursday against Team USA, they were up against it to begin with.
Yeah.
They added Nick Montempallo, the young defenseman with the Senators, who's still yet to have an NHL point.
Right.
They were running out of options as far as guys who played defense in the NHL this season. We knew that they were hard hit by injury on the back end. And the fact that they didn't have Miro Heiskanen, who plays in every different type of conceivable situation.
Who would have played 30 minutes for this team tonight.
Absolutely. That
maybe it's a different outcome. If
really hurt the team. And you said it earlier, too. I mean, their big win was against their arch rivals, coming from behind to beat Sweden on Saturday afternoon at the Bell Center in Montreal. And they fought back to make it competitive here. They could have rolled over down 0-4 in the third period, made it somewhat interesting with all that drama towards the end, too. So if you're Antti Pennanen, the head coach of Team Finland, I still think you have to be proud of your team. And it really is with an eye towards what you're going to take to the ice surface in Italy coming up at this time next year at the Olympics.
Here's why it's a successful tournament for Finland. You took USA to 2-1 after 40.
That's right.
You beat your arch rival. You pressed Canada. This is a great platform for them to build off what you mentioned. The Olympics and the next World Cup. And you played without your best defenseman who would have played 30 minutes tonight. It was a great tournament for Finland, even though they only won one game.
Well, and we're looking ahead to tonight as well, so we can touch on this a little bit later on. But for now, Team Sweden also knowing that after tonight's game, they can jump on flights as early as tonight or tomorrow morning whenever they should leave Boston. And again, each player will kind of scatter back to his NHL team to get ready for the weekend action to resume in the National Hockey League. So there's that. Sweden's got nothing to play for now. They're going to be out. Team USA, they have something to play for, and that's coming up on Thursday. So I'm really intrigued to find out what kind of a game we're going to witness tonight. Is this just going to be one of those ones where, they just go through the motions? Is it going to be still a source of national pride for Team USA and for Team Sweden? The fans are going to be showing up here. The building, no doubt, will be sold out. It already is. Every seat's going to be filled to watch Team USA, to celebrate them even further, coming off their huge victory in Montreal on Saturday over Team Canada. So, I mean, what kind of game are we expecting to see tonight?
If I'm Sam Malum, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, let's finish a game for once. They lost 2 overtime games. They can't finish games. Tonight you have an opportunity to go into the home team's barn and beat them at their own game. A team that has been undefeated in the tournament. I think that's the appeal I would have, Sam, to my team, is saying let's finish a game, because historically over the last few years, Scotty, this team hasn't finished games. And granted, it's going to be meaningless, and maybe the U.S. is going to go at maybe 85 or 90%. That would be my appeal. Yes, pride, but let's play better in these international tournaments. Let's set the stage like Finland. They need to do stuff in this game to set it up for the Olympics and for the next 4 nations, because it's been an underachieving tournament for Sweden.
Who knows? They could go out tonight, the Trey Kroner, and they could go and play footloose and fancy-free.
There's no pressure.
They might just feel like, hey, let's go have some fun.
Let's get a win.
If we get an opportunity to jump up on the rush and make an odd man rush out of it, let's go out and have some fun. If we end up
more
winning,
risk in their game,
if we end
more
up
chances.
winning or losing the game 7-5, hey, let's go play in an entertaining game, and then we'll see where the chips fall
have
at
Eric
the end
Carlson
of the night.
out there for 30 minutes and skate around like a madman.
So
I think there's opportunity for Sweden to prove themselves that on the international stage they can play better.
Well, and Team USA, something to look forward to on Thursday, as we know. And we asked Noah Hannafin the other night at the end of the game, do you want to see this team again? And he's like, well, you kind of figured he would say what he said, right? We don't control who the opponent is, and we know every team's tough. But
he said all the right things.
I think in the back of his mind, you're thinking, okay, we'll see this team again Thursday, so let's just be careful here in answering this question in the right way. Team Canada holds off Finland. They win 5-3. They clinch a berth in the Four Nations title game coming up on Thursday night versus Team USA. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we'll give you a full audio recap of how things played out. Canada so good in the first 40. In the third period, take your foot off the gas collectively just a little bit. They allowed the Finns to score and score and score again to make it interesting late, but we'll recap the game for you when we come back. Scott Laughlin, Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. We are live from TD Garden in Boston, and you're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
He's got time and space in the high slot. Near side to Jesper Bratt in front. They score! Back door! Joel Eriksson-Ek. William Nylander with speed. 3-on-2 for the Swedes and over the line. Nylander, nice dish to Karlsson, who scores! Wow! Nylander to Karlsson, and the Swedes regain the lead. It's 3-2.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Feel that 3 a.m. euphoria any time of the day on BPM, a channel.
Thank you for sharing out the link and bringing more hockey fans to our awesome community here on TSI. And let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go! Let's tear them up!
Game on his stick!
Changing the world, one insider at a time. We'll see you in the chat. And holy Mackinac, go Leafs, go.
The Faceoff postgame show continues. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Canada beats Finland by a score of 5-3. We laid it out for you beforehand. Very simple. A team wins in regulation time. That team would be off to the final game against Team USA coming up on Thursday night here from TD Garden in Boston, with the championship basically up for grabs. So each team looking for the 3 points needed. Team Canada would get there. Let's recap how they got it done, and they got it done with a great start. They get the opening goal of the hockey game. Once again, we turn it back over to Steve Koulias and Andrew Raycroft, who had the call.
Gives it away to McDavid. Wrong guy, wrong time. McDavid working in on Montepallo, but the young Sens defenseman made a great play. He scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring after the giveaway. 1-0 Canada.
It was Connor McDavid getting his second goal of the tournament. It comes at 4:13 of the opening period. Really not tracked by Lankinen at all. And a shot by McDavid goes in off the goal post, and Canada had themselves a 1-0 lead. They would make it a 2-0 advantage only 46 seconds later.
Here's McKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate McKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. 2-0 Canada.
All right, that was Sam Reinhart with a nice feed for Nathan McKinnon. Lindell pinches up at the blue line. Reinhart pushes it ahead to McKinnon, and McKinnon makes no mistake in beating Kevin Lankinen. His second goal of the tournament comes from Reinhart and Brandon Hagel. And at 4:59, 46 seconds later, Canada had a 2-0 lead. Antti Pennanen, the head coach of Team Finland, said that's enough. Timeout, timeout. Let's stem the tide here. And for a while, that mentality seemed to work. They seemed to slow the game down just a little bit until this happened just over 13 minutes in to period number one.
Here's McDavid with speed, and as soon as he gets the puck, you can't take your eyes off him. Over to Sanheim, shot, save, rebound, they score! Braden Point on the rebound. 3-0 Team Canada.
So McDavid with a cross-ice feed to Travis Sanheim. The Flyers defenseman moves up. His shot is stopped. Big pad save by Lankinen, rebound right to Braden Point. He goes in and cashes in on the rebound and scores on the backhand. Official time of that goal, 13:02 of the opening stanza. And Canada had a 3-0 lead after 20 minutes of play. Shots in the first period for Canada, 11, and for Team Finland, just 5. On we now go to the second period. And in the second period, Canada refusing to take its foot off the gas, at least in the second period. And in the second period, as Koulias had mentioned earlier, the big boys going to work.
If we go past 60 minutes, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it. And just like that, his second of the game, Team Canada is up 4-0.
It was 4-0. Sidney Crosby from the corner right into the slot with a great feed to his Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia buddy Nathan McKinnon. So it's McKinnon's third of the tournament, second of the afternoon. And it comes from Crosby, who picks up his fourth assist of the tournament. Sam Reinhart, his second assist of the afternoon. And it was 4-0 for Team Canada. And at that point, Antti Pennanen had seen enough, and he made a goaltending change. So Lankinen was out after giving up 4 goals on 13 shots. Lankinen's out. UC Saros is back in, and yet it was 4-0 for Team Canada after 40 minutes of play. Shots on goal in the second in favor of Finland. This time they had a 12-8 advantage. And so a 2-period total for Team Canada of 19 shots on goal. Team Finland with 17 shots on Jordan Binnington. And for the longest time, it almost felt like the big question was, would Jordan Binnington actually record a shutout? As maligned as the Canadian netminder has been, he was in there with an opportunity, we thought, as we headed down the stretch into the final half of the third period. But we would say as well that Finland made it very, very interesting down the stretch. And all the thoughts of any sort of supposed Jordan Binnington shutout went out the window at 13-19 of period number 3.
Doughty to his partner Sanheim behind the net. Lindell gets to it, has a shot, and he scores!
Esa Lundell, not known for his offense. He goes far side on Binnington. Hang on a second. 6:41 to go. The Finns are on the board.
Esa Lindell gets his first, the Stars defenseman from Lehkonen. And that goal went in off the goalpost. The great audio there as you picked up with the ice level mics. At 13-19, the Finns were on the board. They were down 4-1. Still, move along, nothing to see here if you're Team Canada. But with under 5 minutes to play in regulation time, Pennanen pulled Saros in favor of the extra attacker. And that's when the Finns scored, and they scored again. First off, let's make it official here with Mikael Granlund scoring once again for Team Finland.
To Rope Hintz, back to Barkov at the point. Liney again in front. One save, another save. Liney again. Granlund scores!
Mikael Granlund buries it. 1:40 to go. Don't go anywhere. It's a 4-2 hockey game.
This is a great feed, too, from Patrick Laine, who had an opportunity on the one-timer earlier in the play, and then he decided to slot it into the slot area for Granlund. Granlund gets his second goal of the tournament. It comes at 18:20 of the third period, right through the wickets on Binnington, who was swimming in his goal crease at that point because the Finns were all over him, and that cut the Canada lead to 4-2. It's 4-2, time's running out, but 23 seconds after Granlund scored, wouldn't you know it, he scored again.
Sends it to an open wing, goes in after it. Rantanen's there first. Here's Barkov in front of the net. They score again!
Mikael Granlund! Oh my goodness! 2 quick goals. It's 4-3. Team Canada's hanging on.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, Razor's reaction said it all. 2 goals in 23 seconds for Granlund. Gave him 3 in the tournament. Barkov gets his first assist of the tournament. Better late than never. And Sebastian Aho with his second helper of the tournament. And Team Canada's lead cut to 4-3. Time of the goal, 18:43. Buckle up as Canada tried to bring it home. And John Cooper said to Sidney Crosby, get out there and save us once again.
Rink-wide feed for Granlund. Knocked off the puck. Crosby into the empty net. He scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. Team Canada, sigh of relief. They lead 5-3.
All right, so Crosby gets his first goal of the tournament from Sam Reinhart. 3 helpers for Sam this afternoon. Good for him. He gets the goal. Crosby does into an empty net. Collision with Granlund, of course, who was front and center in the final minute of this one. And Crosby was the first to his skates with a puck on end. He chops it down into the empty net. And that would complete the scoring. 5-3. Canada hangs on to beat Team Finland, and as such, Canada clinches a spot in Thursday's final versus Team USA. Shots in the third period, 9 aside. A 3-period total through 60 minutes for Canada of 28 shots on goal. For the Finns, it was 26 shots on goal. But Dennis Bernstein, boy, a little too close for comfort at the end. But Canada did what they set out to do, win the hockey game, win it in regulation, and get another shot at your American rivals.
Yeah. If you're John Cooper, you're working on a couple of things with your team. Finishing games and definitely defending 6-on-5, Scotty. You're going to be working on that. But they jumped out to a lead. I love the response coming off the U.S. loss. Right? They came out angry. They came out with a chip on their shoulders. They settled the issue, we thought, very early, forced Finland to take a timeout before the first media timeout. That's the response you want. I always look when teams have tough losses, how they responded. If you're a Canadian fan, you got to love the way your team jumped out and responded with a 4-0 lead.
Well, look, 2 questions for Canada coming into today. Like when we arrived at the TD Garden this morning, a couple of things were front and center for us in our minds collectively. Number 1, who was going to start in net?
Yep.
Would it be Binnington, or would John Cooper buck the trend and go to Aiden Hill, who hasn't played in the game in about a week and a half?
Right.
Number 2, equally as important, Cale Makar. Would number 8 be back in the lineup for Team Canada, or would Thomas Harley, who did a solid job,
absolutely, Scotty,
especially given the circumstances and not even able to practice against
biggest game of his life,
anybody, to play against anybody, jumped in there at the Bell Center on Saturday night in Montreal and acquitted himself very, very well. Would Makar be able to go? Yes, he was, and yes, he did go for Team Canada. So, no question going to Thursday. If Makar played tonight, he's playing Thursday, and no question as to who the starting goaltender is for Team Canada coming up for the title game.
Without question. And he made big saves from the middle of the game until the 6-on-5 opportunities. And that's what you wanted. The power play that Finland had, they had 3 or 4 numerous chances around the net. He came up with the big stops, and that's what you wanted to see from Bennett. You wanted to see a response. You gave him a big lead. He was able to hold it. Now you move to Thursday. He's going to be the guy.
Well, you think we're going to build this one up in the next 72 hours or so? You think we're going to be talking a lot about Canada and the U.S., given what happened on Saturday night at the Bell Center?
Those highlight packages are going to be running from now till 7:59 on Thursday.
This will be hyped up more than a Mike Tyson fight
hyped up more
when he was in the prime of his career.
It's going to be hyped up more than Game 1 because you have that video.
Absolutely.
You have that game result and the way the game started to watch for the next 3 days. It's going to be epic, and hopefully it eclipses what we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, and that's why we say it's great for hockey, because everybody looked back on Saturday, and in the aftermath of what we witnessed being in the barn on Saturday night in Montreal, Dennis, I went to social media when I got back to the hotel after our long day.
You were active
and our
on
fun
Saturday.
Day.
You were responding to people. I like that. Scotty.
Absolutely. I'm always out there. If they want to reach me at Lachlan SXM on Twitter, they can. But when I got back, I really got a sense that everybody was drawn into that game this past Saturday night in Montreal. Even those that were not necessarily hardcore hockey fans,
casual fans,
all of a sudden, what's going on in Montreal? What do you mean? I'm watching the NBA skills competition. What do you mean?
Falling asleep watching it.
What's this? U.S. Canada? What do you mean? So I think that Saturday night was a bit of a turning point and a real time, not only for U.S. hockey fans to jump on board, but for the National Hockey League and the NHLPA
agreed,
to say this tournament's been a great success and it might get better. It might get better, especially if Canada faces the U.S. in a rematch coming up on Thursday. And sure enough, here we are.
And Scotty, to your point, the casual fan who missed the game, like the viewership and the listenership on this station, it's going to be even greater now because the people, I can't miss this. And I have to tune in at the beginning of the game because I don't know what's going to happen in the first 9 seconds on Thursday.
I don't know that it's going to live up to what we saw on Saturday. I don't know.
I say it can't happen
maybe
again.
We'll set the bar
and
too
it'll
high.
happen again.
Maybe we'll set the bar too high. So
that's a good thing.
Maybe we'll temper our expectations, and then maybe we get surprised as to how great it actually is on the ice. Regardless, maybe you won't have 3 fights in 9 seconds.
Right.
I can pretty much assure that. But it'll be fun in the barn here too. And look, Canadian fans had a chance to see Canada versus the U.S. Now the American fans on Thursday night here in Boston get a chance to see the U.S. and Canada. So I think it'll be great to compare how the game was received in Montreal.
No question.
How it's going to be received on Thursday in Boston, right?
Yep. And Scotty, you know what I want to see? I'd love to be able to see the Canadian team's group chats.
Oh,
I like to see their
You think they're going to be
chats.
doing what the Kachucks did with JT Miller and saying, "Hey,
imitation's the biggest part of flattery."
Yeah.
Maybe they're flat, and they're
you think
coming
they got
in.
their dance cards out or something?
Yeah, Scotty. Why not?
The music's starting to play.
It worked for the U.S. It wouldn't work for Canada in a visiting rate. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it opens and what the Canadian response is to the way the game last Saturday opened.
Well, in grade 7, when they played Stairway to Heaven, it was time to step up and dance with somebody.
Amen.
Or
That's
else
right,
you kind of
Scotty.
went home. And
That's right.
maybe that's the mentality that they'll take.
Sure.
Going to Thursday night. I digress. Sorry about that, Dennis.
You love your hard rock, Scotty. You know, it's perfect. It's perfect for you. You're in character. You're one of one.
Yeah. We will take a break, and we'll regroup here, and we'll come back and have some post-game reaction for you as Team Canada survives at the end, and they beat Team Finland 5-3. Dominant performance throughout 40. Took their foot off the gas in the final 6.5 minutes. Made it a little bit more interesting than it should have been, but they've advanced to face the U.S. on Thursday night nonetheless. We will take a break. You're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff post-game show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Four Nations Face-Off is here. Canada, USA, Sweden, and Finland face off for hockey supremacy.
Pass across. Mark with a fabulous save.
Hear all the action on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Live from Montreal and Boston. Four Nations Face-Off. Visit SiriusXM.ca/4Nations for schedules.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Does every room in your home make you smile? Well, it can. California Closets specializes in making space for what belongs. We call it practical magic. Learn more at CaliforniaClosets.com.
We are back from TD Garden here in Boston. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Team Canada beats Team Finland 5-3. And as such, that rematch, much anticipated as it has been here for the last couple of days. Team Canada versus Team USA coming up Thursday night here in Boston in a rematch of what was an epic game going back to Saturday night in Montreal, a game won by Team USA, who already clinched their spot in the final coming up on Thursday. We will have live coverage, play-by-play with Steve Coulias and Andrew Raycroft coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern Time of Team USA wrapping up their quote-unquote round-robin portion of the schedule against Team Sweden, who will be going their separate ways at night's end because the Swedes will not be moving on. That having been said, Canada's still alive. Another opportunity to face their foes from south of the border coming up on Thursday night. Team Canada, full value for their 5-3 victory for Team Finland. A little dicey at the end, like we said, but Canada dominant throughout the first 40 and then hanging on to win. Sam Reinhart, 3 assists for Team Canada. Nathan McKinnon, big time, named afterwards as the game's first star, and they met with the media just a short time ago.
Nate, so much emphasis on Connor's skill, his ability, but what can you say of his leadership and the way he dragged you guys into this game?
Yeah, obviously a lot of emotions after last game. We knew we had to win this and most likely in regulation to advance. So yeah, it was a great start, and obviously the best player in the league made an unreal play, and great screen by Stoney there as well, and had a great start for us.
Left side, first row.
Nate, for you as well. What does it mean for this group to get another shot at the Americans after what we all saw on Saturday night?
Yeah, the last thing we wanted to do was go home today or tomorrow, whatever. So, yeah, whoever we were playing in the finals, obviously it's going to be the Americans. We'd love to play them again. We feel like we could beat those guys, and we plan on playing a little better Thursday.
Left side, first row.
Actually, one for each of you. This is your first time in an event like this for Canada. Sid's been there, done that. How have you observed him, how he carries himself in this environment? What have you taken from that over the last week or so?
Yeah, I think at a tournament like this, you try and lead on the experienced guys that have been there before. You see the way he handles himself every day. He's a leader in the locker room, and you try and take a lot, from that.
Right side, front row.
Yeah, Nate. What does it mean? Like Cale was saying that you and Connor kind of kind of set the tone today, and that's what you need. Do you take that upon yourself when the game starts? It's a team game, but to kind of set the tone like the way you two guys did.
Stefan, my man, what's up, brother? How you doing? There's actually somebody still here. Brad's still here too. I love it. Look at this. They boo the Canadian national anthem. I love it. What a stream here. I am actually mounting the new camera setup. So I fixed the broken camera. And now, hey, Cartman's here too. I love it. So the real insiders, the real TSI OGs in the house. So yeah, I'm putting together a merch thing. An OG Insider. We're launching the new website and the new merch whenever the hell my SEO company gets things done. Let's go. I'm watching you. Let's go, guys. Come on. We started this back in October. Come on. We wanted this done for NFL playoffs. It's still not done. So eyes are on. We'll see if it doesn't completely blow me away. I'm changing companies because this is. Let it be a warning. Now we're heading for big things here. I mean, look at what we did today. During the day game, Canada came out and bossed Finland around until the end of the game. 78,000 views, 7 minutes and 20-second average watch time, insiders. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being in the mods and doing all that. Is the only one working around here, Stefan. I love it. Hey, the audio is on this time. Hey, thank God. Working around here, Stefan. I love it. Hey. All right. I got to go. See, look it. There we go. Now that's better. The microphone was down. I was going to take the jersey off because I'm getting dirty. It's time to do some drilling. Set up that new camera. Look at this hair stuck in the microphone. All right. Insiders, go Canada, go. I'm getting back to work, scheduling a soccer stream too for tonight. We'll see you guys tonight for the... Who's playing? Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. That's right. The United States practice game against Sweden and Willie Nylander. And then we'll see you guys for a rematch. Go Canada, go. USA, you're going down!
Left side, first row.
Sorry, this one's for Nate. This might seem silly, but the second time in the tournament you score off an assist from Sid. Does that carry any extra meaning for you, or what does that mean to you?
Yeah, obviously it's fun. We're playing a lot with each other, so he's one of the best passers in our league, and kind of found me again. So I'm glad I can put those in.
We'll take one more. Left side, second row.
Sam, for you, I know your team has played here quite often the last two springs. You're familiar with the building. Was there anything that Brad could share with the group about any particular nuance about the building itself or playing here in front of these fans?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, that's how our team's built. We've all been in big games, so that's what you want in a short tournament like this. Certainly he's comfortable here. You saw it tonight. The crowd was behind him at the start. So things like that are important in an event like this.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, Sam Reinhart and Nathan MacKinnon getting the job done. 3 helpers for Reinhart, 2 goals for Nathan MacKinnon. Again, we wondered about Reinhart coming in. Hadn't had a great first couple of games. Certainly from an offensive standpoint, really good 200-foot player. So we have that, of course, that we look back on now, the 3 assists, and Nate MacKinnon with the 2 goals he had as the game's number 1 star. Really dictated play. We thought, at least in the first period anyway, along with McDavid, were big difference makers.
Yeah, if I'm Mike Sullivan, I'm showing that first goal to my team. Don't pass the puck directly to Sidney Crosby like Rupe Hintz did.
All right.
You're going to be in trouble if you do.
Absolutely. Let's go back downstairs now. Team Canada head coach John Cooper at the podium.
We can, whatever, you're going to dissect the game. Does it matter by how much you won? The bottom line, the goal was to play Thursday night. So, if anything, we got great video for 5-on-6 if we need it Thursday.
Left side, second row.
Yeah, John, you mentioned Crosby, McKinnon, McDavid. To be able to look down the bench and know that those guys can deliver in the most important moments, what kind of luxury is that?
Well, here's the thing. I talked to Connor. If you remember against U.S., he's basically one-on-one with Hellebuck, and he passes to Reinhart. It gets broken up, and I was, talking to Connor, like, somebody's got to shoot it in the net. So why not you? And, to see what he did in the first goal of the game, he just, he kind of circled down, got it, and, Stoney gave him a great screen. But, meeting with those guys last night, it was, you're to win hockey games, you have to be so selfless. But it's weird how you have to tell the players at times to be selfish. And being selfish is like, you have to shoot in the net. Don't. And, well, McKinnon did it twice, and Mac did it once, and Crosby was a little bit more distance, but it's good.
So you're saying you know those three specifically?
Well, no. No. Yeah, don't read them. But you talk to your best players, and that's, a lot of the message was going into today's game.
Coach, how did it feel to have Cale Makar back out there and then knowing he'll be there for Thursday's game?
He's a star, and just to, you can play half the game, and he's a one-man breakout. He just glides out there on the ice, but his reads are phenomenal, and it's a luxury. Let's be honest, and it was so glad to have him back.
Right side, first row.
Hey, John, you elevated Braden Point to that line with McDavid and Stone. How do you think that changed your game and your offense?
So it's hard in these tournaments because you don't know who's going to be able to play where. And, for Pointer, now he's got to play the wing, and that's not traditionally a spot he can play, or he has played often. And so it's short-term trial and error, and you see which guys are going and which not, and then you kind of get this feeling, okay, this should be able to work with this. But I can't come into this tournament and sit here and say, hey, I'm going to put Braden Point with Connor McDavid. Like, there's a little process to this, and you actually have to watch him play and then see what he needs. And now that I'm behind the bench and I'm with these guys in practice, I got a pretty good feeling what they need, and I thought, Pointer would be a good fit with him, and he was.
Left side, third row.
Coop, the betting markets have the Americans favored on Thursday, and I was wondering if you consider yourselves the underdogs.
I don't know. Listen, it's, betting's become quite an industry now. It's amazing that we sit here in a press conference talking about gambling. So I don't care. Who's favored, who's not. We come in here to win this, and it's. I don't know who's making. Are you making the lines? Yeah, so I don't know who's making the lines, but I'm really looking forward to the game. This is why we came here, and regardless if other people out there say, we're the underdogs, everybody in that room thinks we have a really good chance to win.
All right, that is Team Canada head coach John Cooper. Yeah, talking about the betting line on Thursday.
Scrap that question next time, please.
Yeah, so we'll see. Team Canada, look, they're going to be the underdogs. Whether they want to admit it or not, they lost in Montreal Saturday night 3-1. And they're going to be in Boston. So, yeah, I think Team USA has been the better team, the best team so far in the tournament, and we'll see what Thursday night's going to bring. We are going to bring you our last break here on the post-game show. Team Canada advances to face the U.S. on Thursday night, courtesy a 5-3 victory over Team Finland. We're back to wrap after this. You've been listening to and continue to listen to the Four Nations Faceoff post-game show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
The biggest plays.
That was knocked away the backhand score!
Yes.
Oh, and a good hit there by White Cloud.
Goals.
Better front point. Score!
Tune to NHL Network Radio for the most in-depth hockey talk on the planet. Insiders and the best analysis on the air.
They got a better defense. They got better goaltending. They got more balance up front.
The NHL on Sirius XM. Hear every team and your hometown call. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91.
Don't miss the biggest matches from the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Real Madrid hold a slight advantage as the tie shifts to the Spanish capital.
Real Madrid have done it! They've won it!
Can Man City pull off the upset and dethrone the defending champs?
Brings it to Haaland at the back post and a brilliant header!
Real Madrid versus Manchester City, Wednesday at 3 Eastern on Sirius XM FC Channel 157 in the car and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
This is professional golfer Mark O'Meara. You've heard me talk about Celebrity Greens, the company that builds championship-level synthetic putting greens at the homes of amateurs and professional golfers all across North America. Celebrity Greens is known for their great design, the use of the best materials, and the amazingly high-quality installations. Their greens look great and perform like natural greens that I've played on my entire career. Now, Celebrity Greens is looking for additional sales and construction partners. If you're involved in the synthetic turf business or a contractor looking to expand your business or an entrepreneur, give Celebrity Greens a call today. They are currently expanding across North America, and they will be opening new markets soon. And if you're an avid golfer wanting the convenience and the beauty of a custom green or a beautiful low-maintenance lawn in your own backyard, you should call them too. Contact Celebrity Greens at 1-888-507-7960 or visit them online at celebritygreens.com. Celebrity Greens, redefining private golf all across North America. Visit them online at celebritygreens.com. Celebrity Greens.
Before, during,
Barzell
after.
to the front of the net for Hudson Bashing, digging. Shoots! He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Back here in Boston, TD Gardens, Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Team Canada beats Finland 5-3. They're off to the final to face Team USA coming up on Thursday night. Dave Pagnotta, by the way, from the fourth period will drop by as per usual and join me for the pregame show coming your way tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, as we get you set for the last game of the quote-unquote round robin. It'll be Team USA taking on Team Sweden. Canada beats Finland, U.S. versus Sweden, and then that'll be it. And then we look ahead to Thursday night. But again, Team Canada doing what they needed to do, especially in the first couple of periods, Dennis, to advance. And look, he just kind of got the sense that, you know, Team Canada, to a man, wanted another shot at Team USA. Sure. Cale Makar will be in the game this time round. That'll make a difference, especially if he's getting closer to 100%.
And he played 24 minutes tonight, which is a good sign.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And look, Team USA is going to be in Boston on American soil. And they're going to want to show that what happened in Montreal was not just lightning in a bottle, but this is just the U.S. being, as we thought that they might be coming in, as the pundits called it. Right. Maybe just might be the better team. They're looking forward to proving that again.
And for Canada, you lost a one-goal game. Let's be real. I keep going back to time on ice, Scotty. Remember, on Saturday, I talked about Faber and Slavin have that number. Here's a scary thought if you're U.S. Connor McDavid played 16:29. McKinnon played 15:26. Their tanks are going to be full on Thursday, right? I've seen Connor play 27 minutes in a game 7. I'm not saying he's playing 27 on Thursday, but he's going to play a lot more. So that's the scary prospect for the U.S. to have to defend. And I think if you're Coop, you go back and say, look, we lost a one-goal game, and if our goalie stopped one shot, maybe we win that game. So they're certainly in it. And I think it'll be an epic matchup. It could eclipse what we saw on Saturday at Bell Center.
Well, look, you just heard John being asked about maybe finding something with McDavid playing with point.
Yeah.
All right. And obviously, Mark Stone is the other guy on that line.
Sure.
And as John said, look, Braden Point's not used to playing the wing like that. And he said coming in, I never would have thought I would have played point on the wing with McDavid.
Yeah.
But you figure things out along the way. You get to know your team a little bit by seeing them in game action, by seeing what works and what's not working, seeing them in practice and that sort of thing. And he might have struck on something here for Team Canada.
Well, Scotty, that's a much faster line with Braden Point. Are you kidding me? I love Mark Stone. He's a gamer. A great defensive presence. But with Braden Point on that line, whoa, that's going to be a handful. And the U.S. won the game defensively. Well, if that combination is going to go into Thursday night, that's going to be a very difficult line to defend.
Well, coming up Thursday, too, I mean, we're going to kind of revisit what the U.S. did in the final 40 minutes against Canada Saturday night in Montreal. And that is they constricted the game. They just took the oxygen right out of the game. They took away the middle of the ice against Team Canada.
Eichel and Matthews shut them down.
Yeah, and you talked about the guys on the back end and how much the key players played, the defensive players, in protecting that lead too. So, look, maybe it comes down to goaltending. maybe it's Hellebuck who's not even dressing tonight for Team USA. I think understandably so. They're going to Ottinger, and Swayman will be the backup goaltender. They're giving Hellebuck the night off to either watch from above or stay back at the hotel or whatever the case may be. And he'll be the guy on the spot coming up Thursday night. And that'll be one of the biggest games. I would suggest to you probably the biggest game he's ever played in, because let's not forget, too, this was not a guy who was highly touted as a junior-type player.
No, coming out, nope.
He didn't come up with all the other American players in the NTDP and places like that. And in Winnipeg, he made the Final Four in 2018 with the Jets. But everybody's watching Thursday night to see what Connor Hellebuck can do. And equally as important, and isn't this interesting for a storyline? Jordan Binnington, 2019,
Game
7. Where was it?
Here.
Right here.
I was here.
On this ice surface. Same building.
But the happiest guy in the building will probably be Austin Bathurst, because he won't hear the booing he heard in Montreal.
That's true. That's a very good point as well. DB, thanks for stopping by.
Always a pleasure, Scotty.
All right, we will take a break. Don't forget the Hockey Talk never stops here on NHL Network Radio, 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific as well. We've got the pregame, myself and Dave Pagnotta from the fourth period to get you set for Team Sweden versus Team USA tonight from Boston. You've been listening to the Four Nations Face-Off postgame show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
It's pretty simple for both teams. Win in regulation and you're in. Team Canada versus Finland. Great play, he scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring. Here's McKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate McKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. Over to Sanheim, shot save, rebound, they score! Braden Point, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it. Liddell gets to it, has a shot, and he scores! He goes far side on Binnington. Hang on a second. Lining again. Granlund scores! Mikhail Granlund buries it. Don't go anywhere. It's a 4-2 hockey game. First, here's Barkov in front of the net. They score again. Mikhail Granlund. Oh, my goodness. 2 quick goals. It's 4-3. Team Canada's hanging on.
Holy smokes.
Rink-wide feed for Granlund. Knocked off the puck. Crosby into the empty net. He scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. Team Canada, sigh of relief. They lead 5-3. Aho misses the net. The game is over. Buckle up, North America. The rematch here Thursday night. Team Canada, USA for the World Hockey Championship.
24/7 Hockey Talk.
Team Canada assistant coach Bruce Cassidy.
It feels like every game has significant importance.
Well, I think in playoffs you can live with a loss. I think in this tournament it's going to be a lot more difficult to live with a loss. Once you pull that sweater on, I think every country, it's about compete. The X's and O's part will come together as long as the players are on their toes and ready to go.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
Clear the distractions and reclaim your focus with Classical Studyscape, a channel filled with calm and soothing symphonic sounds to help you concentrate and stay on track. Classical Studyscape, one of over 200 extra channels, available anytime, at home with Sirius XM on your phone, computer, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
On the ice, behind the benches, and in the locker room, we've got you covered. The best hockey coverage, period. Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. NHL Morning Skate.
From the Blue Jackets, Adam Fantilli. With all those teams clustered, it's almost like every game's a playoff game.
Right now, every game matters, and it's so much fun to come to the rink when you know that the next day you're going to have
a game that really matters for points to try and stay in the playoffs and to try and get in the playoffs. It's great. We got a lot of young guys that haven't experienced the playoffs here, and we're really eager to.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
I'm Katie Nolan, and I have a new podcast called Casuals. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Casuals is a twice-a-week hang with me and my friends from across comedy, sports, and entertainment, where we talk about all the funny, weird, interesting stuff happening in and around the world of sports. So whether you're a diehard fan or just vaguely sports curious, Casuals is the podcast for you. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
The Four Nations Faceoff is on Sirius XM. NHL rivalries are set aside as the league's biggest stars play for national pride. Tonight at 8 Eastern, Sweden takes on Team USA.
Matthews scores! Holy mackerel! Yes!
It's the Four Nations Face-Off. Hear the action on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91 in the car, and on the Sirius XM app.
Four Nations Face-Off is here. Canada, USA, Sweden, and Finland face off for hockey supremacy.
Pass across. Mark with a fabulous save.
Hear all the action on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, live from Montreal and Boston. Four Nations Face-Off. Visit SiriusXM.ca/4Nation.
I'm Alex Cooper from Call Her Daddy. I have 2 brand new exclusive channels right here on SiriusXM. First, there's Unwell Music, fun, feel-good music for the girls. Unwell on Air, the best of Unwell and brand new live daily shows with weekly pop-ins from yours truly. Unwell Music on Channel 3 and Unwell on Air on the SiriusXM app.
Ever feel like everything's getting more expensive? Groceries, rent, even breathing? And let's not forget car insurance. It just keeps creeping up. But here's the thing, Insurify makes one part of life easier. It's an insurance comparison site that finds real-time quotes from dozens of top insurers. Insurance companies compete for your business, driving prices down. It's like having a friend who knows all the best deals, but without the smug grin. You could save as much as $1,025 a year, and you might even cut your bill in half. The best part? It's all online. No phone calls, no spam, no nonsense. You could be covered in as little as 10 minutes. And with an excellent star rating on Trustpilot, saving feels less impossible. So why not give it a shot? Visit Insurify.com and see how much you can save. That's INSURIFY.com.
Average potential savings based on initial quotes received by 183,234 customers seeking insurance through Insurify. Actual savings may vary depending on state of residence, individual circumstances, coverage selections, and insurance provider. Savings results are not guaranteed.
Barely onside, he shoots, he scores!
The world's fastest game.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the SiriusXM Sports Update.
Thursday's championship matchup in the Four Nations Face-Off has been set. Canada and Finland starting today's doubleheader. Regulation win for either side would clinch a spot in the final. Despite jumping out to a 4-0 lead, Team Canada had to hold off a furious third-period push from Finland, and sure enough, it was Sidney Crosby to provide the capper.
Wide feed for Granlund. Knocked off the puck. Crosby into the empty net. He scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. Team Canada, sigh of relief.
Call on NHL Network Radio. A few late goals for Finland. Canada rolls to a 5-3 win. They'll play Team USA in Thursday's championship match. Team Canada's Brandon Hagel about the win postgame on NHL Network Radio.
Just played smart hockey, winning hockey. Never really turned anything over. Guys were dumping in pucks, and just simple hockey won us that game.
Team USA trying to stay undefeated against Sweden tonight. Those two close out today's coverage with Puck Drop at 8 Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. NBA All-Star Weekend wrapped Sunday. Shaq's team OGs winning the new round-robin tournament. Stephen Curry taking MVP honors. MLB, Mike Trout on the move. Position-wise, that is. He'll move from center to right field in order to save wear and tear on his body. college hoops, Auburn stays at number 1 in the men's rankings. Notre Dame number 1 on the women's side for the first time since 2019. Duke and Virginia tip on College Sports Radio, Channel 84 at 8 Eastern. And tonight at 7 Eastern, the TGL wraps the first tripleheader of the season with a matchup between Boston Common Golf and the Bay Golf Club. It's TGL Live on PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app. In the SiriusXM newsroom, I'm Justin Rock.
If it's happening in sports, it's happening on SiriusXM.
With the SiriusXM app, you can hear your hometown announcers all season long. Just search for your team on the SiriusXM app and tap the star to save it as your favorite.
It's pretty simple for both teams. Win in regulation, and you're in. Team Canada versus Finland. Great play, he scores! Connor McDavid opens the scoring. Here's McKinnon, breakaway, scores! Nate McKinnon scores just like that. The big boys have come to play. Over to Sanheim, shot, save, rebound, they score! Braden Point, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it. Mandel gets to it, has a shot, and he scores! He goes far side on Binnington, hang on a second, blinding again, Granlund scores! Mikhail Granlund, here's Barkov in front of the net, they score again! Mikhail Granlund! Oh my goodness! Rink-wide feed for Granlund, knocked off the puck, Crosby, into the empty net, he scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. The game is over. Buckle up, North America. The rematch here Thursday night. Team Canada, USA for the World Hockey Championship.
We are back here from the TD Garden in Boston. Four Nations Face-Off coverage continuing. Scott Laughlin here in the post-game show, joined as always by Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Canada hangs on to beat Team Finland 5-3, and in doing so, winning the game in regulation time. They're off to Thursday's final against Team USA. So, DB, it's the type of matchup that we've been hoping to see, that we've been excited to see, and sure enough, now it's here, round 2, Team USA versus Team Canada, coming up on Thursday night.
Yeah, we want part 2, and we got it. But if you're John Cooper, you're probably happy because you didn't have a 6-1 victory like the USA had against Finland. Mm-hmm. He has video to show his team that we need to close out games better. So it's going to be very, very intriguing how the game goes on Thursday. But I think that with respect to Finland, they're so pesky. Scotty, they could have easily quit. They never quit, and they made this team sweat. But they, Canada goes into the final on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. So Canada had the game in hand seemingly 4-0 up after 40 minutes of play.
And played very well.
Yeah, and look, they chased Lankinen, and in would come UC Saros. We'll have a recap for you coming up in a little bit. Also have to just point out that they were up by 4, and so they took their foot off the gas, it felt like, collectively. Finland started to pull their goaltender, Saros, as it turned out, in the third period. They pulled him with about 5 minutes to go in regulation time, looking to get something jump-started. Well, mission accomplished, because they scored not once, not twice, but 3 times to cut the lead to 4-3. And then it was John Cooper saying, okay, Captain Crosby, get out there. Enough messing around. Finish the game off after a collision with Granlund at center ice. He's his first up to his skates, and he's the guy who whacks a rolling puck into the empty net to seal it, to make the final 5-3 for Team Canada. But in essence, when you're looking at this in the first 40 minutes, and you're right, a lot to work on with regards to Canada trying to tighten things up, trying to protect that lead in the waning moments. In the first 40, though, if you're Team Canada, you need to see McDavid be dominant. He was, especially in the first half of the game. You need to see Nathan McKinnon be dominant. There's a reason why he was named as a game's first star. You need to see Crosby step up in big situations. He did that again tonight for Team Canada for sure. So the guys you needed to be good. And oh, by the way, Jordan Binnington was pretty darn good in the first couple of periods as well.
Absolutely. He made some big stops in the middle period, Scotty. He went on that Finland power play. Now, if you're Canada, there's 2 parallels between the Sweden game and this game. Number one, they took their foot off the pedal twice now. in the Finland game, in the Sweden game, and Sid Crosby sealed the deal. He set up Marner to win the game. He got the empty net goal. So in a big spot, you need a big play. The captain got it for you.
Well, I tell you what, they were up 3-0 after 20 minutes, and that's what I was saying. I was saying Canada certainly has learned from the fact that they let the Swedes up off the mat going back to last Wednesday in Montreal. They were up 2-0 after 20. Sweden responded with a big second period and then a big third period to force overtime, as it turned out. And we thought Canada had learned. To your point, DB, I mean, they're up 4-0 in the third period, and back would come the Finns with 3 goals to make it interesting before, again, Crosby found the empty net too. So, like you say, I mean, they've got some things to work on in terms of protecting a multi-goal lead. If they can put themselves into a position on Thursday with a multi-goal lead against Team USA, they would be ecstatic, no doubt about that. But I would have to guess that at some point they're going to figure this thing out and figure out how to play with a little bit more of a defensive posture.
Yeah, and I don't want to bang on Canada for winning the game, but what I really
That's all that really matters at this point, right?
Yeah.
Win in advance.
What I liked about Canada, though, they came out angry. They came out upset about losing on Saturday, and they came out and tried to seal the deal really early. Their first 10 minutes... the first 7 minutes was great because Finland wound up taking time out, but I love the response by Canada coming out of the box because they could have been, down after losing to the USA and going down to the States to try to win this game against a team that they were superior of. I really like that response to start the game. I think that's the biggest positive I take away from them. And Bennington made big stops when he needed to make the big stops, and we'll see what happens on Thursday.
Well, I tell you what, I mean, I think I credit Canada for as strong as they came out. The building, I have to say, an afternoon game, first game in Boston of the Four Nations Faceoff. Fans maybe try to figure out the intensity of what we saw in Montreal.
Yes.
It was a bit of a sleepy building, I felt, to start the game. The anthem was fairly well received by everybody. I heard a smattering of boos here and there. It'll be different on Thursday. I think we both concede with this matchup coming our way again. But I found it to be a little bit of a sleepy building to start the game, which might be expected. Again, first game of the tournament here in Boston on this side of the border.
It's a holiday here
It's
in
an
the
afternoon.
States,
it's a holiday, right? People are sort of ramping up to things a little bit. I think it'll be a little bit more intense tonight, even though the game ultimately doesn't mean anything to either side, the U.S. or Sweden. But I credit Canada for coming out, to your point, as strongly as they did in the first period with those 3 goals. And like we say, when you're looking for guys to step up, you expect that McDavid and McKinnon and Crosby are going to be the guys to lead the way.
And that's what you want. You wanted your star players, your most elite players, to deliver, and they delivered. They gave them a sizable lead. They held on, to the end of the game, and that's what you want from these guys. You wanted a response from you guys, and I just think that they have a chip on their shoulder. The Americans went in Saturday night in Bell Center with a chip on their shoulder. Canada came in with a chip on their shoulder, but yeah, they weren't playing the U.S., but they had something. They had a little to prove, Scotty, I think, today.
Okay, so they had the strong victory, Canada did, and they also got Cale Makar back for this game as well. Now, your thoughts on what you saw from Makar?
He's not 100%. But he needed to get on the ice because you can't go that long without playing and expect to go to Thursday against the U.S. and be Cale Makar that we know. So it's good that he got back on the ice. That's a great sign for Canada. And a couple of days off more to feel better. Then maybe Thursday is 100%, but he needed to get on the ice 80, 85%, but they could get away with getting 85% from Cale Makar today.
Yeah.
Not Thursday night.
I thought he was solid, but not spectacular.
Amen.
He was
great way to put it. Yep.
He was solid. Nothing.
He needed the ice time.
Nothing otherworldly, though, like you're used to seeing from Cale Makar.
No.
So to your point, the fact that he was in there was great, but he's certainly not the impactful player. Boy, if you're Canada, you're probably just thinking, hey, have an intravenous in your arm for the next couple of days. Like whatever you need to do to get those fluids
back. Don't go to dinner. Just stay in the room, heal up, because they need 100% Cale Makar. They need the dominant Cale Makar on Thursday.
They do, and it'll be round 2 against Team USA. So as we put the wraps on the tournament for Team Finland as well, and we send them off back to their respective NHL teams, we touched on it basically throughout the tournament, and before they even played their first game last Thursday against Team USA, they were up against it to begin with.
Yeah.
They added Nick Montempallo, the young defenseman with the Senators, who's still yet to have an NHL point.
Right.
They were running out of options as far as guys who played defense in the NHL this season. We knew that they were hard hit by injury on the back end. And the fact that they didn't have Miro Heiskanen, who plays in every different type of conceivable situation.
Who would have played 30 minutes for this team and
absolutely. That
maybe it's a different outcome.
Really hurt the team. And you said it earlier, too. I mean, their big win was against their arch rivals, coming from behind to beat Sweden on Saturday afternoon at the Bell Center in Montreal. And they fought back to make it competitive here. They could have rolled over down 0-4 in the third period, made it somewhat interesting with all that drama towards the end, too. So if you're Antti Pennanen, the head coach of Team Finland, I still think you have to be proud of your team. And it really is with an eye towards what you're going to take to the ice surface in Italy coming up at this time next year at the Olympics.
Here's why it's a successful tournament for Finland. You took USA to 2-1 after 40.
That's right.
You beat your arch rival. You pressed Canada. This is a great platform for them to build off what you mentioned. The Olympics and the next World Cup. And you played without your best defenseman who would have played 30 minutes tonight. It was a great, great tournament for Finland, even though they only won one game.
Well, and we're looking ahead to tonight as well, so we can touch on this a little bit later on. But for now, Team Sweden also knowing that after tonight's game, they can jump on flights as early as tonight or tomorrow morning whenever they should leave Boston. And again, each player will kind of scatter back to his NHL team to get ready for the weekend action to resume in the National Hockey League. So there's that. Sweden's got nothing to play for now. They're going to be out. Team USA, they have something to play for, and that's coming up on Thursday. So I'm really intrigued to find out what kind of a game we're going to witness tonight. Is this just going to be one of those ones where, they just go through the motions? Is it going to be still a source of national pride for Team USA and for Team Sweden? The fans are going to be showing up here. The building, no doubt, will be sold out. It already is. Every seat's going to be filled to watch Team USA, to celebrate them even further, coming off their huge victory in Montreal on Saturday over Team Canada. So, what kind of game are we expecting to see tonight?
If I'm saying, Malum, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, let's finish a game for once. They lost 2 overtime games. They can't finish games. Tonight you have an opportunity to go into the home team's barn and beat them at their own game. A team that has been undefeated in the tournament. I think that's the appeal I would have Sam to my team, is saying let's finish a game, because historically over the last few years, Scotty, this team hasn't finished games. Go out and granted, it's going to be meaningless, and maybe the U.S. is going to go at maybe 85 or 90%. That would be my appeal. Yes, pride, but let's play better in these international tournaments. Let's set the stage like Finland. They need to do stuff in this game to set it up for the Olympics and for the next 4 nations, because it's been an underachieving tournament for Sweden.
Who knows? They could go out tonight, the Trey Kroner, and they could go and play footloose and fancy-free.
There's no pressure.
They might just feel like, hey, let's go have some fun.
Let's get a win.
If we get an opportunity to jump up on the rush and make an odd-man rush out of it, let's go out and have some fun. If we end up
more
winning,
risk in their game,
if we end
more
up
chances.
winning or losing the game 7-5, hey, let's go play in an entertaining game, and then we'll see where the chips fall
have
at
Eric
the end of the
Carlson
night.
out there for 30 minutes and skate around like a madman.
So
I think there's opportunity for Sweden to prove themselves that on the international stage they can play better.
Well, and Team USA, something to look forward to on Thursday, as we know. And we asked Noah Hannafin the other night at the end of the game, do you want to see this team again? And he's like, well, you kind of figured he would say what he said, right? We don't control who the opponent is, and we know every team's tough. But
he said all the right things.
I think in the back of his mind, you're thinking, okay, we'll see this team again Thursday, so let's just be careful here in answering this question in the right way. Team Canada holds off Finland. They win 5-3. They clinch a berth in the Four Nations title game coming up on Thursday night versus Team USA. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we'll give you a full audio recap of how things played out. Canada so good in the first 40. In the third period, take your foot off the gas collectively just a little bit. They allowed the Finns to score and score and score again to make it interesting late, but we'll recap the game for you when we come back. Scott Laughlin, Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. We are live from TD Garden in Boston, and you're listening to the Four Nations Faceoff postgame show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
Four Nations Face-Off is here. Canada, USA, Sweden, and Finland face off for hockey supremacy.
Pass across. Mark with a fabulous save.
Hear all the action on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Live from Montreal and Boston.
What's up, insiders? How we doing? Let's see. Is this working? Oh, look, it's working. It's working. All right, sneak peek to those of you who are still in the chat. Burn, Carmen, Brad, right up there. I got to change that light blue color. Right as soon as we hit 100,000 subscribers. Insiders. 100K. We get 6 digits on that sub counter. We're rebranding. The logo, redesigning the logo, all that stuff right there. Let me know your thoughts in the chat. And with that, I'm going to schedule this thumbnail on my soccer channel for probably, I don't know. I'm going to schedule it maybe for like 8 o'clock Central. Maybe 9. I don't know. We'll see. Cheers, everybody. Go Canada, go. Go SOP Soccer, go. I am so excited that we are now linked officially on SickKids Tiltify campaign building software or whatever they do there at Tiltify. SOP Soccer now has an official campaign with $320 worth of donations, and hopefully we'll do it again in March Madness and start bringing in the soccer channel with TFC, because TFC's starting up in 5 days. Go TFC, go! I have my long sleeve thing here, but I got my TFC logo right here. TFC till I die. All right, we'll let this postgame run for a few more minutes, and we'll see you guys in the chat tonight for that meaningless USA-Sweden game. Let's go, Willie. Hopefully Willie does some big things, score a few goals, maybe get a hat trick, and just bring the U.S. back down to earth a little bit. But maybe not. Maybe we want the USA to just wipe the floor with them and win 8-0 in the second period. No injuries. Everybody's just getting ready, preparing for Thursday. And then we have ourselves a hell of a matchup, a hell of a hockey game Thursday night. It's going to be regardless. All right, everybody. Big shouts. There you go. Carmen, Byrne, Brad. You guys are rock stars. Brad, where your membership emojis go, bro? We got to get you a membership. 99 cents? I'm going to be redoing the membership stuff here, too, really soon. Kind of all hangs on this next March Madness thing. But I'm going to be redoing things. Probably going to put a $3.99 level out there that will give some type of perk on top of the emojis so that we can gift those, because I can't gift the 99-cent emoji only insider level due to, YouTube being cheap. But I do it because I want emojis for everyone. That's what makes the chat more fun. That's why I do what I do. That's why I marked it at 99 cents. It's not about the money. None of this is about the money. And that's what's so fun is with SickKids Hospital, with us raising so much money for sick kids. God, we're up to... I'll have to do the calculations again and add everything up. But now with the 320 from Sons of a Pitch Soccer, I believe we're at $9,000 or so. And when we kick off the March Madness campaign, we'll be doing another donation of, I believe it's like $1,700 or $2,400. I can't remember off the top of my head. So we're gonna be over $10,000 raised in about 8 months, 9 months, 9 months, 10 months. So crazy accomplishments, insiders. You guys rock. Thanks for helping me build this awesome place when I started this soccer channel back in 2018. Just trying to go drink and talk soccer with my buddy from work. And now look at where we are. All right, seriously. I'm going to go schedule that live on SOP, and we'll see you guys tonight.
Team Canada.
So McDavid with a cross-ice feed to Travis Sanheim. The Flyers defenseman moves up. His shot is stopped. Big pad save by Lankin and rebound right to Braden Point. He goes in and cashes in on the rebound and scores on the backhand. Official time of that goal, 13:02 of the opening stanza. And Canada had a 3-0 lead after 20 minutes of play. Shots in the first period for Canada, 11, and for Team Finland, just 5. On we now go to the second period. And in the second period, Canada refusing to take its foot off the gas, at least in the second period. And in the second period, as Koulias had mentioned earlier, the big boys going to work.
If we go past 60 minutes, they score! Nate McKinnon on the one-timer, buries it, and just like that, his second of the game, Team Canada is up 4-0.
It was 4-0. Sidney Crosby from the corner right into the slot with a great feed to his Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia buddy Nathan MacKinnon. So it's McKinnon's third of the tournament, second of the afternoon. And it comes from Crosby, who picks up his fourth assist of the tournament. Sam Reinhart, his second assist of the afternoon. And it was 4-0 for Team Canada. And at that point, Antti Pennanen had seen enough, and he made a goaltending change. So Lankinen was out after giving up 4 goals on 13 shots. Lankinen's out. UC Saros is back in, and yet it was 4-0 for Team Canada after 40 minutes of play. Shots on goal in the second in favor of Finland. This time they had a 12-8 advantage. And so a 2-period total for Team Canada of 19 shots on goal. Team Finland with 17 shots on Jordan Binnington. And for the longest time, it almost felt like the big question was, would Jordan Binnington actually record a shutout? As maligned as the Canadian netminder has been, he was in there with an opportunity, we thought, as we headed down the stretch into the final half of the third period. But we would say as well that Finland made it very, very interesting down the stretch. And all the thoughts of any sort of supposed Jordan Binnington shutout went out the window at 13-19 of period number 3.
Doughty to his partner Sanheim behind the net. Lindell gets to it, has a shot, and he scores! Esa Lundell, not known for his offense. He goes far side on Binnington. Hang on a second. 6:41 to go. The Finns are on the board.
Esa Lindell gets his first, the Stars defenseman from Lehkonen. And that goal went in off the goalpost. The great audio there as you picked up with the ice level mics. At 13-19, the Finns were on the board. They were down 4-1. Still, move along, nothing to see here if you're Team Canada. But with under 5 minutes to play in regulation time, Pennanen pulled Saros in favor of the extra attacker. And that's when the Finns scored, and they scored again. First off, let's make it official here with Mikael Granlund scoring once again for Team Finland.
Rope Hintz, back to Barkov at the point. Liney again in front. One save, another save. Liney again. Granlund scores! Mikael Granlund buries it. 1:40 to go. Don't go anywhere. It's a 4-2 hockey game.
This is a great feed, too, from Patrick Laine, who had an opportunity on the one-timer earlier in the play, and then he decided to slot it into the slot area for Granlund. Granlund gets his second goal of the tournament. It comes at 18:20 of the third period, right through the wickets on Binnington, who was swimming in his goal crease at that point because the Finns were all over him, and that cut the Canada lead to 4-2. It's 4-2, time's running out, but 23 seconds after Granlund scored, wouldn't you know it, he scored again.
Sends it to an open wing, goes in after it. Rantanen's there first. Here's Barkov in front of the net. They score again! Mikael Granlund! Oh my goodness! 2 quick goals. It's 4-3. Team Canada's hanging on.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, Razor's reaction said it all. 2 goals in 23 seconds for Granlund. Give him 3 in the tournament. Barkov gets his first assist of the tournament. Better late than never. And Sebastian Aho with his second helper of the tournament. And Team Canada's lead cut to 4-3. Time of the goal, 18:43. Buckle up as Canada tried to bring it home. And John Cooper said to Sidney Crosby, get out there and save us once again.
Rink-wide feed for Granlund. Knocked off the puck. Crosby into the empty net. He scores! Sidney Crosby into the empty net. Team Canada, sigh of relief. They lead 5-3.
All right, so Crosby gets his first goal of the tournament from Sam Reinhart. 3 helpers for Sam this afternoon. Good for him. He gets the goal. Crosby does into an empty net. Collision with Granlund, of course, who was front and center in the final minute of this one. And Crosby was the first to his skates with a puck on end. He chops it down into the empty net. And that would complete the scoring. 5-3. Canada hangs on to beat Team Finland, and as such, Canada clinches a spot in Thursday's final versus Team USA. Shots in the third period, 9 aside. A 3-period total through 60 minutes for Canada of 28 shots on goal. For the Finns, it was 26 shots on goal. But Dennis Bernstein, boy, a little too close for comfort at the end. But Canada did what they set out to do, win the hockey game, win it in regulation, and get another shot at your American rivals.
Yeah. if you're John Cooper, you're working on a couple of things with your team. Finishing games and definitely defending 6-on-5, Scotty. You're going to be working on that. So, but they jumped out to a lead. I love the response coming off the U.S. loss. Right, they came out angry. They came out with a chip on their shoulders. They settled the issue, we thought, very early, forced Finland to take a timeout before the first media timeout. That's the response you want. I always look when teams have tough losses, how they responded. If you're a Canadian fan, you got to love the way your team jumped out and responded with a 4-0 lead.
Well, look, 2 questions for Canada coming into today. Like when we arrived at the TD Garden this morning, a couple of things were front and center for us in our minds collectively. Number one, who was going to start in net?
Yep.
Would it be Binnington, or would John Cooper buck the trend and go to Aiden Hill, who hasn't played in the game in about a week and a half?
Right.
Number two, equally as important, Cale Makar. Would number 8 be back in the lineup for Team Canada, or would Thomas Harley, who did a solid job,
absolutely, Scotty,
especially given the circumstances and not even able to practice against
the biggest game of his life,
anybody, to play against anybody, jumped in there at the Bell Center on Saturday night in Montreal and acquitted himself very, very well. Would Makar be able to go? Yes, he was, and yes, he did go for Team Canada. So no question going to Thursday. If Makar played tonight, he's playing Thursday, and no question as to who the starting goaltender is for Team Canada coming up for the title game.
Without question. And he made big saves from the middle of the game until the 6-on-5 opportunities. And that's what you wanted. The power play that Finland had, he had 3 or 4 numerous chances around the net. He came up with the big stops, and that's what you wanted to see from Bennett. You wanted to see a response. You gave him a big lead. He was able to hold it. Now you move to Thursday. He's going to be the guy.
Well, you think we're going to build this one up in the next 72 hours or so? You think we're going to be talking a lot about Canada and the U.S., given what happened on Saturday night at the Bell Center?
Those highlight packages are going to be running from now till 7:59 on Thursday.
This will be hyped up more than a Mike Tyson fight when he was in the prime of his career.
It's going to be hyped up more than Game 1 because you have that video.
Absolutely.
You have that game result and the way the game started to watch for the next 3 days. It's going to be epic, and hopefully it eclipses what we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, and that's why we say it's great for hockey, because everybody looked back on Saturday, and in the aftermath of what we witnessed being in the barn on Saturday night in Montreal, Dennis, I went to social media when I got back to the hotel after our long day.
You were active on Saturday. Day. You were responding to people. I like that.
Absolutely. I'm always out there. If they want to reach me at Lachlan SXM on Twitter, they can. But when I got back, I really got a sense that everybody was drawn into that game this past Saturday night in Montreal. Even those that were not necessarily hardcore hockey fans,
casual fans,
all of a sudden, what's going on in Montreal? What do you mean? I'm watching the NBA skills competition. What do you mean?
Falling asleep watching it.
What's this? U.S. Canada? What do you mean? So I think that Saturday night was a bit of a turning point and a real time, not only for U.S. hockey fans to jump on board, but for the National Hockey League and the NHLPA
agreed,
to say this tournament's been a great success. And it might get better. It might get better, especially if Canada faces the U.S. in a rematch coming up on Thursday. And sure enough, here we are.
And, Scotty, to your point, the casual fan who missed the game, like the viewership and the listenership on this station, it's going to be even greater now because the people, I can't miss this. And I have to tune in at the beginning of the game because I don't know what's going to happen in the first 9 seconds on Thursday.
I don't know that it's going to live up to what we saw on Saturday. I don't know.
I say it can't happen
maybe
again.
We'll set the bar
and
too
it'll
high.
happen again.
Maybe we'll set the bar too high.
That's a good thing.
Maybe we'll temper our expectations, and then maybe we get surprised as to how great it actually is on the ice regardless. Maybe you won't have 3 fights in 9 seconds.
Right.
I can pretty much assure that. But, it'll be fun in the barn here, too. And, look, Canadian fans had a chance to see Canada versus the U.S. Now the American fans on Thursday night here in Boston get a chance to see the U.S. and Canada. So I think it'll be great to compare how the game was received in Montreal.
No question.
How it's going to be received on Thursday in Boston, right?
Yep. And, Scotty, you know what I want to see? I'd love to be able to see the Canadian team's group chats.
Oh,
I like to see
their. You think they're going to be doing what the Kachucks did with JT Miller and saying, "Hey,
imitation's the biggest part of flattery."
Yeah.
Maybe they're flat, and they're
you
coming
think they got
in.
their dance cards out or something?
Yeah, Scotty. Why not?
The music's starting to play.
It worked for the U.S. It wouldn't work for Canada in a visiting rate. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it opens and what the Canadian response is to the way the game last Saturday opened.
Well, in grade 7, when they played Stairway to Heaven, it was time to step up and dance with somebody.
Amen.
Or else you kind of went home. And maybe that's the mentality that they'll take.
Sure.
Going to Thursday night. I digress. Sorry about that, Dennis.
You love your Hard Rock, Scotty. It's perfect to you. You're in character. You're one of one.
Yeah. We will take a break, and we'll regroup here, and we'll come back and have some post-game reaction for you as Team Canada survives at the end, and they beat Team Finland 5-3. Dominant performance throughout 40. Took their foot off the gas in the final 6.5 minutes, made it a little bit more interesting than it should have been, but they've advanced to face the U.S. on Thursday night nonetheless. We will take a break. You're listening to the Four Nations Face-Off post-game show right here on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
2 minutes.
On and off the ice.
Head coach of the San Jose Sharks, Ryan Warsofsky.
As far as the season goes, what have you liked and what do you still need work on?
I think we're starting to gain a little bit more respect from our opponents as the season has gone on here. We're learning that the way you have to play consistently in this league to win, it's a very fine line. There's times where we do it and we grasp it, and there's times where we go through some learning moments.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
Baseball season's almost here, and MLB Network Radio will get you ready for opening day with a tour of spring training. Hear team previews of all 30 teams as our experts talk with players, managers, and executives shaping the 2025 season. How does your team look? Our team will break it all down. MLB Network Radio's tour of spring training beginning February 22nd on Sirius XM Channel 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Are you behind on your taxes? You're not alone. Americans have been hit with a triple punch. Businesses and paychecks slashed by the pandemic, record inflation, and soaring interest rates have left people across the nation stuck with serious tax problems. But the past does not have to be your future. A fresh start can begin with a simple phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Their tax attorneys and licensed professionals specialize in powerful taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. Having resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients, their track record says it all. IRS penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, so don't wait. Let Optima's award-winning team help you get back on your feet and back onto the right side of the IRS. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-725-9935. 800-725-9935. 800-725-9935.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Everything is better on ice.
Right circle now to Martian. Shoots. He scores!
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
We are back from TD Garden here in Boston. Scott Laughlin alongside Dennis Bernstein from the fourth period. Team Canada beats Team Finland 5-3. And as such, that rematch, much anticipated as it has been here for the last couple of days. Team Canada versus Team USA coming up Thursday night here in Boston in a rematch of what was an epic game going back to Saturday night in Montreal, a game won by Team USA who already clinched their spot in the final coming up on Thursday. We will have live coverage, play-by-play with Steve Coulias and Andrew Raycroft coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern Time of Team USA wrapping up their quote-unquote round-robin portion of the schedule against Team Sweden. Will be going their separate ways at night's end because the Swedes will not be moving on. That having been said, Canada's still alive. Another opportunity to face their foes from south of the border coming up on Thursday night. Team Canada, full value for their 5-3 victory for Team Finland. A little dicey at the end, like we said, but Canada dominant throughout the first 40 and then hanging on to win. Sam Reinhart, 3 assists for Team Canada. Nathan McKinnon, big time, named afterwards as the game's first star, and they met with the media just a short time ago.
Nate, so much emphasis on Connor's skill, his ability, but what can you say of his leadership and the way he dragged you guys into this game?
Yeah, obviously a lot of emotions after last game. We knew we had to win this and most likely in regulation to advance. So yeah, it was a great start, and obviously the best player in the league made an unreal play, and great screen by Stoney there as well, and had a great start for us.
Left side first row.
Nate, for you as well. What does it mean for this group to get another shot at the Americans after what we all saw on Saturday night?
Yeah, the last thing we wanted to do was go home today or tomorrow, whatever. So, whoever we're playing in the finals, obviously it's going to be the Americans. We'd love to play them again. We feel like we could beat those guys, and we plan on playing a little better Thursday.
Left side, first row.
Actually, one for each of you. This is your first time in an event like this for Canada. Sid's been there, done that. How have you observed him, how he carries himself in this environment? What have you taken from that over the last week or so?
Yeah, I think at a tournament like this, you try and lead on the experienced guys that have been there before. You see the way he handles himself every day. He's the leader in the locker room, and you try and take a lot, from that.
Right side, front row.
Yeah, Nate. What does it mean? Like Cale was saying that you and Connor kind of set the tone today, and that's what you need. Do you take that upon yourself when the game starts? It's a team game, but to kind of set the tone like the way you two guys did.
Not really, honestly. I'm just trying to play the best I can, and Rhino made a great play and sprung me, and I finished it off. I don't know if Connor's thinking the same, but I'm not trying to be the guy or anything. I'm just trying to play well within the team structure, play a good 200-foot game, and manage to get that one early.
Left side, third row.
For Sam, just curious, playing against several of your teammates this year, what was the experience like going against them in such a high-intensity situation?
It's been fun. Once the puck drops, all that goes away. I mean, I've seen them in very competitive environments and very, very big games. So, and they've been there with me. So I expect them to compete and brings out the best in all of us.
Left side, first row.
Nate, this is for you. Just what are some of your takeaways from the game against the U.S. that you guys can maybe learn from, can carry into this next game, and like you said, try to be better at?
Yeah, I just think they're so dangerous. Not a lot was really going on for either team, and we kind of gave them a couple looks, and they have so much talent that they're going to score. It's all the best players in the league are on sharing the same ice, and the shots are like 20-20. So it just shows that. How tight everyone's checking right now. And, I just think any opportunity we want to make them earn and not give them, free chances.
Right side standing.
Is for Sam and Nate. What do you expect Thursday night to be like, and what is it going to mean for you guys to have an opportunity to play against them again?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what you want. You want an opportunity again. So today, that's where we gave ourselves a chance.
Mike. Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you, Brad Smith. Go ahead, screen record that. That was pretty cool. Anyways, Brad, where's my camera? I can't find it. There it is. Hey, Brad Smith. Dude, I don't know anything about e-transfer. I don't have any bank accounts in Canada, so I'm kind of struggling there. But I will be soon because of all closing down the Florida office and everything like that. So we're moving offices. We're starting to open up satellite offices, hence the Chicago Sports Insider. You see it. So we will find a way. Yes, iOS is the problem, Brad. iOS and Apple is the issue. I have an iPhone right here. I have an Android phone right here because I'm a YouTube creator. So if I'm a YouTube creator, I should probably know what my product looks like on both platforms. Hence, both phones. And yes, the iPhone sucks. iPhone is horrid, horrible, awful. You can't buy anything. You can't donate to anybody. You can't do it. It's trash with the YouTube app. Why? Because YouTube is run by Google. So, you can still do super chats. That you can still do. Thank God they finally got that set up. But I remember when you couldn't do super chats on iPhones. But that's why I got 2 phones. I'm going to figure it out. We're going to figure this out. I'm shutting this down. Please head over to the soccer channel tonight at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, 8 p.m. Darcy, True Killer, and I will be live, hanging out. Hopefully we'll have the Discord set up with SOP Soccer by then. But if not, we'll have something going. And we're going to have a good time playing some video games. I'm going to play some NHL 25 on the stream here on this computer. And it's a lot of fun. All right, y'all. Carmen, Bern, Brad, Daryl, cheers. Y'all rock. Peace out. We'll see you tonight. Go Canada. USA? Bro, you better watch out. We're coming. We're coming. Let's go. Peace. All right. Beautiful. There you are, Darcy. Time to mute this thing.
One with Hellebuck, and he passes to Reinhardt. It gets broken up, and I was, talking to Connor, like, somebody's got to shoot it in the net. So why not you? And, to see what he did in the first goal of the game, he just, he kind of circled down, got it.